David Lopez Canales, El Traficante. To my parents, who gave me eyes and taught me how to see the world. To Nagor and Danny, who love me, I love them. To Zoe, who enlightens us. To Aitor Marin and Rafa de Rojas, who put their eyes, hands, and above all heart to read this book, help me edit it, and advise me. To David Reguera, who encourages me every day. To all those who spoke on the record and who showed their faces help me tell this story. To all those who spoke and whose names could not appear. To those who didn't want to speak. Their silence also helped me understand some parts of this story. To Imelda Navajo, who supported this work. To Pilar Urbano, who shared her contacts and teaching advice with me. To Paloma Bull, who suffered with me. To Maria Orioles and Eduardo Flores, who offered me the best refuge in which to write, and much more. To Carolina Gonzalez, who gave me asylum while I found Mifadil. To Sarah Martinez for her help in mediation. To Carlos Jimenez, who tracked down the UN archives. To Peter Wiesman and Mark Bromley of CIPRI, who helped me understand how the arms market works. To the waiters of Jerez de la Frontera, the best in Spain, who made me feel at home while writing these pages. To Monzer Kassar for sharing his story with me. Introduction. That day the message was different. In 2017, I had been communicating for almost 5 years with Monzer Kassar, a citizen of Yabrud, Syria, born in 1945, a resident for decades of Marbella's luxurious and mansion-filled neighborhood, also of the Shadier Marbella, a well-known international arms trafficker, an alleged drug trafficker for decades, and currently imprisoned in a maximum security prison in the United States, convicted of terrorism. I had been doing so since 4 years earlier, when I had sent him a letter by mail to the Terre Haute prison where he was being held at the time. Since then, we have maintained contact through an email system known as Core Links, which allows prisoners in the United States to communicate with their family and friends with prior authorization and with the knowledge that all messages sent and received are pre-screened. This is how we've communicated for more than 5 years through hundreds of emails of all kinds, from the longest, in which they asked him questions I wanted to ask him, or in which he'd respond by telling me his version of the issues, to the shortest ones. I've written to him to find out how he was doing after some illness, or the ones he sent to wish me a happy Easter, or even the very American Thanksgiving or Valentine's Day, or to congratulate me on a Rafa Nadal victory or the coronation of King Felipe. Although Kassar speaks Spanish well, they were always sent in English to avoid the delay between being sent, passing through the filter, and arriving in the mailbox, which is usually 2 days. However, that day, May 8, 2017, the message was different. That Tuesday, I received one of his harshest messages. I've been up all night thinking about your last strange message, so I decided to write to you. There's an old Arabic saying that says, your true friend is the one who is frank and honest with you, not the one who always agrees with you. I'm going to be honest and frank with you after reading your email more than 100 times and still not being able to believe what you said in it. That's how that letter began. Then the Syrian asked me if I spoke English or if someone else was translating the messages. And so, as he later added, he asked me if someone was writing on my behalf, using me or taking advantage of my supposedly poor English. I'm sure it's pressure they're putting on you, not stupidity, that paragraph concluded. Kassar accused me of working for interests other than journalistic ones, for a different cause and with different intentions beyond wanting to know his story so I could tell it. I had previously sent him an email basically urging him to do just that, to tell his story. He, now in his 70s, is serving a 30-year sentence, of which he has served a third. Unless he lives past 90 or radically changes his legal status, he will die in an American prison. I insisted that I wanted to know his story in depth, his past as a trafficker, his life in Marbella, and his connection to some of the darkest, bloodiest, and most famous episodes in recent decades of both Spanish and international history. Kassar is a complex character, a product of the Cold War, of that world under constant threat of war, but above all, a product of the end of that world divided into 2 blocks that would so profoundly disrupt the global arms market. He is also a product, so to speak, of the Syria at war today, which only survives in history books, and of the war on terror that the United States, led by George W. Bush, launched on September 11, 2011, when 2 planes crashed into the Twin Towers. Kassar is a product and a character from many worlds, from Puerto Banús to Washington, via Damascus, who helps to reveal and understand the recent history of those worlds, but above all, the other side of that story, Kassar is also that elderly man who has been locked up for a decade, who during that time has seen all his appeals rejected, and his judicial hopes of regaining his freedom and returning to his family dwindle. That proud, arrogant, corpulent trafficker with curly hair and a half-smile. That millionaire with a Renaissance mansion and airs of grandeur, who boasted of being known throughout the world and having connections in countless countries, who for years believed himself untouchable, is today a lonely, sick, and isolated man. A man who, as a relative of his tells me, whom I ask for help to make him see that I have no hidden agendas, that I don't work for the CIA or the Israeli Mossad, as has come to be. To hint to me, as always, he gets angry today, but tomorrow he'll get over it. I asked Kassar to tell his story, to reveal his stories and what he knows about those worlds he lived in, of which he was a part, and which he also, in some way, and this doesn't mean for the better, helped to build. But some of the words struck him as suspicious. It wasn't the first time this had happened. On other occasions, he had responded to my questions by praising me with, "You surprise me, you're very well informed," or by belittling me with phrases like, "I thought you were smarter," or "What are you, a student or a professional?" I had already written 2 articles about him in Vanity Fair magazine. He found those pieces fair and balanced at the time, although he was also annoyed by some parts of them. Above all, and this is very striking, he was angered by a phrase that could actually apply to any businessman in the world, any ambitious millionaire on the planet. A friend of his confessed to me that Monzer liked pasta too much, that he was overpowered by money, and that it's because of that passion that he's in prison today. But the message that day was different. It was unusually harsh and accusatory. In fact, it ended by saying, "I'm not trying to humiliate you. I'm just being frank and honest, as I promised. I'm still giving you the benefit of the doubt. You're free to answer me, but with evidence, not just words, and being as frank and honest as you can." Of course I did. In addition to going to his relative, I explained to him the same thing I'd told him before, that I'm a journalist, and as a journalist, my only interest is to learn about and tell a story, his story, as honestly as possible. That there had never been any other interest behind it. That there had never been anyone behind me either. A few days later, the cloud dissipated. "I still consider you a friend. I always give that benefit of the doubt because I'm never 100% sure. Your last message touched my heart. Here I am again for you, and time will prove my frankness and honesty with you." We have another old Arabic saying, "If someone burns themselves once drinking milk, they'll blow on it later when they eat yogurt." The result of that invitation, of that announcement that I was still there, on the other side, in return for that pre-censored email, is this book. The result of these 5 years of long interviews, of exchanged messages, of the history of so many worlds, are these pages. But Kassar's is not a story that he alone tells, or that can be. To tell only himself. In it, as many worlds as interests intertwine, as many people as places, as many shadows as suspicions, as much distorting noise as strident silences. This is a story that has one version, Monzer Kassar's, often exculpatory and biased. It's a story that has 2 versions, Monzer Kassar's and the United States. It's also a story that sometimes has no version and other times has too many. A tangled web tangled over the decades in history, and with the skeins of conflicting interests, and above all, hidden ones. Everyone I come into contact with is terribly afraid to talk to you. Is there any danger in this? A good friend of Kassar's in Marbella will ask me. And it's not because of Monzer, who I don't think was ever dangerous, but because it seems there are some other things I don't know, and I'm telling you how I feel. For me, Monzer is dead. I'm only speaking in memory of a friend, he later confides. Kassar often repeats that his story, over the last long decade, even before his arrest in 2007, is above all, a story fit for a movie. A Hollywood movie in which he's the protagonist, but the script was written by someone else. And he's right. His is, yes, a story fit for a movie. But not only because of what he's been through since he was finally arrested. 1. The turkey is in the oven. They called him the peacock because he always displayed his plumage, because he strutted, because he exuded pride. They said he was untouchable and had been for decades. They also said he was arrogant, and that was his weakness. They said he operated in the shadows, that he was the silent partner of death and terror, that he had created an empire. He was the quintessential James Bond villain. That's how they defined him, too. Like all-powerful men, they also explained, like those men who move in the shadows, like great criminals, he had 2 weaknesses, money and women. In this case, it was money that brought him down. It all started in 2003, That's the official date recorded as the beginning of Operation Legacy. That's how it was dubbed by the DEA, the United States Drug Enforcement Agency. That year, Abu Abbas, the historic leader of the Palestine Liberation Front, PLF, and leader of the Palestine Liberation Organization, PLO, chronically accused of terrorism, was arrested in Iraq, where he had lived for more than a decade. He had been one of the leading figures in the Palestinian struggle. He was captured a few weeks after the invasion on the outskirts of Baghdad and handed over to the American army, the invader. But there was a small problem. Not too big, at least at that moment. The United States literally didn't know what to do with him. They had nothing against him. Only his past. Only his support for Saddam Hussein. Only his resume as a leader of the Palestinian cause. They could either free him or keep him captive. They chose the latter. Then, officially, they began to build a case against him. That's how Jim Soils got that call. That's how he tells it. Soils is a veteran DEA agent. Today, in fact, he's retired from the service, retired from the agency, dedicated to private enterprise. They asked him to go to an emergency meeting at headquarters. Some prosecutors from the Department of Justice needed to speak with him. That was all they told him. When he arrived at headquarters in Springfield, Virginia, they explained everything to him. Abu Abbas had been arrested in Iraq. They wanted to be able to go after him. They longed to be able to go after him. But they needed charges. And to do that, they told him, what better way to do it than to go after Monzer al-Kassar? He supposedly had been their partner, their comrade, their friend. He had supposedly been the one who, in October 1985, had provided weapons to the Palestinian commando that hijacked an Italian cruise ship, the Achille Lauro. 4 men armed with rifles and grenades, 450 people on board, including tourists and crew, and one demand: the release of 52 Palestinian prisoners from the Israeli jails where they were being held. The kidnapping lasted 2 days until the attackers agreed to disembark in Egypt without being arrested. But before that could happen, they killed one of the passengers, Leon Klinghoffer, a 69-year-old paraplegic American tourist of Israeli origin. After shooting him, they threw his body overboard in his wheelchair. His wife had to witness the entire scene. Abbas was allegedly the leader of that hijacking. Al-Kassar, the man who gave them the weapons for the robbery and later helped his friend escape. Almost 20 years had passed, but this was the best approach the DEA had. They would go after Al-Kassar to later find the evidence against Abbas. They would kill 2 birds with 1 stone. A bird and a turkey. That was how they set up Operation Legacy. It would be a mission for the agency's Special Operations Division. That was a good year for the DEA. It was growing. In full expansion, especially internationally. Each year, the budget for its international offices increased from $201 million in 2000 to $312 million just 6 years later, and it went from 556 members abroad to 751 in 59 countries. Outside the United States, the agency is headquartered in embassies. It officially reports to and is responsible for the ambassador or consul in each country. The office in any given country usually has agents, intelligence specialists, administrative staff, local personnel hired by the agency, and, of course, its sources and allies who don't appear on the lists, don't appear in the Christmas party photos, don't exist, and even less so in the Special Operations Division. They call it the DEA's Navy SEAL. They equate it with that operational force, the Navy's most famous, the best soldiers, the ones they call on for the most complicated missions, for the most risky ones, also for the most secret ones. A team of SEALs is the one that found and killed Osama bin Laden. But the comparison isn't entirely accurate. The DEA Special Operations Division, SOD, is not an operational task force in the military sense of the word. It's more of a complex tactical team. It was created in the mid-1990s to combat Latin American drug cartels and has since grown from a handful of initial employees, pioneers, to the hundreds it has today. In addition to growing in numbers, it has also grown, above all, in power. The SOD relies not only on agency personnel, but also on support from other agencies such as the CIA, the National Security Agency, the FBI, and, more importantly, on their information. What it does is classified. That means they can use any sources of information they want without having to answer for it. This was revealed in a 2011 investigation by the Reuters news agency. The SOD doesn't exist. It's forbidden to talk about it. It can't be said where the information it has comes from. Everything is confidential. There's no record. No one can ask about it. But according to Reuters, abuses were being committed behind these premises. Illegal spying was taking place. Illegal information was being used to build cases against targets selected by the DEA, and then a formula was being sought to find evidence that would allow those individuals to be prosecuted without having to reveal that, in reality, the investigations were compromised from the outset, that everything was built on a foundation of sand. This, as Reuters revealed, is what the SOD calls parallel construction. And all agents were allegedly trained to recreate a criminal investigation until they managed to hide the initial information, its source. Part of this training was also allegedly provided by some judges, lawyers, and prosecutors. But nothing happens. The information leaked by other agencies, the covert operations and wiretaps are just and legal, according to the government, to infiltrate terrorist groups and drug cartels. They're necessary to catch the bad guys. And Monzer al-Kassar was one of them. They had to hunt the peacock. This isn't the first time Soils has heard of al-Kassar. His name, he says, has appeared in DEA investigations into drug and arms trafficking since the 1970s. In the mid-1980s, he continues, when he was still a field agent in New York, when heroin didn't come to the city from Mexico as it does now, but from Afghanistan, when they arrested a trafficker, the suspect always ended up being found. Al-Kassar's name. He had been one of his targets ever since. He was determined to get after her. And Al-Kassar knew it. According to Soils, on the day his daughter was born, a man approached him on the street. He says he recognized him immediately. It was Al-Kassar's driver, Mr. Jim. Mr. Jim. Al-Kassar sends his congratulations. He recounts saying that the baby girl had been born just 6 hours earlier. This would be their big opportunity. They had a clear path to pursue him. The first thing they needed was a team. They soon had Nick Narchi, in charge of logistics, Lou Milioni, an expert in field operations who was able to find collaborators abroad and get them to dance for them, and William Brown, skilled with computers and finances. They soon also recruited the young John Archer. Leading them all, as the group supervisor, would be Brian Dodd, a veteran, a seasoned agent abroad. The second step was to figure out what they could accuse Al-Kassar of, how they would go after him. It could be arms trafficking, drug trafficking, or money laundering. But he was too shielded. They didn't know the extent of his involvement in the crimes he committed. He had been investigated by almost every security force and intelligence service in the world, and they had never been able to catch him. They needed something different to do it. They had to come up with something. A proactive approach, as Soils defines it. And so they came up with the idea. Enter Al-Kassar's circle. Have an agent infiltrated. They would penetrate his organization to capture him. The bait would be weapons. Al-Kassar had never stopped trafficking. He still had his contacts and networks intact. He remained fully active. Dodd, the head of the special team, says the proof of this is that, during the operation, in February 2005, former Lebanese Prime Minister Rafik Hariri was killed in a car bomb attack in Beirut, and that Al-Kassar was located 2 blocks away. He was somehow involved, he concludes, without providing any verification. The theory of Operation Legacy was clear. Now the practical part lacked. Soils had the perfect person to do it, Samir Hushaimi, who lived in Lebanon and knew the weapons and the business. But above all, he was one of his confidential sources since the 1980s. Samir is a survivor. A Palestinian born in Jerusalem in 1938, he served as a soldier in the Jordanian army, riding in a tank, and then, in the mid-1960s, assigned to military intelligence. In the 1970s, he abandoned that life because tensions between Jordanians and Palestinians became unsustainable. They allowed him to do so on the condition that he not work for other intelligence services. He joined the Palestinian organization Fatah, founded in the late 1950s by Yasser Arafat. But he ended up arrested in Jordan in 1972 with numerous Jordanian intelligence documents in his possession, tried, and sentenced to death. He narrowly avoided the grave when months later the Yom Kippur War broke out and a pardon from the King of Jordan returned him to freedom. Samir then changed businesses and began trafficking hashish and later heroin. In the mid-1980s in New York, where Soils was still a young agent, he was arrested with 7 kilos of heroin. But he accepted a deal, testified against his partners, and after 2 years, he was back on the streets. In 1987, he was captured again, more of the same, this time with just over 2 kilos of merchandise in Springfield, Massachusetts. And also more of the same, he accepted another deal and served 3 years in prison. When he finally gets out of prison, he returns to Lebanon, now on the payroll of the DEA, now as an informant. Soils turns to him. Samir doesn't have direct access to Al-Kassar, but he does have access to an old Lebanese friend and business partner named Tariq Al-Ghazi. He lives in southern Lebanon and is also an old acquaintance of Samir's. Together, they have been part of the Palestinian struggle. When they reconnect, they talk about nothing and everything. They spend the afternoon sipping thick coffee and chatting that leads nowhere. Samir knows he must be patient, very patient. The DEA says that months pass like this. In between, in March 2004, Abu Abbas died in the Iraqi prison where he was still being held. Death by natural causes, the official medical report read. He had a weak heart, the doctors explained at the time. But Operation Legacy doesn't stop. Abbas is no longer the priority target. There's no longer a need to find a case against him. Now they need to find one against Al-Kassar. Finally, Samir tells Tariq he has a business on his hands, an arms deal, and he wants Al-Kassar to be the supplier. Tariq replies, no, they don't need him. He can do it himself. But Samir had already considered that answer. The buyers want him. Tariq agrees. This is what he tells Al-Kassar, who lives in Marbella, under the Mediterranean sky of the Costa del Sol. 3 years have passed since the operation officially began. 3 years of traveling the world and searching for the right pieces of the puzzle. It's December 2006, and Al-Kassar, Samir, and Tariq meet in Beirut. Samir is carrying a tape recorder. Samir is a freedom fighter. He was with us in the resistance. Palestine is how Tariq introduces him, as heard in the recording. The deal is simple: an arms purchase for the Nicaraguan government from the Eastern European factories with which Al-Kassar operates. In fact, it's stated in the official document that underpins the entire operation, which Samir Houchaimi has already given to Tariq Al-Ghazi, who has forwarded to Al-Kassar, the end-use certificate. The paper with the official seal of a government that ensures the weapons being purchased are for that government. Business as usual. The DEA has obtained one from Nicaragua. They accept. Everything is in motion. Al-Kassar invites Houchaimi to visit him in Marbella to continue negotiations. But that's not enough. That's a legal transaction. They need more. They need the evidence against him. They need something illegal. They need Al-Kassar to dig himself into his own grave and cover himself in dirt. And they have a script for it. The weapons won't be for Nicaragua, but for the FARC guerrillas in Colombia, and they will be used against the United States, against the Americans in the country, against American interests in the country. With them, they want to shoot down the American helicopters that Washington has been lending to the Colombian government since 2000 in its fight against the paramilitaries. They need Al-Kassar to know all this, but above all, they need him to accept it and for it to be recorded, for there to be recordings and written evidence that could be used in a trial to imprison him. To achieve this, they would have to smuggle cameras and recorders into Al-Kassar's Marbella mansion. They call themselves Luis and Carlos. They are the buyers. They are not DEA agents, but informants. Sources that Agent William Brown met in Guatemala. Both are repentant former drug traffickers, informants, and in the pay of the DEA. This will be their most important mission. They have to get Al-Kassar to fall into the trap Samir has already set. In February 2007, they have their first meeting with Al-Kassar in Marbella. Houchaimi introduces Luis and Carlos to Al-Kassar and Felipe Moreno Godoy, his right-hand man, the Syrian's Chilean assistant. There they discuss the details of the operation Samir has outlined for them in Beirut. The following month, there will be a second meeting to close the entire deal. It will be the 27th. Samir is supposed to meet with Al-Kassar there. Only him, not them. The devil, say the DEA agents who carried out Operation Legacy, is in the details. Any tiny mistake could jeopardize everything. That day, at the last minute, Samir calls Al-Kassar to tell him the buyers are on their way. He gets angry. He replies that it's not necessary. They can discuss that with Tariq. He also criticizes him for saying that these buyers seem like amateurs. They haven't transferred the agreed-upon money yet, and he doesn't believe they'll buy the weapons. Samir convinces him that they're serious and that the business is also serious, but insists they want to deal directly with him. Al-Kassar reluctantly agrees. Okay, buddy, but make sure they arrive soon. The DEA says it's unprecedented to be able to access the heart of a criminal's empire like Al-Kassar. That mansion, with 20 luxury cars in the garage, was guarded by extreme security measures and a dozen bodyguards. His 2 men were playing fast and loose with those brown leather briefcases with hidden cameras. If they were searched, they would be killed immediately. They meet with Al-Kassar in his grand living room. Around them, Yogi, his elderly poodle, plays. Carlos and Luis justify their visit by saying it's not safe to conduct business over the phone. "I have the most secure phone in the world," their host replies. They then tell him they will transfer the 100,000 euros to him that same day. 100,000 euros? Kassar responds, annoyed. What's 100,000 euros for a business like this? They're talking about a $7 million arms purchase. A purchase of 8,000 assault rifles, 120 grenade launchers, and 2 million rounds of ammunition. And, the crown jewel, surface-to-air missiles. The SAMs they need to shoot down the helicopters. Kassar is annoyed. He doubts them. During the recording, which was vague and confusing, they supposedly told him what they wanted those weapons for. In the conversation, they revealed that the final destination wouldn't be Nicaragua, but Colombia, and what they would be used for. Kassar, says Dodd, the head of that operation, ideologically sympathized with that cause, training guerrillas to attack the Americans, like they did in Iraq. But the main motivation was money. That's why, when they told him they would send him the advance that same day, he accepted. He gave them a code to make the transfer to a secure account. Until it was completed, he wouldn't move forward with the operation. Godoy attends the meeting. When his boss orders it, he gets into one of the cars with Carlos and drives him to an internet cafe in Marbella to make the transfer. Once the transfer is confirmed, Kassar relaxes, changes his mood, and adopts the pose of a wise teacher. Surface-to-air missiles can be used against helicopters, he explains. When they leave the house, Carlos and Luis breathe a sigh of relief. They now have evidence against him. But they want more. They need something to link him beyond the recordings. They decide to write an email and send it to him. They want it written down that the money they're going to pay him comes from drug trafficking. The key words are product and sugar. They write to him and ask him how many SAMs he can provide. If Kassar responds positively, they say, it will be completely destroyed. But the Syrian responds to the message with a phone call. Never, ever in your life mention my name on a document or on a phone call or anything, he angrily tells them. Then he relaxes again. Point 5 of the message is not a problem, he announces. Point 5 is the sale of the missiles. They already have it. Agent Dodd says that Kassar became complacent. He felt comfortable and safe in his home, never imagining that someone might even try to sneak cameras inside. It's not just him. Often, big-time drug traffickers from Colombian or Mexican cartels look for places to meet where they feel confident in security and control. Often those places are their own homes, which are easier to monitor than a hotel or any other location. But they don't have him yet. Now they need to be able to arrest him. Over the following weeks, Kassar and Godoy visit the factories in Romania and Bulgaria where they will obtain the weapons. There will still be time in May to arrange a meeting between Luis, Carlos, and the captain of the ship that will transport the cargo to Latin America. During this time, the DEA prepares the final ambush. In Spain, where Kassar has lived for more than 20 years, things are more complicated. The covert operation was also carried out in secret. The Spanish authorities were not informed. The DEA defends itself. Since the operation was not carried out by agents, but by informants, they had no reason to inform. It was a secret mission. No one could have known anything. But that also complicates the arrest in Spain. The idea is to get Kassar off Spanish soil. Get him to travel to Romania, where he's supposedly going to buy the weapons, to arrest him. There won't be a problem there. A single call from the embassy in Bucharest to the Romanian police, and they'll hand Kassar over with a ribbon as soon as he sets foot in the airport. Then it's just a matter of paperwork before the Syrian ends up on a plane, extradited to a U.S. prison. That's how they had it arranged. The agents had set up their operations room in a Bucharest hotel room. Everything was ready, but they hadn't counted on that call. It's Kassar. He's talking to Carlos. Bucharest is too far away. Godoy can solve this. Kassar has just undone the entire plan. He refuses to travel. They must find a quick solution. They can't go after him in Marbella. They fear that if they do, he'll flee. They must at least get him to fly to Madrid. It's plan B. It's not the ideal plan. It's not the best plan. But it's the only plan. Carlos tells him. His bosses, he argues, don't want to close the deal until they know they're dealing with the real Kassar. They need, at the very least, to have a cup of coffee with him. Even if it's at the Madrid airport. Kassar accepts. Dodd stays in Bucharest to arrest Tarek and Godoy there, as planned. From there, he coordinates the entire process. Archer and Carlos fly to Madrid. The crucial moment has arrived. Now they must inform the Spanish police who are responsible for arresting him. The DEA can't. It doesn't have the authority to do so. Interpol issues an arrest warrant for Kassar. Everything happens quickly, very quickly. When the Syrian lands, he goes to the baggage claim area. The officers watch him from a distance. Archer confesses that that moment was exciting. It was impressive to see there, in front of them, so close, the man they had been pursuing for so long. The Spanish police are waiting at the exit of the baggage claim. At that moment, bang! Kassar disappears. They've stopped seeing him. They've lost visual contact. He's vanished. The DEA agents fear the worst. There's been a leak, a tip-off, and the target has slipped away. Right there, right under their noses, like a magician. If he disappears and flees, it will be impossible to capture him. If he slips away to a country with no extradition agreement, they'll never have another chance like this again. But no. Kassar suddenly emerges from the restroom, and hearts begin to beat faster. It was a false alarm. The target is still there, waiting for his luggage, unaware of what is about to happen. He doesn't know yet that the 2 Spanish police officers approaching him are going to show him the warrant and take him away. In the airport detention center, Kassar is calm but furious. He gets angry with the police and refuses to look at the American agents. He tells the Spanish officers that he has nothing to do with them. Talk to those foreigners. It's June 7th, 2007. It's 7:30 p.m. The pilot had announced to the passengers a few minutes earlier that the skies were clear in Madrid and the temperatures were mild. Now, yes, they have it. The following day, the DEA will hold a press conference to publicly announce the arrest, to highlight the international operation that has finally captured a criminal who had evaded the law for more than 30 years. It's a huge success, and it's being reported as such. An international terrorist has been brought down, a narco-terrorist, an arms trafficker, a merchant of death. The godfather of terror, as the press dubbed him years before, has fallen. A dark and dangerous being has fallen, an impossible-to-catch phantom. Monzer Kassar has fallen. On Friday, June 8, according to the DEA arrest report signed by Agent Archer, Kassar was taken to Malaga by Beechcraft Super King air propeller plane. It was a Spanish police plane. Spanish police officers and Archer accompanied the Syrian on board. He was offered sandwiches, water, and Coca-Cola, but refused. He traveled without handcuffs. During the flight, he reads a document, sweating and breathing nervously. Halfway through, he turns in his seat toward Archer. "Didn't you have time to shave this morning?" he asks the agent. "I haven't had time all week," he replies. Kassar rolls up the papers he was reading, leans his head back, and closes his eyes for the remainder of the flight. A convoy of police cars awaits the landing of the twin propeller. It's the one taking Kassar and the officers to Mifadil, his mansion in the Atalaya del Rio Verde residential area in Marbella. Television cameras and curious neighbors are waiting at the door. Kassar gets out without handcuffs and waves. Teams have been formed to search the mansion. It has been divided into zones, each with a number assigned to each piece of evidence collected. Kassar speaks to the agents. "I didn't do anything," he tells them. "It was Samir who started it all." Kassar notices that Samir's name is the only one not listed on the document he read on the plane. In the great room of the house, where Yogi used to run between the legs of the DEA informants, there is a photo of Abu Abbas. It's a cardboard cutout in which a cherub with his face leaves a birdcage and flies away. Toward the sky, Kassar turns to Archer again. "Do you know who it is? It's Abu Abbas, the man you poisoned in Iraq." There's also a photo of Kassar with Uday Hussein, one of Saddam's sons, in the living room. The DEA agents ask the police to include it among the evidence, but the Syrian gets angry again. He tells them not to take it, that if they want, they can take a photo or a copy, but to leave it on the shelf where it is. In the bedroom of Felipe Moreno Godoy, who has a living room and office in the house, there is a weapons catalog from the Romanian company Romarm with 2 business cards pinned to the cover of 2 executives from Armitrans, a Bulgarian arms company. Kassar's office is the last room searched. It's on the ground floor and can only be accessed from outside the house. When they arrive, they find a tower of stacked newspapers. They're from the previous month. He's on the front page. An interview in the local weekly Siete Dias in which the Syrian expatiates. If there's any justice left in the world, George Bush will end up before the Hague Tribunal. Kassar grabs a copy and waves it furiously in the air. "This is why we're here," he tells them. On one of the shelves, there are 3 stacks of documents in which the agent Archer reads on the spine and transcribes it in his notebook. Garzon. During the search, Kassar starts sweating again. He confesses that he doesn't feel well. They take him outside and he sits on the porch. 10 minutes later, he comes back inside. At that moment, he starts grabbing some files before the Arabic translator who accompanies them at all times can read what they are about. He tries to push them away and say they are not important. Archer asks the police to review them. One of them appears to contain information on other arms transactions, but also passports and names that Kassar claims belong to his family in Iraq. There are also photos of Spanish police badges and the officers themselves. Kassar warns the Spanish officers that they shouldn't take these files because they are unrelated to the U.S. investigation, but the police seize them. They also confiscate the fax machine. The final phase of Operation Legacy had cost $400,000 of DEA reserve funds. Samir, who would later testify against Kassar, pocketed $608,345. Carlos, more than $1 million. Luis, $775,850. Carlos continued working for the agency on other similar operations. Luis's loot didn't last long. He returned to Guatemala, but his identity had been compromised. Discovered, he was shot dead in the street a few months later. In May 2009, President Barack Obama honored the DEA agents who had participated in that mission. It had been a resounding success for the agency. Archer, the young Archer, had already known that 2 years earlier. That's why he smiled with satisfaction when he finished searching the Kassar palace, which he had unwittingly turned into his mausoleum. Dodd, the team leader, the leader of that DEA operation, says that when it was all finally over, Kassar didn't have a shred of pride left in his body. The turkey was in the oven. 2. The man who was always there. On December 21, 1988, just half an hour after taking off from London's Heathrow Airport, nearly half, a kilogram of explosives detonated inside the cargo hold of a Boeing 747 belonging to the American airline Pan American. The aircraft, Flight 103, literally split into 2 pieces and crashed over the Scottish town of Lockerbie. All passengers and crew died, 259 in total and 11 more on the ground. Of these, 189 were Americans. Scotland Yard investigated the incident. So did the CIA and the FBI. Suspicion quickly fell on the Libyan regime, which Muammar Gaddafi had controlled for 2 decades. Only one person was convicted after years of investigation and trial, a former Libyan secret agent, Abdelbasset al-Megrahi. New hypotheses for that attack still emerge today, pointing to Iran rather than Libya. And even today, the Scottish courts are considering reviewing al-Megrahi's conviction, despite his death in 2012 from cancer. 1 year after the attack, the United States Counterterrorism Committee, its Commission on Security and Terrorism, drafted a report on the events. It referenced a previously published news story. It included another report, one prepared by Pan Am's insurance company investigators on the attack, which concluded that the CIA was responsible for allowing the terrorists on board. Pan Am faced a $300 million lawsuit from the families of the 270 people killed. The report thus relieved the airline of responsibility for failing to maintain effective security controls at Frankfurt Airport, where the bomb had been loaded. According to the hypothesis, the CIA had a pact with a heroin trafficker, allowing him to smuggle his merchandise into the United States in exchange for his intermediation in the release of American hostages in Beirut. Lebanon was in the midst of civil war and militias had kidnapped dozens of Americans since 1985. President Ronald Reagan had promised to free them. That clean drug route was allegedly used by Ahmed Jibril, founder and leader of the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine, to plant the bomb. Jibril was therefore aware of the alliance between the CIA and the heroin trafficker. Between the CIA and Monzer al-Kassar, the Syrian was the key. He appears in the government document as Monzer Kassar and has the code name Korea. He was allegedly allowed to operate his drug and arms trafficking network, based in Frankfurt, in exchange for his cooperation in helping free those hostages. At the end of that year, there were elections in the United States, and George H. Bush, Reagan's vice president, was hoping to succeed him. That release would be perfect for his campaign. But that report, which appeared in the press at the time, that Pan Am insurance document, repeated for many years in other news stories, provides no evidence. Most of the information in it, which the authors attribute to unspecified security and intelligence sources, comes from simple press clippings. In fact, the Counterterrorism Committee document, which defines al-Kassar as a known drug trafficker with connections to terrorists, denies any such pact or connection with the Syrian, although if it did exist or had existed, they wouldn't confirm it either. For decades, Monzer al-Kassar's name has continued to be linked from time to time to the Lockerbie attack. No evidence has ever been provided to confirm his involvement. However, a handful of theories and hypotheses, from the most elaborate to the most conspiracy-like, place him in the planning or execution. However, the Lockerbie case is particularly symbolic because it clearly portrays the reality of a character who is difficult to define, portray, and decipher. Al-Kassar, an arms trafficker, arms dealer, as he insists, because he says that all the shipments he sold and moved around the world were always legal, repeatedly appears as a participant or present in numerous scandals and historical events, beginning in the 1970s and continuing to the present day. And all over the world, from the hijacking of the cruise ship Achille Lauro in 1985 to the assassination of Rafiq Hariri 20 years later to the Lockerbie attack between the two dates. Monzer al-Kassar is a man who, supposedly, was always there, a character linked to dozens of murky and shady episodes. A man, as the DEA defined him, who operated in the shadows. A silent partner in death and terror. But he's also someone whose involvement in those episodes, despite all those connections, despite all those theories, could never be proven. There was never any evidence against him. Today there still isn't, or it's impossible to find it. Al-Kassar was always there, always appearing there. But he's a specter, as happened with Lockerbie, or as happened with Iran-Contra, with one of the most well-known and controversial episodes of the 1980s, the one that helped assign him the stripes of major trafficker and shape a character between two worlds, a character with more than one face, a story told in several directions, between the man, the myth, and the ghost. Iran-Contra is the most controversial event of Ronald Reagan's presidency. In fact, it was the biggest scandal of the presidency. It is also probably the best example of the United States' secret foreign policy during the Cold War. The U.S. Congress, through the so-called Boland Amendment, had prohibited the CIA and the Department of Defense from interfering in conflicts outside the country. The prohibition made a very clear reference to Nicaragua, where the Contra guerrillas were then fighting to overthrow the socialist government formed after the Sandinista Revolution, which had in turn ended the dictatorship of Anastasio Somoza. Reagan had unabashedly defined the Contras as the equivalent of the founding fathers of the United States. But as the Congressional Act pointed out, the Contras were primarily financing themselves through cocaine trafficking. At the same time, there was an international arms embargo on Iran. The so-called Islamic Revolution, led by Ayatollah Ruhollah Mousavi Khomeini, had overthrown Mohammad Reza Pahlavi in 1979, despite the historic support of Washington and London. He had been crowned the future Shah of Iran, King of Kings, Imperial Majesty, at the age of 7, and who had occupied the throne invented by his father, an army officer, in 1921 after a coup d'etat for almost 4 decades. A year after his fall, on September 22, 1980, Iraq attacked 6 Iranian air bases and 4 Iranian army bases, beginning the war between the two countries that would last 8 years. At that time, President Reagan promised his people that he would succeed in freeing his compatriots kidnapped in Lebanon by pro-Iranian militias, whatever it costs. This is how Operation Iran-Contra was created in 1985 and 1986. A secret strategy for which the president would ultimately be exonerated for not having directly signed it, according to which the United States would secretly sell weapons to Iran. Despite the embargo, primarily anti-tank and air defense missiles and radars for the Iranian Phantom aircraft fleet, in exchange for money and aid to free the American hostages in Lebanon. The money raised from the operation would in turn be used to purchase weapons for the Contras and thus support them in their fight against the Sandinista government of Nicaragua in the global war against another specter, that of communism. Lieutenant Colonel Oliver North, then a member of the National Security Council and now considered by many to be a hero and a patriot, directed that shadowy operation, which would eventually, however, come to light. North would declare that Admiral John Poindexter, Reagan's advisor, was fully aware of the operation and that he assumed the president was also informed. This was his way of saying that it was a direct order from Reagan, from the commander-in-chief. In 1987, after months of interrogations and testimony, the U.S. Senate completed its report on Iran-Contra. North and General Richard Secord, his right-hand man, had created a business network, dubbed Enterprise, to buy weapons on the black market with Iranian money and then ship them to Nicaragua. One of the sellers they had used, as shown in the extensive documentation in the final report, was the Syrian Monzer Kassar. In July 1986, Enterprise paid the Portuguese company Defex $2.6 million and another $500,000 to Kassar for arms. At the end of that month, a ship loaded with Polish weapons departed Portugal for Nicaragua. This isn't the only payment. Kassar appears 3 times in the final evidence file, with 3 transfers in his name to the Banco de Bilbao, totaling $1.5 million. Nor are these the only pages in the document where he is linked to what happened. Throughout, his name appears several times, several of them misspelled. He is called Alcazar, Monzer. Witnesses are also questioned about him. Who? One of them asks back. That name doesn't set off any alarm bells for me, another assures. Was he an army major? Another replies. Third, also being questioned about the Syrian case is Poindexter, the alleged mastermind from Washington. He was finally convicted in 1990, but acquitted after appealing months later. He has continued to hold positions of responsibility, most recently heading DARPA, the Advanced Research Division of the Defense Department, under George W. Bush. Have you heard anything about a Syrian arms dealer named Monzer Kassar? I don't think so. It doesn't ring a bell. They say he's one of the suspects in supplying weapons to terrorists, and among his associates is Abu Abbas of the Palestine Liberation Organization, PLO, who is the mastermind behind the hijacking of the Aquil Loro. I know that name, but I don't remember Kassar. Would it bother you to know that you were paid $1.5 million from accounts controlled by Colonel North and General Seckert, accounts containing money from arms sales to Iran and donations from Americans? When you buy weapons in the third world market, although I haven't been in that market myself, I understand that sometimes you have to make deals with people you wouldn't want to have dinner with. Kassar, the report also states, would not have been available to testify at the time. However, he himself recounts that 3 U.S. congressmen came to see him at his home in Marbella, questioned him about what had happened, and asked him if he was willing to testify. He claims he answered yes, but never heard anything more from those men. According to his own account, he did not know the final destination of the weapons he sold. He received a request from the Portuguese company Defex with a certificate of end use in Portugal. The contract stipulated that the goods would not be shipped or sold outside of Portugal. Payment would be made through a transfer from Switzerland and under a FOB agreement, or free on board, as commercial contracts are called, in which the goods are transported by ship and the buyer assumes responsibility for them upon docking. The shipment arrived at the port of Lisbon, and the official papers were sealed. After a few months, the Iran-Contra scandal hit the fan, and the shit spread around the world, the Syrian recalls. Oliver North's name appeared as the man who had organized the illegal arms deal. I'm sure he or other people in that corrupt American administration made a lot of money from that operation. It should be the taxpayers of the Americans who demand to know what happened to the money stolen from them. Kassar adds that he never met North. He only learned that the American officer existed when the operation became known. North doesn't respond. He's still the same soldier he was then, with a little less hair and now white. But that dubious patriot who tried unsuccessfully to become a senator, and who for years strutted around as a businessman or a Fox commentator, today holds a much more powerful position. He's the president of the National Rifle Association. For his colleagues in that powerful lobby, which always blocks tighter gun control that would prevent the more than 30,000 gun deaths that occur in the country each year, North is a legendary warrior for freedom. If North doesn't speak, maybe his right-hand man will. General Richard V. Secord was sentenced to 2 years probation. The most lenient sentence of all, he welcomed it. After learning of the verdict, he even dared to call Reagan a coward for not assuming his responsibility. Secord is now a retired 2-star Air Force general. He joined the military because his father wanted him to. He served as a flight instructor, fought in Vietnam, and since the early 1960s, he has become a covert operations specialist. It's not easy to reach him. Secord is not North. He didn't have his political aspirations or his thirst for power, nor does he now lead any battalion, either of soldiers or of gun-mad men. Unlike North, moreover, he practically disappeared after the Iran-Contra affair. His most famous moments after that were the news stories published by some newspapers in 1989, announcing that the soldier had been arrested twice for drunk driving around Washington, D.C. I managed to locate him through veterans associations. I contact them again and again until I finally find the right one. More than 30 years have passed since all of that, but they relay my message to him. The general has already been briefed. He knows what this is about, so your call won't surprise him, they tell me. Secord is 86 years old and is living out his old age in the small, peaceful city of Fort Walton Beach, Florida. But he maintains the resounding, dry voice of someone who has held a military command like his. When he picks up the phone, he seems to be expecting my call. "They told me you were looking for me." "Here I am," he offers. I tell him about Kassar and remind him that his name appeared in that report. I also briefly outline the Syrian's biography, in case it helps him place the character. He's deaf, as he admits, but not deaf. "I can assure you that Kassar was not in Iran-Contra," he replied without hesitation. "He appeared in that report, but it's not true. There were also other names, like Adnan Khashoggi's, of people who were never there either. And I know exactly what I'm talking about, because I coordinated all those operations." Secord insists that it's impossible that the Syrian could have participated without his knowledge. He explains that if he appears there, it was because he worked with some of the subcontractors they worked with, but not directly with Enterprise. In this case, the link would have been the Portuguese company Defex and the contact Jose Garnell, now deceased, with whom Secord and North did work. For 30 years, Kassar has been associated with Iran-Contra. This is, without a doubt, one of the most notable points in his biography when reviewed in the press. This was also reported after his arrest, following Operation Legacy. However, the most interesting aspect of this episode is not really whether he participated in it or not. He did sell weapons that were sent to the Contras, yes, but he did so, as he claims and Secord confirms, without supposedly knowing what he was participating in. The most striking thing about his participation in Iran-Contra is that it has been established and repeated as proof that the Syrian worked for the CIA, that he was an asset of the agency, that he was a double agent, and above all, a man at least in the service of the United States, even if it was secret, undercover. Furthermore, his involvement in Iran-Contra has, over time, become evidence that he also traded arms with Iran. His involvement wasn't in the first part of the operation directed by North. He reportedly didn't sell weapons to Iran in that operation, but rather to the Contras in the second. But that small fundamental detail hasn't mattered, leading to this recurrence over time. Arms trafficking to Iran, however, is significant. This country, while ruled by the Shah and an ally of the United States, once had the largest fleet of Phantom fighter jets outside the United States and Israel. In total, nearly 200 aircraft, including F-4Ds, F-4ES, and RF-4ES, were purchased from the American company McDonnell Douglas. Reza Pahlavi aspired to turn Iran into a power in the Persian Gulf, and to do so he received the approval of Washington, which trusted that a strong Iran, supported by them, would prevent any attempt at Soviet expansion in the region. But the Shah hadn't counted on a revolution that would remove him from his throne and send him into a varied and hectic exile lasting several months in countries, including the United States, until he finally ended up in Egypt, where he died of cancer in Cairo in the summer of 1980. No one in Iran, including the Ayatollah, had reckoned with the problem that the embargo imposed on the country would pose. The fleet of Phantoms, all American, needed weapons and spare parts. But the weapons and spare parts could only be purchased from one company and one country that was prohibited from selling them. In theory, on the legal market, when the war with Iraq began, less than half of Iran's aircraft were operational. In fact, the Air Force, thus evenly matched between the two countries, was not key to the conflict. During those years, news and reports emerged explaining how Iran had turned to the black market, to traffickers, to maintain its Phantoms. It had done so directly with the United States in the Iran-Contra operation, but also through Israel and other European NATO countries. A good friend of Kassar, one of the people who has known him for almost 40 years, told me that during that time, he boasted about sending weapons to Iran. He told him that the Phantoms had a problem with the brakes, which wore out easily, and that they frequently needed replacements not only for weapons and equipment, but also for the most basic repairs, even so that the plane could stop on the ground once it landed. The Syrian allegedly obtained those parts, as his friend recalls, with documentation from the Democratic Republic of Yemen, despite the fact that there had never been a Phantom in that country. Kassar, however, vehemently and categorically denies having ever sold weapons to Iran or having worked with McDonnell Douglas. He also denies having ever told his friend anything like this, and says that he or I must have read it in some fake news. He goes further and also asserts that he challenges anyone to prove these claims. His response is as categorical as if I had told him that he sent weapons to Israel, his sworn enemy. But what is symbolic here is that it is again an example of the Syrian's biography and his resume. In this case, the clash between the memory of his friend and the truth he claims to tell. The collision of two opposing versions, as happens with numerous episodes in his life, in which it is practically impossible today to know what the truth is or where reality ends and fiction begins. What is the reality? The reality is that Monzer al-Kassar was one of the biggest traffickers of the 1980s and 1990s, a dealer in light and heavy weapons, a weapons lord whose business fueled wars around the world. On March 10, 1992, a Honduran-flagged ship named Nadia docked in the port of Ceuta to load supplies. Customs officers inspected the papers and cargo. A total of 27 containers of weapons were shipped by the Polish company Senrex, with the final destination being Yemen, as the documentation showed. But the cargo ship would never reach its destination. It would be diverted to Rijeka, Croatia, a country that had declared its unilateral independence the previous summer and had since been in the midst of a war to confirm it. Croatia, the dismembered Yugoslavia, was subject to an international embargo on arms sales, decreed by the UN in September 1991. The operations for the sale of the cargo carried by the Nadia had been carried out in Switzerland. There, in Geneva, prosecutor Laurent Casper Anserme opened an investigation for the first time, a case unique in the country. This happened when, from Spain, where National Court Judge Baltasar Garzón was investigating the Aqui Lauro case, Switzerland was asked to freeze Monzer al-Kassar's bank accounts in the country. During the investigation, the prosecutor discovered that 2 years earlier, in 1990, the Syrian had opened an account, number 1964, at the Swiss Audi Bank in his and his wife's names. Both had personally signed the account. He also found evidence that $2.3 million had been transferred to that account from the Arab Bank in Geneva on the orders of Bassem Abu Sharif, one of Yasser Arafat's closest associates. Arafat had previously received $2.6 million from an Austrian bank from a Croatian couple allegedly as payment for a shipment of sugar, powdered milk, and tea sent to Croatia. Al-Kassar then transferred $2.5 million to the Luxembourg account of the Polish state-owned arms company Senrex. The Syrian was interrogated. However, he said he worked in Poland as a diplomat for Yemen and could not answer any questions related to relations between the two states. They seized documents confirming his relationship with the Croatian couple and also revealing the code language of the operation. For them, T meant pistols. Specifically, the original 9mm semi-automatic Tokarevs from the 1930s, when they were the official sidearm of the Soviet Army, later manufactured in other Eastern European countries. T-bags meant bullets. It was an atypical case. In the hermetic and secret Switzerland of opaque fortunes, a prosecutor was investigating an alleged arms sale operation that, moreover, had never even crossed Swiss territory. The prosecutor ordered the freezing of more than $6 million of Al-Kassar's funds in Switzerland because they came from criminal activities. In 1998, more than half of that money would be unblocked, as it was supposedly not linked to those operations. 5 years later, Al-Kassar would manage to recover it all. During that time, more than 250,000 people died in the Yugoslavia that disappeared, and 1 million had to flee from their houses. The same ship, Nadia, made another trip on June 10, 1992. Al-Kassar's ally for this operation was reportedly Jerzy Dąbrowski, then director of Senrex, the Polish arms company. The two had met in the 1980s in Beirut, where Dąbrowski was the company's commercial representative. This is stated in a 2003 United Nations report by the Panel of Experts on Somalia, submitted to the Security Council after the adoption of Resolution 1425, confirming the arms embargo on the African country. An entire chapter is devoted to Al-Kassar, whom it defines as a violator of international embargoes. Barely 6 months after the veto was imposed on the Yugoslav territory, the Syrian, as the report points out, had already used his skills and tricks to circumvent it. That second trip wasn't so simple. His Polish accomplice was questioned about his role and forced to seek an alternative plan. But he found one. The Polish government had donated weapons to the army of the newly created Latvia. Dąbrowski also found an ally in the country who signed the contract authorizing the export. The total was 40 TT pistols, 1,000 PPS semi-automatic rifles, 301 AK-47s, 30 light machine guns, 160 RPG-2 rocket launchers, 100 hand grenades, 3.5 million 7.62mm rounds for AK-47s, and 10,000 mortar bombs. Sometime later, the Latvian Minister of Defense would declare that he never knew anything about that contract and that he had never seen it. He also claims that even if I had seen it, I would not have understood it because I did not speak English. But the Nadia is traveling with duplicate documentation. One, the one obtained by the Pole, states that the weapon's final destination is Latvia. The other states that it is Yemen. Mohammed Moalim is said to be traveling on board during the voyage, admitting to being an officer in the Somali army and there to supervise the loading. When the Nadia docks in the Latvian port of Liepāja, a handful of crates containing 300 Kalashnikovs and 250,000 rounds of ammunition are unloaded, but the paperwork bears the official seal as if the entire cargo had been unloaded. Most of it, however, remains untouched. Nights later, already at sea, it is transferred to another boat, a fishing boat, which takes it to its final destination, the Somali port of Adale. Somalia is now a failed state, fragmented and in a state of chronic civil war since 1990. More than 300,000 people have died in a long and bloody quarter of a century, and 6 million people, more than half, the population, suffer from malnutrition and require humanitarian aid, in a country threatened as much by its past and present as by drought. The business model wasn't new. In fact, it had been perfected for centuries, ever since European merchants began trafficking arms in African and American markets in the 16th century. Even embargoes weren't new. In 1179, Pope Alexander III issued the first ban on selling arms to non-Christian countries. Similar embargoes were frequent over the following centuries. It was as easy as flouting them. The arrival of World War II, but especially the Cold War, brought a prosperous era for the arms market. Countries bought and sold to each other, and the emerging blocs needed to bolster their arms. Furthermore, new weapons arrived. The best symbol of this is the AK-47, the official Soviet rifle for decades, created by the soldier Mikhail Kalashnikov in 1947, hence its name, which still appears today in photographs in the hands of soldiers, terrorists, and mercenaries around the world. The jewel of small arms. Since its creation, it is estimated that nearly 100 million have been manufactured worldwide. Many, needless to say, are still in working order and, needless to say, continue to be used. After the fall of the Soviet Union comes a time of new embargoes, such as those imposed in the disintegrating Yugoslavia and in the new states that are forming, or in Africa in countries like Somalia, Liberia, Rwanda, or Sierra Leone, where different factions slaughter each other with large machetes, and yes, above all, Soviet Kalashnikovs. Weapons continue to be easily supplied to all of these countries today. However, that's not the only thing that changes during those years. The most interesting thing is what happens with the Soviet collapse. For decades, the threat of war between the United States and the Soviet Union, the hidden or even open confrontation in third countries such as Afghanistan or Vietnam, has spurred various races between both sides to lead the world and overtake their adversaries. The USSR has created a Soviet orbit of like-minded countries in Eastern Europe, and all of them have put their arms factories at full capacity. The main customers are the states and the armies of those states. Thousands of men armed and ready to enter combat in this new world war that could break out at any moment. But 1989 arrives, the Berlin Wall and the Iron Curtain fall, the USSR disintegrates, states change, and those armies and those weapons are no longer needed, nor is there money to maintain or purchase them. But the arms industry is just that, above all, an industry. Numbers that contribute to the state's bottom line, to the gross domestic product. Production and labor are declining with the change in model and the collapse of local markets. Factories continue to produce and have surpluses they can't sell because they've lost their main client, the state. The state, in turn, has surpluses because it no longer has the army it once had, nor is there any reason to do so. Too much equipment is available. They need to use it. And, like any business, that's what they do. Faced with falling domestic demand, a new demand is being sought to balance supply. Foreign demand. There are, of course, few controls for this business. Numbers come first. The bottom line is what matters, and trying to maintain internal order in countries in the midst of crisis, in times of change, in absolute uncertainty. This is what happened in Poland. In the 1950s, it developed its industry from scratch to produce weapons for the Soviet bloc, as ordered from Moscow. The effort was considerable, but it paid off. By the mid-1980s, there were more than 300 arms factories in the country, employing more than 250,000 people. The factories also had privileges to obtain materials, technology, and obtain credit or tax exemptions. Many of them produced primarily light weapons, pistols, and ammunition, handguns and bullets. But after 1989, with the decline of the business, jobs, privileges, and customers were lost because the Warsaw Pact countries received almost all of their production. The same thing is happening in Bulgaria. The Kintex company was founded there in the 1960s. It was run by the country's secret police. At that time, it made its first exports, its first sales abroad, to Algeria. It hasn't stopped since. The main customers, the pattern is repeated, were the neighboring states themselves, the Soviets, the Communist bloc's colleagues, although not the only ones. Kintex diversifies. Already in the 1980s, during the Iran-Iraq War, it demonstrated that business is business and sold weapons to both sides. Handguns, too, and AK-47s by the thousands. But at the end of the decade, the models crisis hit with the fall of the USSR. The factories couldn't be closed. It wasn't so easy to stop that money coming in. So they sought out new clients. To do so, they adapted to the changing times. If before they were official contracts between states, now they resorted to those intermediaries, those men links in the chain who help with the market, with smuggling or with trafficking, whatever you want to call it. The business, in short, is secret because that's what Bulgarian government documents establish. Furthermore, that government would defend itself over the years against any accusations by denying knowledge of the activities of these men and, above all, denying having authorized them. The excuse was that they were illegal activities carried out by former members of the secret services outside the state and without its knowledge. Sofia is a bazaar, a huge bazaar, a vast arms bazaar for the entire world. Congo, Angola, Eritrea. The bloody Africa of the 1990s is now on the client list. Selling surplus weapons, moreover, is more profitable than storing or even destroying them. At the end of the 1990s, dismantling a tank and selling it for scrap cost $4,000 and yielded a profit of $2,000. In contrast, it could be sold for $30,000. At the beginning of the decade, the crisis in the sector had resulted in the loss of 50,000 jobs. In fact, workers went on strike in 1992 to demand solutions from the government. 3 years later, thanks to new exports, the state was able to guarantee 500,000 jobs in the industry. Monzer al-Kassar says the arms business is an ocean where the big fish eat the small fish, until the whales come and devour them all. Those whales, he adds, are the governments. It's complicated. Make him talk about his business dealings. He minces words and uses the confidentiality he still claims to maintain as an excuse, a discretion, to avoid giving more details than necessary, to remain silent. Thus he explains that he entered this world unintentionally, that he became an arms dealer because he saw the opportunity through his contacts with certain high-ranking officials in some governments. His father was Syria's ambassador to several countries, including Poland and Bulgaria. He did so at the time when both countries were experiencing the final years of the Cold War, when the world was changing and the arms business was changing, when secret arms exports and sales in those Soviet countries were just beginning. Al-Kassar insists that he was never an arms dealer because trafficking involves illegal business, and his never was. He was, he claims, a legal dealer. He sold arms like he could sell computers. He told this story for many years. And what is the difference between a legal business and an illegal one? In this case, a piece of paper. A simple piece of paper. A sheet of paper with a stamp on it. A single-page document is the key to this business. It's called an end-user certificate. The form detailing that a country is purchasing the weapons and that those weapons will be used in that country by its security forces. That's the fundamental document in every arms transaction. It allows a government or a factory to sell weapons to another country, or it allows it through an intermediary, a broker, as they're called, through someone like Al-Kassar. Brokers aren't the main players in the arms business. On the contrary, they're small pieces in a game where the most powerful, the whales as he calls them, are the states and large companies. Comparing their figures, their turnover, with those of companies like the British BAE Systems or the American Lockheed Martin would be laughable, but they are necessary players, especially in this new context, in this scenario opened up after the Cold War. In a changing world in which Europe is no longer the industry's main client, and, in addition, the industry is segregating itself, and new small companies are emerging that try to gain a share of the market and the business. In a world where there are many more weapons available than ever, they are also necessary figures as those intermediate links in the chain that cut the transmission, the men some governments turn to for covert operations. Hide what they don't want known, to do what they supposedly can't do. Most of their business dealings are not revealed. They don't appear in statistics. They don't leave results from which figures can be extracted, but they are known. Some of them have even been turned into movie characters, like Victor Bout. The Merchant of Death, as he was known, is a Russian who profited from the fall of the USSR by selling the bloc's weapons all over the world. Until 2008, just a few months after Kassar fell, he did too. The DEA set the same trap for him in Thailand that it had used with Kassar. They infiltrated 2 informants who posed as FARC guerrillas in search of weapons, and bout fell. In 2012, he was sentenced to 25 years in prison by the same New York court that had handed down Kassar's sentence 3 years earlier. That was, of course, another great success for the DEA, and the agency publicly reported on it. Brokers don't even have to buy the weapons themselves. They are the ones with the contacts and the means to connect sellers and buyers, manage the transaction, and collect the commission. But they do need to ensure that the goods reach their destination, ensure the route is safe, and secure the means to do so. The lack of control is what makes them so useful. A hotel room in Paris, a telephone, and a fax machine were enough for them to move containers of weapons from one country in Eastern Europe to another in Africa or the Middle East without the weapons or the transaction money even passing through France. Or, just like that hotel room, an office in a mansion in Marbella. There was no way to track them down. Or rather, there wasn't much interest in doing so. Even less so when the brokers worked for governments, helping to move goods to areas where they couldn't do so. Thanks to contacts they couldn't have either. Monzer Kassar was one of those international arms brokers, but he was also a legitimate businessman with registered companies. The most important of these was Alcastronic, which he founded in Vienna in 1983. The company, as recorded in the register, was engaged in trade in goods of all kinds, particularly electronic components. It supposedly sold fax and telex machines. The Syrian was then based in Vienna. He had his office in the city center, next to the Opera House, and from there he managed his business. Even in Marbella, Austria, it would remain a frequent destination for his travels, a necessary base of operations. Alcastronic. It closed a few years later when its main businesses became known, and it was discovered that it did not exactly sell faxes. The Syrian liked to name his companies after himself. Alcaport is the last one, as recorded in the Spanish registry, in which he was listed. He founded it in 1997 and had its headquarters in his own home. His wife was also listed. With a share capital of €1,803,000, it was dedicated to real estate activities. In Spain, he also owned Capri Realty SL, with over €1.5 million. Najabu Ali SL, founded in 2001, with headquarters in Marbella on Las Camelias Street in the Aldea Blanca urbanization, El Capitan Ramis, Spain. SL, founded in 2002, also registered at his home and dedicated to the purchase and sale of real estate on behalf of others, and Canastra Trading Company SL, founded in 1995 for wholesale trade, without specifying the terms. The name of this last company is striking. Kassar was not only one of those shadow brokers, one of those businessmen primarily involved in real estate investments who operated in the arms market, but also one of the intermediaries who worked for other governments to sell weapons, among them the Spanish government. In 1990, he carried out an arms sale from Spain to Angola, about which he refuses to provide details. It is not ethical to reveal the details of those businesses, because I would lose my credibility, which is everything in this world. He excuses himself from prison. Initially, in our first conversations, he told me that this was the only transaction he conducted with the Spanish government. Later, over the years, Kassar also mentioned another business transaction to me, although again he refused to provide details. This time with Somalia. Kassar says he had a relationship with this country for 30 years. In 1997, he traveled with a representative of the Spanish government to Mogadishu, and there they met with Hussein Farah Aidid, who had become president months earlier after the death of his father, General Mohammed Farah Aidid. Kassar refuses to explain what they discussed or what was negotiated, saying only that all the business he conducted with this country over the years, and also for other governments, was always legal: fruit, bananas, above all, fishing licenses, sugar, and fuel. Products like those that, according to the documentation, the freighter Nadia was also supposedly carrying. But the company's name, Canastra, is significant because that was another of Kassar's official jobs as a broker in Spain. For years, he worked as an intermediary for the Astra Company, for the arms factory, especially pistols, in the Basque Country, which would eventually become a subsidiary of the Astra Group, closing in the late 1990s. Kassar says he worked with them for many years and that everything was always legal. He said he was the company's exclusive agent and always sold his Falcon and Cup pistols with the proper permits and the Spanish government's approval of the end-use certificate. He also says that all payments for those sales were made directly to the company. According to one of Kassar's friends and old contacts, The company, pressed by the crisis, had turned to him to try to open new markets. Those 6.35mm pistols, as his friend recalls Kassar explaining to him at the time, were highly prized in Yemen. They were used in engagement parties, where it was common to give away weapons like that small caliber one. He had reportedly managed to sell at least a shipment of 20,000 of those pistols to Yemen. Where they end up is another matter. My source adds, Yemen is today a country bled dry by civil war. A small country of barely 360,000 square kilometers and 3 million people. An almost forgotten country with an equally almost forgotten war that in recent years has already caused nearly 20,000 deaths, more than a tenth of them children. But it was also that 30 years ago, this state, which was part of the former British Protectorate of Aden, is a hotbed of tensions between clans and communities. A country that in its half-century of history has been a colonial territory, an imamate, a Marxist-Leninist socialist state, and an Arab republic. Today it is a single country, the Republic of Yemen, but for a quarter of a century, between 1967 and 1990, it was two, North and South, the Yemen Arab Republic and the People's Democratic Republic of Yemen. It was another product of the Cold War. Another of those territories where the theory of the capitalism-communism confrontation was put into practice. There, the United States supported the North while the USSR played a double game, supplying weapons to both sides, the South, to arm its army and the North to counter American aid. The Democratic Republic of Yemen, the southern region, was then included on the list of countries that the United States considered sponsoring terrorism, along with already illustrious countries such as Iraq, Libya, and North Korea. It would not abandon that status until the country's unification in May 1990. However, tensions between the two sides have persisted over the years, with varying degrees of virulence, with varying degrees of open confrontation and deaths, to this day. For many years, Kassar held a diplomatic passport from the Democratic Republic of Yemen. With these credentials, he operated during that time in Eastern Europe, especially in Bulgaria and Poland, where he says he worked as an exclusive agent for the country's Ministry of Commerce, when he had such good relations with the Polish government that some of his officials even worked from his offices in Vienna. Like the pistols Astor manufactured, Kassar sold the weapons he purchased to Yemen. The end-use certificates almost always bore the seal of the Yemeni government. Once he had that document, the transactions were simple, even repetitive. As the Syrian describes it, governments would typically contact him if he already worked for them or a liaison for those governments. They would tell him what they were looking for, and he would provide a quote to which he added his commission. This was usually between 5 and 10%, although it could be higher depending on the availability of the material they were seeking and how many intermediaries, how many links there were in the chain to obtain it. If the deal was agreed upon, he would then request the end-use certificate in payment, which was made with letters of credit through a bank. Before that, a contract was signed establishing the terms and conditions, including payments, delivery times, and product details, as well as a clause supposedly preventing the purchasing government from reselling the goods without written permission from the selling government. Once everything was finalized and the shipment was made, a commission was charged. Do you know what the weapons you sold were used for? No. Only the governments I sold them to knew. But the governments I sold them to, and I always kept a record of the weapon numbers, just in case. Did you always know what the final destination of the weapons was? Yes, for countries that provided the end-use certificate. Did you care to know? Yes, of course. What controls did you have for this? After receiving confirmation from the governments receiving the weapons, neither I nor the government selling them had any control over them. What don't we know about this type of business that would most alarm the public? Know the shadow business that the governments that operate do, only for their own interests, using innocent people to keep their asses safe. What virtues should a broker have? Be prudent, cautious, forward-thinking, and of course honest. For which governments have you bought or sold weapons? For many in the East and West. What role do these brokers play in international geopolitics today? Most of them only care about not being fooled, and they play a legitimate role in the international market. Have you worked in business with governments that were hidden from public view? Yes, I've been deceived on occasion by some governments, although I only found out when it was too late and the matter had already been exposed publicly. As in the Iran-Contra case. Did you have any ethical or moral limits? Yes. Always act officially. Do not sell weapons to any individual or group, nor engage in any business dealings with enemies of my people and my country, such as Israel. Have you ever refused an operation? Yes, it was a long time ago, and I have trouble remembering the details. Do you still maintain your good contacts abroad today? Thank God, even in the worst moments of my life, I have the love and support of my family, acquaintances, and friends, as well as the Syrians and Spaniards, which is enough for me to keep fighting, even knowing that I'll probably be sent home in a wooden box because of my age. Are you more valuable today for what you keep quiet about than for what you say? I don't know. We all know the truth hurts, and governments do whatever they can for their own interests, and without regard for justice. For decades, Kassar traveled around the world using that diplomatic passport from the Democratic Republic of Yemen. It was the same one he used before the Swiss prosecutor when questioned about his business dealings and the transfers he had made and received in Switzerland. I've met some interesting people, good people and bad people. How can I tell who's good and who's bad? That's a matter of opinion. The bad ones for you might be the good ones for me, Kassar tells me. In Yemen, more than 7,000 people died during the civil war in the 1990s, and more than 10,000 people have died in recent years. 3. Millions have become displaced, and more than 7 out of 10 of the country's 26 million inhabitants are in an emergency situation. Syria allegedly sent dozens of shipments of second-hand or new weapons to Yemen, to an almost tribal army, rudimentary, illiterate, poor, and armed with outdated World War II rifles. For years, Syria sent dozens of shipments of second-hand or new weapons, like the one on the Nadia ship. Almost 30 containers of weapons that in the negotiation papers were simply described as tea and tea bags. Almost 30 containers with a final destination and end-use certificate for South Yemen that, however, never arrived there. An entire shipment of weapons that ended up landing in a Croatian port that March 1992. By then, it had been 2 years since the Democratic Republic of Yemen had ceased to exist. How far does reality go? Where does fiction begin? Many accusations have been made against Kassar over the years. The problem is backing them up, ensuring that these accusations are accompanied by corroborating evidence, like the Pan Am insurance report. But these accusations, reports like that one, have been repeated and published as true over the decades. One of the most important was a book published in 1991 entitled, in Spanish, The Godfather of Terror, Marbella, and the International Connection of Narco-Terrorism. It was written by Manfred Morstein, the pseudonym of an alleged former undercover German police officer who spent years investigating the Syrian. His identity is unknown. Kassar continues to view the book and its publication as the work of Mossad, the Israeli Secret Service. According to him, in 1994 or 1995, he says he can't quite remember the date, he received a call at his home in Marbella. It was the author of that book, asking to come and visit him. Several years had passed since its publication. According to the Syrian's account, he asked him, "Aren't you afraid to come?" The author replied in the negative. Kassar, he says, called his lawyer to be with him at the meeting. During the meeting, the Syrian claims Morstein apologized for what he had written. "Who paid for that book?" he asked. Mossad agents, he revealed, but says he refused to give names. The meeting lasted 2 hours. Kassar claims there is a recording of it made by another friend of his who was present. The pages of this controversial book paint the harshest portrait of a major criminal. According to this account, Kassar began his criminal career, along with his 4 brothers, Ghassan, the eldest, Haytham, and Mazen, the youngest, from car theft to heroin and arms trafficking. The brothers are said to have trafficked drugs from Lebanon's Bekaa Valley to Europe via Turkey and then via Yugoslavia and Germany to Denmark and England. Ghassan, the eldest, is said to have contacted the Badalamenti family, one of the major Sicilian mafia clans in the 1970s, to sign a deal. They would supply them with heroin, and the Italians would pay with weapons that the brothers would then resell in the Middle East. The long and entrenched Lebanese civil war would thus have been their great business opportunity. And the Iran-Contra affair and the sale of arms to Iran would be how Monzer would have earned those stripes as a major arms dealer. The book even refers to a secret pact in Eastern Europe, in that tense balance of the Cold War and the chronic threat of a hot war, to promote the transit and sale of drugs in the West and thus weaken the rival bloc. Kassar allegedly had contacts for years with the nascent Medellin drug cartel, which Pablo Escobar would eventually lead, but which began with several partners, including Jorge Luis Ochoa, the Syrian's alleged contact in the organization. Among the numerous activities attributed to Kassar is even his participation in a coup d'etat in Sierra Leone. He, who owned jewelry stores in Lebanon and Syria, Kassar claims to have only had one in Lebanon in the late 1970s, allegedly supported Siaka Stevens, the country's president and dictator from 1967 to 1985. In 1987, when he was overthrown and forced to resign in the failed coup he staged that year to regain power. With Stevens at the helm, the country's significant Lebanese community would have continued to have access to the diamonds from its mines. Kassar was supposed to provide the weapons for the coup, weapons that would have come from Spanish companies, mainly from Astra. In the 1980s, Monzer Kassar liked to pose as a great businessman, an entrepreneur, wearing a dark double-breasted suit, white shirt, and striped tie. He held the telephone in his right hand, pressed to his ear, and placed his left hand on the table in a closed fist, a symbol of strength and power. He did so on several occasions. But he wasn't just the businessman in the photo. He was a man who for years held passports from at least 4 countries: Syria, Yemen, Brazil, and Argentina. He also held a list of different identities over the years, including Monzer Kassar, Monzer Kassar, Minter Kassar, Maher Kailani. Menzer Galion is Abu Munawar. Kassar is a Phoenician, a direct heir to those ancestors, to that civilization that dominated the Mediterranean 3,000 years ago, of those merchants who, from the shores of present-day Lebanon, traced the trade routes across that sea that still survive today. They linked the eastern and western shores and were the exclusive merchants of the Egyptian pharaohs. Thanks to the wood from their homeland used to build ships and their skill in tracing routes, they knew how to link 2 unconnected worlds and become the intermediaries between east and west. They brought silk from China, cotton from India, glass from Phoenicia, animals from Africa, and Greek wine, and they transported gold from Spain or iron from England, along with the slaves that everyone demanded on either side of those increasingly distant routes they managed to trace. If you look at the things my enemies, the Kikes in Israel, have accused me of, to defame me with their propaganda and media influence, you'd go crazy. The only thing they haven't accused me of is making the Hiroshima nuclear bomb. I made my money in the arms business, Kassar asserts. Neither the DEA nor any court ever accused me of drug trafficking. I have never had, nor have I ever had, any connection with Colombia. I know the same thing about Pablo Escobar that you know. The Syrian thus denies having been a drug trafficker before becoming an arms dealer, and that this was the origin of his empire as an arms dealer. But the accusation doesn't stem solely from that book. It wasn't new. Already in 1985, a now declassified CIA report titled Heroin Trafficking, The Syrian Connection explains how Syria had gone from being a transit station for drugs from Southeast Asia and the Middle East to Europe and America to becoming a major center for their processing and transportation. The document indicates that the Syrians were more involved than ever and were even refining heroin there, taking advantage of the instability in the region and the increased controls in Europe to do so. As detailed, this would not be possible without the active participation of Syrian officials, from the government to the highest military command. A government that, moreover, would have no will to put an end to it. Nor would the corrupt military, because the business, in addition to personal wealth, would provide the state with funds to finance terrorist groups. As the report details, this was achieved thanks to the logistical support of the army and some of its officers who controlled the country. Specifically, 4 individuals are singled out. Rifat al-Assad, brother of President Hafez, the father of current President Bashar al-Assad, commander and vice president of the country. Ali Haidar, head of the Special Forces. Mustafa Tlass, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Defense, and Shafiq Fayyad, commander of one of the Army's strongest armed divisions. But the most interesting thing about this report, beyond this analysis of the situation, are the 2 names cited below. One, which I just mentioned, is Rifat al-Assad. He has acquired a reputation for corruption. He is believed to not only tolerate but also direct trafficking networks. Defense companies defend not only Damascus, but also Hama, Latakia, and Tartus, 3 known trafficking areas. If something happens, the report says, Rifat must know about it. He also controls truck routes in northern Lebanon, the report notes. Al-Assad would make money by charging traffickers a fee or revolutionary tax for using those routes. The second name, yes, that of Kassar, who he says runs, along with his 3 brothers, a large illegal arms and drug trafficking organization. But it's not the only such document. Another one, from the U.S. Congressional Subcommittee on Criminal Justice, dates back to 1992. It's entitled, Syria, President Bush and Drugs, the Administration's Next Iraq Aid. It is reportedly compiled with classified and declassified information and concludes that the U.S. government has systematically whitewashed the role of its Syrian counterpart in turning Lebanon into a hub for international drug trafficking. The U.S. administration has allegedly overlooked, despite reports that would prove it, the active role of a large number of corrupt Syrian officials involved in this network and who at the time also controlled the Syrian troops then occupying Lebanon. According to this new document, the level of corruption goes beyond a handful of high-ranking officials. Once again, it directly cites al-Assad, who allegedly directed all drug trafficking from the mid-1970s to the mid-1980s, Defense Minister Tlass, General Ghazi Kanan, commander of the Military Intelligence Service in Lebanon, and General Ali Duba, the country's top intelligence official, one of President Hafez al-Assad's closest friends and confidants. It says that, in addition to dominating everything by controlling information, he is also known for dipping his toes into everyone's mouth. The document devotes a large section to the Al-Kassars, and especially to Monzer. It describes him as the drug prince of Marbella and the godfather of terror. It also says that the Al-Kassars have been described as the family with the largest arms and drug trafficking in Syria. Monzer, it notes, is the leader of the organization and one of the individuals most closely watched by the DEA and the CIA. The report even provides a fact: all of his shipments always exceed 100 kilos. And another, Al-Kassar is the PLO's banker. And it goes on, in 1972, he was allegedly convicted in Denmark for importing hashish from Syria. He was also banned from entering the UK during the 1980s. Al-Kassar was allegedly tried there for hashish possession in the 1970s, a charge he denies. The report notes that he was also convicted in absentia in France, but was allowed to enter without arrest in 1988 because he had helped exchange prisoners for weapons. That conviction, however, is on record. He was tried in Paris on March 31, 1986, for founding a criminal terrorist association along with 3 others, including Marie Sibille-Poul, a French woman who was an informant for the French Anti-Money Laundering Brigade. Al-Kassar was sentenced in absentia to 8 years in prison and a 5-year ban on residence in France. The Syrian was already living in Marbella at the time. He was easy to locate, but no one came to arrest H. Never. The report continues the chronology. In 1988, Al-Kassar was also expelled from Spain for selling arms to armed groups and for his connections to Palestinian terrorism. Although 3 years later, in 1991, he was allowed to return. And it goes on, Al-Kassar's links with Latin America are also mentioned, with Argentina through Munir Menem, ambassador, to Syria and brother of then-President Carlos Menem, and with Colombia, with whose cartels he allegedly traded goods since the early 1980s. The Syrians allegedly provided the base product for heroin manufacture and the theory for making it, and the Colombians would do the same with cocaine. By 1990, according to the report, there were already 9 cocaine laboratories in the Bekaa Valley. The story of Al-Kassar, that resume that straddles reality and fiction, between evidence and suspicion, between a truth and a lie that are so difficult to define, has still surprising episodes. One of the most striking dates back to the early 1990s and is recounted by journalist Pilar Urbano in The Man Who Saw. The Dawn, the book she wrote about Baltasar Garzon, Al-Kassar's sworn enemy in Spain, his greatest pursuer. The CIA contacted the Spanish judge in 1993. As the journalist describes, they explained that they had detected an illegal dollar counterfeiting network in Syria, but the operational center from which the counterfeit money would be moved was in Austria. It was, as they explained, an operation directed by Iran and supported by Syria, aimed at destabilizing the global economy. They even showed him one of the perfect $100 bills they had managed to make. Al-Kassar, then in pretrial detention for the Akil Laro case, was allegedly implicated in that network. The agents asked the judge to help them arrange a meeting with him in prison. A secret, clandestine meeting. A meeting that wouldn't be made public, but Garzon urged them to request it following official procedure, to take the request to court. They didn't. Months later, Garzon held another meeting in Washington, D.C. on the same issue. The National Court had decided to investigate him, and he was leading the case. There, the judge was again shown the counterfeit bills that kept arriving from Europe and again requested access to Al-Kassar, a supposed arms trading partner of one of the counterfeiting network's leaders. According to the book, Garzon responded the same way, that the United States should issue a letter rogatory. It never arrived. The CIA in Washington, D.C. would have preferred to remain silent and let the bills circulate in its economy rather than publicize the case. How many banknotes does it take to destabilize the world's largest economic power? How do you smuggle that amount of banknotes, paper money, in short, into that territory covertly? Is it even theoretically possible? No further evidence was ever provided against Al-Kassar, nor was any information released about that network. It wasn't even mentioned when the Syrian was arrested in Operation Legacy, extradited, and ultimately tried. There are 2 more chapters in his long biography that deserve special attention. The first, moreover, dates from just a few months before the operation. The DEA trap took place in Spain, in that final stretch of the pursuit of the Syrian. It dates back to 2006, when Kassar appeared on the Iraqi government's list of the 41 most wanted people. 3 years had already passed since the U.S. invasion and the fall of Saddam Hussein, and the new government, supported and sponsored by the United States, was compiling a catalog of its greatest enemies. There, in 26th place, was a Syrian under the name Monzer al-Kassar. He was included for his connection to the family of Sabawi Ibrahim al-Hassam, Saddam's half-brother and one of the regime's historic strongmen, responsible for the country's intelligence during the war. Al-Kassar is said to be an arms dealer and to supply arms to terrorists. The Iraqi justice system has reportedly issued an arrest warrant and offered a reward for any information that could lead to his capture. No amounts were specified. The Iraqi government, authorized and controlled by Washington, thus accused the Syrian government of arming the insurgency within the country. Al-Kassar, however, was not missing. Any information that might contribute to his arrest was unnecessary. He was still in the same place he had spent more than 20 years, in Marbella, in his mansion in Mifadil. Al-Kassar, he says, did have connections with people in the regime, especially with Qusay, one of Saddam's sons. He said even then, when he was included on that list, that he was retired from the arms business, that those accusations weren't true, and that if they had been, it would have been an honor for him. Al-Kassar also said at the time that, if that were true, he wouldn't be living peacefully in Marbella. No one ever suggested to me that I would participate in something like that. If it were true, the United States wouldn't have waited to arrest me. Like the counterfeit banknote case, that accusation would also eventually dissipate. The same did not happen with the latest episode. This one takes place on the other side of the Atlantic in Argentina. Al-Kassar moved there in the late 1980s, at a time when, as the U.S. congressional report correctly stated, he was prohibited from residing in Spain. Al-Kassar had a significant connection to that country. The Al-Kassars were from Yabrud, a small town 80 kilometers from Damascus, and so were Carlos Menem's parents, who emigrated to Argentina before the end of World War I in Europe. And Amira Yoma, a key piece of the Argentine puzzle, Menem's sister-in-law, accused of belonging to a drug trafficking and money laundering network in the 1990s, was also from the same place. Yoma was born in Argentina but spent her childhood in Syria. Al-Kassar says he knew the Yoma family since the 1960s because, in addition to being originally from Yabrud, they were primarily his neighbors in Damascus. He also explains that President Menem's family is from there, and that's where the connection comes from, because Menem married a Yoma, Zulema, an honorable woman. Al-Kassar says it was an honor to reconnect with the Yomas in Argentina, where he began traveling in the 1980s before being temporarily expelled from Spain. He also comments that he knew Menem and that he met him on many occasions. And today he perfectly understands why I keep quiet about him. He says he first saw him at the Casa Rosada in Argentina and that he was very kind. He claims he never did any business with him or financed his campaigns. Al-Kassar has softened his stance over the years in prison. He admits he was previously upset because he denied knowing him. But he assumes in his defense that this is what any politician does. The pressure I was under at that time was very strong, but I don't hold it against me. Resentment. Even now I wish him and his family good health. In 2000, not so long ago, his last public words in the country had a completely different tone. Al-Kassar went to testify there in court. If they take me to trial, I have many things to tell, he announced. He further emphasized this by asserting that he had documents and recordings, including, as journalist Juan Gasparini reports in his book The Thin White Line, a telegram sent by Menem after the death of his mother in November 1980. Your friend for whatever you need, Carlos Menem, the message concluded. If I tell everything I know, Al-Kassar concluded his announcement, his warning, his thinly veiled threat. Someone is going to die or end up in the hospital. The Syrian says today that he doesn't remember why he said that he doesn't remember under what circumstances or what he meant when he could have said such a phrase. He claims he had and still has a lot of family in Argentina. At that time, the country's economy was booming, and his youngest son, Rami, was born there. He still insists, even today, from prison, on quoting the country's constitution, the parents of an Argentine child have the right to Argentine citizenship. Al-Kassar refers to the case for which he traveled to Buenos Aires to testify in 2000. He had already done so before, in 1996, when he appeared in court dressed in a dark suit, white shirt, and a loud, wide tie, a mix of blue and gold tones and impossible geometric shapes. That day he was calm, arms crossed, with a grimace on his face somewhere between boredom and defiance, also with hints of arrogance. He testified in English, although he now spoke Spanish well, through a translator. "I've signed many things in my life. I can't remember where I signed them all," he replied when shown some documents with his signature. "I've answered that before. If you want to know the answer," he told the prosecutor at another point, "look up my statement from that time. That's the truth, and I take responsibility for it," he also stated. This is a catchphrase that Kassar has always used and continues to use, doing so. In the hundreds of messages I've exchanged with him over the years, he frequently uses it at the end of his version of events, just as he adds on many occasions that whoever believes he is lying should report him, and he will prove that he is not. That's what he said in Argentina. In Spain, in Marbella, he told his friends, puffed up with pride, boasting. He was a big mouth. Many people have told me to describe him. That Menem, the president, had lent him his jacket to take his Argentine passport photo. That was the legal case. Kassar obtained Argentine nationality in 1990, in record time, shortly after arriving in the country. Not just him. His family too, his brother Ghassan, and another Syrian, Ibrahim al-Ibrahim, Amira Yoma's husband, and also implicated in a money laundering network, the Yomagate scandal, which Judge Garzon wanted to investigate from Spain. His connections with Menem and his family, his connections and suspicions that there was more than just a relationship between fellow Syrians would have allowed the Syrian to obtain the papers. That's why Kassar boasted that the president had lent him his jacket for the photo, which would have even been taken at the Casa Rosada, the presidential palace. But it wasn't true. Menem, much smaller than the burly Kassar, lent him his tie. The jacket belonged to another of the president's collaborators. The courts, however, intervened. Kassar allegedly submitted a statement to obtain a passport claiming he had no criminal record, which was untrue. The judicial process lasted for years. The Syrian believed everything would end well, that it had been a political scandal more associated with Menem and his controversial presidency than with him, a media storm that would eventually blow over. He confessed this to the journalist Gasparini, who visited him in Marbella in the late 1990s. He also told him that when the storm passed, he would return to investing in Argentina, but it never happened. In 2000, when he appeared for the last time to testify, he confirmed that it was Menem who had given the order to issue him the passport. In 2009, with Kassar already convicted and imprisoned in the United States, the Argentine courts finally resolved his case, a 5-year sentence for irregularities in obtaining those national documents. For Kassar, the sentence is just noise. He says it's part of the comedy show that started with the DEA operation, and there's an Arabic saying that explains it well. When a cow is killed, many knives appear. The name Kassar has been heard a lot in Argentina as well as in Spain due to the case of his passport and his relationship with Carlos Menem, who was accused, tried, initially acquitted, and finally convicted in 2017 of illegally selling arms to Ecuador and Croatia in the 1990s when he was president. Kassar denies having participated in that sale or having sold arms to the country, but it has also been heard because another event occurred there that contributed to further obscuring the figure's dark legend. On July 18, 1994, a car bomb detonated at the Argentine Israelite Mutual Association, AMIA, in Buenos Aires, one of the meeting places for the country's vast Jewish community. 85 people died and 300 were injured. 2 years earlier, another attack on the Israeli embassy left 22 dead and more than 200 injured. The case, which points to Iran and the Hezbollah guerrilla group, remains open in Argentina and is one of the most controversial and mysterious recent events in the country because it also implicates Carlos Menem, who was once accused of cover-up because he allegedly ordered the investigation to be diverted to cover up a possible Syrian connection that would have reached his entourage. Kassar's name has frequently appeared in connection with these attacks. As late as 2007, when he was arrested in Spain following Operation Legacy, the U.S. Embassy in Buenos Aires claimed he was a possible suspect, as shown in one of the cables leaked by WikiLeaks. The Syrian denies any involvement and maintains that, thanks to his good contacts around the world, he has never had any further information about those attacks. Nor has he been charged with anything during these 25 years, nor has any evidence been found against him. Do you think Israel would have waited so long to come after me if I were involved? He asks. Whoever tries to find me there will be fishing in a salty river. The key to Al-Kassar's alleged connection to the EMEA bombing is the coincidence, the chance, the reality that he was in Argentina on July 18, 1994. He also had his arms business offices in Vienna, city from which the counterfeit dollars that the CIA was pursuing would have left. As he was in Bulgaria in the 1960s when he discovered the vast arsenals of the communist states and the business that was being done with them. As I was in Syria in the years when drugs to Europe were crossing and was processed in his country, as appeared in the Iran-Contra final report. As he was in Beirut on February 14, 2005, when Rafiq Hariri was killed by another car bomb. And like so many moments in the life of a character who was always there. 3. The curse of the Achille Lauro. They tied him up hand and foot and threw him into the sea. And then they told him nothing. Thus theatrically, reciting in Arabic an excerpt from a poem from his homeland, Monzer al-Kassar had concluded his trial in the National Court in 1995, in which he was accused of piracy and terrorism resulting in death. He described how he felt about the impotence of that case. On Wednesday, March 22 of that year, also theatrically, the Syrian left the courtroom, making a victory gesture with the fingers of his right hand, the index and middle fingers extended, the rest of them clenched in a fist. He was elated. He was satisfied. Moreover, he was calm. He had been acquitted. I have nothing against Mr. Garzon. He's an investigating judge who did his job. Now I want to think about who was behind all this blackmail, he asserted outside the courthouse. He then climbed into his black Mercedes 1000 cell and disappeared down Calle Genova before disappearing down Paseo de la Castellana. Those present were surprised by the sticker on the trunk, the Civil Guard crest and its motto, "Honor is my motto." 6 days later, he would return to the National Court. "I've come here to ask for my money," he announced before entering with his lawyer, José Luis Sansarribas. Al-Kassar was demanding the 2 billion pesetas, 12 million euros, that the court had imposed as bail in July 1993 to obtain his conditional release. At that time, he had already spent 14 months in pretrial detention and had been transferred to 12 different prisons across the country. That was the highest bail ever imposed in Spain. And the Syrian had paid it by putting up his Marbella mansion and the properties he owned in a luxury apartment block, Great Albion, in Puerto Banús, as collateral, in addition to 200 million pesetas in cash. On April 6, he returned again. They gave him a receipt for those 200 million, and he went to the BBV bank branch across from the court to cash it with a bank check. The foreclosures on his property still needed to be lifted, but it was all over. In fact, the one on his Marbella mansion would take a while. It took a long time to become effective, until one day, almost 10 years later, while reviewing some paperwork with their lawyer in Marbella, they both realized it was still under embargo. They hadn't completed the paperwork to release it. When he found out, Al-Kassar flew into a rage. After collecting his check that spring morning, Al-Kassar went to the Cuarto y Mitad restaurant. There, he had gathered around 30 friends and acquaintances to celebrate over ribeye steaks and sirloin steaks, the acquittal and the recovery of his money. Among those present at the table, presided over by the Syrian, were lawyers and police officers. They looked at each other wondering what they would do there and what their relationship with Al-Kassar would be like, and how far it would go. But they all toasted their host. This was the end of a journey. The long and stormy voyage of a cruise ship, the Achille Lauro, which had lasted 3 years for the Syrian. It all began on June 3, 1992. As would happen again, almost exactly 15 years later with Operation Legacy. That day, Al-Kassar was arrested at Madrid's Barajas airport. Judge Garzon, in a case still under seal, ordered his arrest for terrorist activities resulting in death. As journalist José Yoldi reported in El País a few days later, his criminal record ranges from an arrest warrant issued in Denmark in 1973 to various accusations of drug trafficking in the United Kingdom, where he was sentenced to 2.5 years in prison in 1977, and an unsolved planned attack in France in 1985, in which several people were arrested who attributed the weapons delivery to Al-Kassar. A 1984 attack in Madrid against Lebanese citizen Elias Youssef Assad Awad, who was seriously injured, could also be linked to him. In 1985, a Vienna court indicted him for criminal association and participation in drug and arms trafficking for terrorist purposes. In 1986, he was sentenced in absentia in France to 8 years in prison and a further 5 years residence ban. In 1988, he was expelled from Austria for using a Brazilian passport containing false information. During this time, he maintained his main residence in Marbella, Malaga, where he was undisturbed until his expulsion from Spain in 1987. Garzon was then investigating the case of the Akshil Laro ship, to whose attackers the Syrian had allegedly provided the weapons used in the operation. But the judge wanted to go further. He didn't want to limit himself to just that case, and dreamed of building an even broader case against him. Kassar was already a much bigger figure. He had appeared years earlier in the Iran-Contra report. The United States had been seeking him for years. He had also been linked to the Lockerbie bombing. He was connected to Palestinian armed groups, which he allegedly financed and supplied with weapons. Kassar, the judge believed, was also the connection to the El Descanso restaurant attack in April 1985, and to the attempted assassination of the Lebanese Awad reported in the newspaper. On April 12, 1985, the first Islamist attack in the history of Spain against Spaniards took place. That Friday, at 10:30 p.m., a bomb detonated at the El Descanso La Casa de las Costillas restaurant. On the National Highway 2 linking Madrid and Barcelona, 14 kilometers from the capital, causing 18 deaths and more than 80 injuries. The government didn't know who was behind the massacre. Everything was confused. The fact that it was an unusual attack, a jihadist attack, in a country already immersed in the macabre routine of ETA attacks, generated even more confusion. American soldiers from the nearby Torrejon de Ardoz military base frequently visited the establishment, and Spain was in the midst of holding the referendum that would ratify the country's entry into NATO months later. To complete the scenario, the establishment of diplomatic relations with Israel was also being finalized, and preparations were underway for President Ronald Reagan's visit to Spain in early May. In the chaos that ensued, the Spanish government initially accepted only two hypotheses for the attack, those of the two groups that claimed responsibility in the first 48 hours. The first, Islamic Jihad, which had praised it from Beirut. The second, Wad, the self-confessed perpetrator, in a statement sent to a Kuwaiti news agency. Wad was the name used by the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine Special Commandos, PFLP-CE, a dissident group within the Palestine Liberation Organization, to authorize its attacks. The second option was gaining credibility. A letter published 2 weeks after the attack announced that the attack in Madrid was the beginning of the Islamic Holy War. It added, "Death to the United States. The apostles of death are ready to resume holy war." This same group had previously claimed responsibility for other actions carried out in Spain, but never against Spaniards. They were allegedly behind the attack on Lebanese Elias Youssef Assad Awad in the early hours of November 3, 1984, at number 41 Paseo de la Castellana in Madrid, when Awad was with 6 other Lebanese nationals. A man armed with a silenced 9mm Sig Sauer pistol approached them and shot him in the neck. He then attempted to fire a second time, according to witness statements, but the weapon jammed. Awad, 44, was a former soldier in the Lebanese army, a leader of the intelligence services, and also allegedly an informant for the Israeli Mossad. He survived the attack, but the bullet left him quadriplegic. The perpetrator, Colonel Abdul Gawad Ghazul, a young militant of the Palestine Liberation Front, was arrested a few minutes after the incident by a police patrol in the area. He pleaded guilty and claimed political motives. The Palestinians accused Awad of providing information to the Israeli and U.S. Secret Services against the Palestinian cause, and above all, blamed him for his alleged involvement in the massacres at the Sabra and Shatila Palestinian refugee camps west of Beirut in 1982. During the investigation into the case at the National Court, Kassar was implicated. According to the prosecution, he was the one who, in addition to the weapon used to carry out the operation, provided information about the victim and logistical support, as he paid for the apartments in Madrid where Ghazul and 2 other defendants prepared the attack. The prosecution thus linked the Syrian to Islamic terrorism, accusing him of having ties to Palestinian armed groups since the early 1980s, particularly the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine and the Palestine Liberation Front, whose top leader was Syrian Abu Abbas. Kassar allegedly financed and supplied weapons to both groups from his arsenals in Poland. Kassar today claims to be an old-school Syrian Arab, and that he does not belong to any organization, nor has ever belonged to any party. He says, "The Palestinian cause is too great to fail. Sooner or later, the Palestinians will return to their land." The most important thing in this long and complicated struggle is that the light of the cause continues to shine until the right time comes. Some see it as distant, but I see that time approaching. The Zionists and their allies must stop the atrocities against the Palestinians. If Palestinians of all kinds and groups had united under one hand, one heart, and one honest leader, I am sure they would have returned to their home long ago. But the old tactic of divide and conquer has been used against them, The Syrian confesses to being a sympathizer of the cause, but continues to deny having held any position in the PLO or any other organization. He says that this support for the cause is what he is now proudly paying for with his life. For Al-Kassar, Yasser Arafat is and always will be the icon of the struggle. He knew him, and they met on many occasions, as he recounts. He says he had great charisma as a leader, even though he didn't always agree with him, and that he was poisoned by the Zionists and is now a martyr. Al-Kassar recalls that Arafat used to call him an honest friend. With whom he had an even closer relationship was Abu Abbas. They met in the early 1960s when they were both in high school in Syria. They didn't attend the same school, nor were they the same age. Al-Kassar attended a school for the elite, and Abu Abbas attended one for the lower classes, but they met on the streets of Damascus. Al-Kassar left Syria with his family in 1966 and returned to Lebanon more than a decade later, where he set up his office in Beirut. Then he began hearing about a Palestinian leader who called himself Abu Abbas, and discovered that he was the same Muhammad Abbas he had met as a teenager. They met again and never parted. Al-Kassar recalls being captivated by his slow, low tone of speech, his humility, his politeness, and the way he always treated his wife, even after their divorce. He also describes him as a military leader who did not shy away from his destiny, and who understood that what was taken by force must be recovered by force. Abu Abbas was a person, he says, loved by his family, admired by his friends, and respected and feared by his enemies. A man marked by having lost his country, being born in a refugee camp in Syria, and by having suffered the early death of his mother. Al-Kassar tells me that they became brothers when Abu Abbas saved his life. He prevented him from falling into an ambush in Beirut in the late 1970s, allegedly set by Rafat al-Assad, the brother of President Hafez, a military leader whose CIA reports indicated was linked to drug trafficking from the Middle East. A squad of Assad's men in Lebanon allegedly broke into Al-Kassar's house and took him to their headquarters in the city, but Abu Abbas's mediation secured his release. Al-Kassar didn't call him Abu Abbas, but Abu Khalid. Ours is a cosmic brotherhood, he summarizes, and he tries to explain it to me. If you look at one, you see the other, as if in a mirror. That's how it was throughout their lives. When Al-Kassar married in 1982, Abu Abbas was the only person who had ever cared for them, accompanied him. Months later, he was the only person who attended his friend's second wedding. Or, as he emphasizes, he is now locked up in an American prison and his friend died in another. In every prison cell he has served in the United States, Al-Kassar has always had a photo of Abu Abbas with him, along with those of his children, like the one he also had on one of the shelves in Mifadil's living room. For many years, Abu Abbas was one of the strongest leaders of the Palestinian cause. He was also one of the most violent. As Al-Kassar recounted, he was a man who always believed in force as a means to achieve the cause. Leader of the Palestine Liberation Front and a faction bearing his own name, he never believed in dialogue or peace processes. In 2003, following the invasion, he was captured in Iraq, where he died a year later in a U.S. prison. In the early 1980s, the United States closely monitored the arrival and activities of alleged Palestinian cells in Spain. This is how Ron Estes explains it, who now lives retired in Pennsylvania and recounts his old battles to his golf buddies. He is an all-round CIA agent who arrived in Spain in 1979 after previously passing through Cyprus, Czechoslovakia, Lebanon, and Greece, his last stop before Spain. There he witnessed the uprising that eventually dethroned King Constantine and established a military junta. Estes landed in Madrid, as he explains, with two priority missions: to try to collaborate with the government to neutralize ETA, and to monitor and report on possible coup d'etat that might develop in Spain. He recounts how he dealt directly with the king's entourage, bypassing the government because he didn't trust it, and how he lived in Madrid on the night of February 23rd. But he also had on his agenda monitoring the activities of the Cuban and Soviet embassies and controlling the presence of those Palestinian terrorist organizations that were beginning to arrive in Spain. The former agent, who was the CIA station chief at the embassy in Madrid during that time, claims that Al-Kassar was a name he never heard of and that the CIA wasn't investigating arms trafficking at the time. Al-Kassar didn't even exist for American intelligence. Very soon, however, he would surprisingly become an obsession, and not just for them. A decade later, on Judge Garzon's desk, the Syrian had become a key player in those Palestinian organizations. This was the judge's belief at the time, as he wanted to orchestrate that great conspiracy. Case against him: first, for the Akil Laro; second, for the attempted murder of Awad. And third, to top it all off, because after the arrest at Barajas Airport, when the police went to search his house in Marbella, they found 18 luxury vehicles of unknown origin, supposedly stolen. He even wanted to go further. He wanted the Al-Kassar connection to extend to the El Descanso bombing. He wanted the cause and the evidence to be even bigger and more serious. So, when he interrogated Ahmad Jalil Boumercht, Abu Siad, an Al-Kassar associate whose testimony would become the main piece of evidence against the Syrian in the Achille Lauro case, also asked him about the restaurant attack. What connection did Monzer Al-Kassar have with the attack on the El Descanso restaurant? Exactly as far as this matter is concerned, I've said it before, I don't know anything. I only know that it's a restaurant frequented by Americans. After the explosion, I learned there were Americans there. What relationship did Monzer Al-Kassar have with this event? I don't know anything, absolutely. Is it true that Al-Kassar provided the explosives for the attack? I don't know. I definitely don't know anything about that. Garzan continued asking that man, that collaborator who he changed sides for other reasons. But he would return to the attack again. Regarding the restaurant issue, do you know if Monzer Al-Kassar brought the explosives from Poland to carry out the attack? I swear on my honor I don't know. I'm not familiar with this specific matter. They've screwed my case. That's how the judge, at the time, lamented what had happened to him. Far from being able to build the big case against the Syrian, against the big criminal, against that guy who was already becoming that man who was always there, he saw it slipping away from his hands. The car case was referred to a court in Marbella, and the attempted murder of Awad was transferred to the Madrid High Court. That case bounced from court to court for a long time. The Madrid High Court established that if it was an armed gang, it should be the National High Court that should try it. It went all the way to the Supreme Court, which indeed decided that there was sufficient evidence for the National High Court to try it, but there was no record of the fact that the summary would have been returned. Years later, everything remained up in the air. In 1999, Ghazul, who had been released years earlier while awaiting trial, surrendered to the National Court, confessing to the crime he committed, accusing Al-Kassar of being one of the people who ordered it, and claiming that he was turning himself in because he had received threats from the Syrian. Sources close to Al-Kassar reported to the press at the time that Ghazul had tried to blackmail him and demand money in exchange for his silence. 2 years later, on March 9, 2001, when the trial for that attack, which had taken place early in the morning 17 years earlier, was finally scheduled to take place, Ghazul failed to appear to testify. He had disappeared. One more detail is still missing to complete this sequence, which ended up dissipating as if it had never existed. In 1993, Awad had been the victim of another murder attempt, this time at his home in Juni, a few kilometers north of Beirut, when he was wounded in a grenade attack. Awad was allegedly the man behind an attack on Monzer Al-Kassar that a few weeks earlier had been planned in Torremolinos by two mercenaries, Jenadur Kadorian and Imad Adin Ninimni, who had been discovered and arrested by the Spanish police. Al-Kassar already had declared enemies who wanted to see him dead. Garzan was left without that case, without the Awad connection that would have allowed him to combine the two cases, the Achille Lauro case and the 1984 attack, into one, without a case file with which to pursue further investigation. But even so, he still had the Achille Lauro case. He had kept Al-Kassar in pretrial detention for over a year, traveling through Spain's prison landscape, and although he had finally been released on bail, he had managed to secure the highest bail in history. The Achille Lauro departed from the Italian port of Genoa on October 3, 1985. It was scheduled to embark on a Mediterranean cruise with stops in Naples, Alexandria, Egypt, and Ashdod, Israel. But after the fourth day of the voyage, while en route to the Egyptian port of Port Said, and after nearly 700 passengers had disembarked in Alexandria to visit the city, 4 armed men, 4 self-confessed members of the Palestine Liberation Front led by Abu Abbas, Al-Kassar's sole brother, hijacked the ship. There were still nearly 500 other people on board, including tourists, workers, and crew members. Among them were 3 Spaniards, the couple Cesario Sancho and Maria Luisa Tapia Perales, and Miguel Domingo Ferreras, the singer in the ship's orchestra. The attackers weren't actually planning to hijack the cruise ship. They had boarded in Italy with 4 passports of different nationalities, and their goal was to reach Israel disguised as travelers to attack a naval base there. But a crew member discovered them first, forcing them to change their initial plan. After taking control of the ship, armed of course with AK-47s, they demanded the release of 52 Palestinian prisoners held in Israeli jails in exchange for their release. The hijacking lasted 2 days. They attempted to take the ship to the Syrian port of Tartus near Lebanon or to Larnaca in Cyprus, but neither the Syrian nor the Cypriot governments accepted. The commando then negotiated their surrender to Egypt on the condition that they would not be arrested. However, during those 2 days, they murdered Klinghoffer, the 69-year-old paraplegic Jew who would eventually become the symbol of justice served by the DEA with Operation Legacy. That death shocked the United States, so much so that President Ronald Reagan, who was beginning to get used to his popularity ratings rising and falling depending on events in the Middle East, authorized his Navy's fighter jets to intercept the Egyptian plane in which the hijackers were flying to Tunisia after disembarking in Egypt and freeing the cruise ship. The Boeing was forced to land at a NATO airbase in Sicily, and the 4 terrorists were arrested. The U.S. and Italian governments then began arguing over who should be responsible for trying those men. The episode marked one of the most serious diplomatic crises ever experienced between the two countries. At least 2 other men were on the plane, leaders of the Palestine Liberation Organization, who had acted as mediators to free the ship. One of them was Abbas himself, the commando leader. All were taken to Rome and released. Abu Abbas immediately fled to Baghdad. The following year, he was sentenced in absentia to life imprisonment by an Italian court as the mastermind of that attack. But he would live in Iraq for most of his life, although he would still move discreetly, visiting the Palestinian territories until his arrest. Now removed from the armed struggle and the front lines, he was allowed to do so. A blind eye was turned, just as he was also allowed to advise the Palestinian National Authority. The United States was clear that he was the mastermind behind that coup. They believed it for years and thus justified his arrest in Iraq in 2003 and his imprisonment. This is how the DEA would also justify that coup, Operation Legacy, in which Al-Kassar would finally fall. The 4 defendants were tried and imprisoned in Italy. The longest sentence, 30 years, went to Youssef Majid al-Mulki, Klinghoffer's executioner, who was released in 2009 after serving 24 years. The Achille Lauro continued sailing the Mediterranean until 1994, when its chronic curse, having suffered fires and hijackings, brought its story to an end after another fire sank it off the coast of Somalia. Monzer al-Kassar, as the prosecution established in the case in 1992, allegedly assisted in that hijacking by supplying the weapons used to seize the ship. As stated by Abu Siad, his former employee and collaborator, he had 3 planes with 3 pilots at the time, and in one of them they traveled to Poland in September 1985 to collect weapons to be taken to Tunisia. The weapons were in 2 suitcases. Each pilot carried one of them. In total, 4 Kalashnikovs and 12 magazines with 500 bullets, 8 grenades, and 4 pistols. Al-Kassar allegedly delivered these weapons in Tunisia to members of the Palestine Liberation Front, and they were then secretly transported to Italy. There, again in person, the Syrian allegedly also handed them over to the commando that hijacked the cruise ship. Abu Abbas left Italy on another of those planes, as was later learned, after being taken to Rome with the commando. Abu Siad's testimony wasn't the only one incriminating Al-Kassar. The prosecution also had 2 other sources who would confirm that version. But before the trial began, everything changed. Ismail Khalil El-Kshoure, who had allegedly worked for Al-Kassar and was set to testify in the national court, died after falling from the 4th floor of the Marbella building where he lived. The autopsy determined that he had consumed so much alcohol that he might have been in an alcoholic coma before the fall. Al-Kassar denied any involvement in the accident, and the opposite was never proven. This was not the only such incident. Syrian Mustafa Abon Ibrahim Nassimi, who was also supposedly set to testify against Al-Kassar, saw his 2 sons, ages 13 and 14, kidnapped by a group of Colombian hitmen in December 1994. The children were located and freed by the police and the civil guard on December 18th, and the kidnappers, who had been sent from Cali, declared that they wanted to avenge the death of a Colombian drug trafficker, for which they blamed Nassimi. 4 years later, on June 20, 1998, at 10 in the morning, the Syrian, a naturalized Spaniard, was shot in the back of the head in front of his home in the Madrid neighborhood of Conde de Orgaz. Al-Kassar gives a final touch to the pre-trial proceedings. Now free on parole after paying a 2 billion pesetas bail, he boasts to a former prisoner, as he reveals to me, that even King Juan Carlos has intervened in his case. Thanks to his brother's good connections in Greece, they have reached his brother-in-law, the deposed King Constantine, who in turn called the Spanish monarch, and the latter has pressured to expedite the trial. Let them release him or condemn him, but let it be quick, King Juan Carlos reportedly requested. There is also no evidence to confirm this mediation. Kassar tells me today that he has never met the king in person, that he saw him several times in Marbella, and that he always felt sympathy for him. I ask him if they ever did business together, and he answers bluntly, "Nor did I know he had any business dealings," he adds. But that wasn't all. There were also some surprises during the trial. Kassar himself stated during the trial, as reported by newspapers from El País to ABC, that Garzon had blackmailed him and demanded $30 million to release him. According to him, he promised that he would not pursue his friend Amira Yoma, whom the Spaniard was investigating at the time in the case for money laundering and smuggling related to drug trafficking that would become the famous Yomagate case in Argentina. There was also a surprise witness, an American. A DEA agent named Jim Soils traveled to Madrid to present the evidence he had on Kassar's connection to the Palestine Liberation Front and Abu Abbas. Evidence, however, had never led to legal proceedings against the Syrian in the United States. Kassar and his legal team claimed that the alleged evidence was false. They even charged the agent with perjury. Soils didn't know then that the future would turn him into the man who would lead his agency's major operation against the Syrian. On Wednesday, March 22, before Kassar emerged triumphantly, making the victory sign with his right hand, it was all over. The National Court acquitted him for lack of evidence. According to the ruling, the accusation was not logically impossible, but there was insufficient evidentiary support. Abu Siad's testimony, the main pillar of the prosecution's case during the trial, was invalid because his version was exceedingly confusing and full of improbabilities and contradictions. As the ruling added, the witness, he admitted to acting out of revenge against Kassar because he had not been properly compensated after working for him for 10 years. The court established that Kassar did not have the weapon stores in Poland that the witness mentioned, adding that it was legitimate to conclude that he did not see the hypothetical weapons. Abu Siad claimed to have given his testimony under duress and, before the trial, had made an offer to alter his testimony in exchange for $5 million. Another testimony accusing the Syrian was dismantled in the verdict. It was that of Ahmad Maruf al-Assadi, one of the 4 terrorists in the commando group, a repentant who confessed everything after his arrest, and who declared from the Italian prison where he was being held that he recognized in a photograph of the Syrian the man who handed them the weapons. For the court, al-Assadi made errors in making this identification and on several occasions confused Kassar with other people. Given the evidentiary material at hand, the verdict concludes, it cannot be concluded that Kassar planned the terrorist operation, nor that he made the trip from Warsaw to Tunis, nor that, unnecessarily increasing the risks, he transported the weapons from Tunis to Genoa and personally delivered them to the commando group. Kassar tells me his version of what happened. He says he never knew about the Aquilaro until the kidnapping, and that it was because a friend of his visited him at his home in Marbella to ask for his help. And here, the story takes a surprising turn. The friend was a police officer at the mansion of the great criminal, and he went there to ask for his help. That police officer, the Syrian narrates, told him about the kidnapping and informed him that there were several Spaniards on board. He did so because he knew of Kassar's good connections with the Palestinian struggle. He wanted to know if he could do anything to help them. Kassar says that there, in front of that unexpected friend, in front of that policeman, he made a few calls. First to Tunis, where Abu Abbas's family lived. Then to Cairo, when he got the name of the hotel and the number of the room where he was staying. Abu Abbas acted as negotiator from there. Surprisingly, the supposed shadowy leader of that terrorist group was the one trying to resolve the kidnapping peacefully. When the phone rang and he picked it up, Abu Abbas was surprised to hear his friend's voice on the other end. "How did you find me?" he asked. Kassar told him it was through his family. Then he explained that he was with a representative of the Spanish government who was very concerned about what was happening. He says that Abbas told him not to. He was worried that he was there to secure the release of all the hostages because the operation had gone wrong and that wasn't the plan. He promised that he would do everything possible to ensure that the Spaniards were released first. Kassar repeated the conversation to his friend, the policeman. The latter thanked him on behalf of the Spanish government and left. Hours later, he learned from the news that the kidnapping had ended. That March 22nd, at the door of the National Court, with a gesture of victory and a smile on his face, it should have all ended. Kassar triumphantly emerged from the courthouse atop his splendid Mercedes and disappeared toward his Marbella palace. However, just as had happened after the liberation of the ship that Kassar heard about on the radio, it didn't end there either. The Achille Lauro's cruise had been too long. Like sailor on shore syndrome, which affects all those who, after sailing for several days, become seasick when they step onto dry land. The equilibrium after that voyage would never be achieved again. Monzer al-Kassar was never the same again. During those 14 months in prison, he saw his accounts in Spain seized. Afterward, he had to pay bail. At the same time, his accounts in Switzerland were frozen due to the investigation into Nadia's arms smuggling to Croatia. For the first time, he was short of cash. Before that, his close friends say, he spent lavishly. Since then, he has stopped boasting and started monitoring and arguing over every penny he spends. Prison changed him, his friends say. There, he not only learned to speak the Spanish he'd previously slovenly spoken well, the Spanish he would refuse to speak years later in the Buenos Aires courtroom. From there emerged a different Monzer. Al-Kassar then returned to his lower profile. He was less visible and even more religious than before. His obsessions also grew. They say he was paranoid and obsessive, that he always thought he had been cheated or that there were hidden bribes. I always saw ghosts, a friend of his in Marbella tells me. He once thought of Omar, one of the men who worked as his personal secretary, as working for the Mossad, and when he got something into his head, it was hard to get it out. Besides, when he got angry, he really got angry, his friend adds. I've experienced this myself on several occasions during my relationship with him, the times he's accused me of having hidden agendas, third parties dictating what I should write, or outright secret collaboration with the intelligence agency of some country with little sympathy for him and his achievements. After the trial, in fact, after his acquittal in the Achille Lauro case, he was warned. He was told nothing would ever be the same. Be careful, because the United States isn't going to be satisfied with this case after their involvement, another acquaintance of his told me, who had warned him for decades. But he wasn't worried. He was proud of his victory. He felt untouchable. He was puffed up like a turkey, yes. Those Yankee sons of bitches won't be able to beat me, he exclaimed. On March 8, 2004, Abu Abbas died in the U.S. military prison where he was being held. He was ill and his heart failed, according to an official medical report that the family still doesn't believe. Al-Kassar reveals to me that he was the first to hear the news of his death on March 8th, because Al-Kassar, who was already, yes, the man who was always there, was with his wife Reem, when she received a call on her cell phone from the head of the Red Cross in Iraq announcing her husband's death. Al-Kassar recalls that the man who called him was deeply saddened. He was still a true leader. He recounts what he told them about Abu Abbas, whom he had visited in prison. Al-Kassar was also in Damascus 2 weeks later with Abu Abbas's older brother, Abu Ahmad, to receive the coffin containing the Palestinian leader's body. He says he opened the lid and saw the serene face of his old friend. At that moment his spirit spoke to him. Brother Abu Munawar, we will meet again in a better place. Since then, Al-Kassar confesses to me he dreams of the day he will be reunited with him and is proud that in the end they will both have the same destiny. 4. The Prince of Marbella. The Atalaya del Rio Verde development is a 10-minute drive, just a dozen kilometers, from the center of Marbella, behind Portobanos, the Marbella of ostentation, the Marbella of yachts, nightclubs, and expensive restaurants, the Marbella of luxury shops. Located next to the Dama de Noche golf course, a discreet wooden arch, surrounded by bougainvillea and palm trees, built with 3 crossed beams, announces that you have arrived. Then the complex grows uphill among more palm trees, and all those barely visible houses sprout up, large homes, some mansions, surrounded by walls and hedges. There are whitewashed villas and others peach-colored. There are Porsches and Mercedes parked at the door of some on streets named after painters. Joan Miro, Pablo Ruiz Picasso, Salvador Dali. Many houses, most of them, have been christened Villa Almaza, Villa Brenda. The Monzer al-Kassar, with its entrance on Calle Velázquez, went further. It wasn't a villa. It was a small palace, a 2-story Renaissance-style building with 14 rooms, enormous halls, and a basement with a gym and heated pool. He had named it as such, Mifadil Palace. Today, the white gates are rusted, and vegetation has grown untamed, obscuring the paths. The lawn, once tended by a gardener, is now a field of dry grass. Bee-eaters sing in the background. The tennis court at the bottom of the estate is also covered in leaves. The net has slackened and drooped at one end, as if it were the memory of a player who jumped over it in celebration of a victory without enough momentum to avoid catching it. I smile, almost involuntarily imagining the outcome. The pool is empty. The mansion, once pristine white, is now yellowing. The Greek columns that support the semicircular arches of the porch are chipped like poorly healed wounds. A table and 5 wicker chairs still wait, orphaned of life, on the porch. On the side entrance door, the wooden plaque announcing Mifidil Palace. Service is barely legible. More than a decade has passed since Mifidil held that private party in 2007 that its owner would never have wanted to host. The party filled the luxurious rooms of the home with Spanish police officers and U.S. DEA agents. And more than 3 decades have passed since a photo was taken that is still symbolic of who Monzer al-Kassar was. It was in August 1985. The French magazine Paris Match agreed to Mifidil to do a report with the family. It was, as Al-Kassar tells it, pure coincidence. The lawyer Alberto Mondini was living in Marbella. He was a good friend of his. The magazine's reporter approached him and told him he was looking for beautiful places to photograph the Marbella that was then blossoming. Beautiful places meant large mansions and their owners. Mondini mentioned this to the Syrian, and he accepted. The photograph was taken in the garden in front of the building. The building appears in all its splendor in the background, the 2 levels, the 7 arches, the columns. Resplendent in white, Al-Kassar poses with his wife, Ragda Habal, and their 2 daughters, Monawar, 2.5, and Haifa, 1.5. Their son Rami hasn't even been born yet. The 4 of them are sitting around a round white wicker table by the pool's edge, in front of it. A pool shaped like a 4-leaf clover, a lucky clover, its water shimmering saturated blue in the image. On the other side of the pool, on the opposite edge, standing in formation, you can see 6 women wearing caps, the domestic staff, and 2 others without. 2 people who are understood to be taking care of the girls. A few feet away from them, 3 men without uniforms. One of them, wearing a polo shirt and white shorts, would look like he'd just run away from Wimbledon to take the photo if he weren't wearing sandals. In the background of the image, leaving the mansion, a 4th man can still be seen walking towards the garden. Al-Kassar holds his eldest daughter on his knees and holds one of hers in his hand, looks at the camera and smiles. Al-Kassar is like the city, in a moment of expansion, in fullness. And photography is the best proof of this. He says it was the first time he'd done a report like this, that he'd never done an interview or photographs of that kind, and that he wasn't even looking for it. He says he didn't even think about whether that interview could be good or bad for him, nor that photograph that survives today frozen as a symbol, as the best proof of the past. He also confesses that he wasn't interested in fame either, that he already had enough in his country, Syria, and also in Lebanon and other Arab countries and other areas of the world, and that it didn't need more. Al-Kassar then kept a very low profile in that Marbella of the jet set, of opulence and extravagance, but also of discretion. Although he claims that wasn't the case, that his legitimate arms dealings were known worldwide, and that he never hid. Only those who do shady business hide. But his wasn't one of the recurring names in either the gossip columns or the circles of that jet set. He wasn't one of those Arabs who arrived and flooded the city with money, led by Saudi King Fahd bin Abdulaziz Al Saud, who blew 45 million euros a month. Nor was he one of those sheiks from royal families of the Emirates, with more money than scruples, who landed with entourages of dozens of people and rented entire hotels. In fact, he didn't even interact with them. I had no contact with those people. I didn't need them, and I never did business with them. For me, meeting them wasn't an honor. I disliked them and always tried to ignore them when I saw them, while others immediately ran to them because they needed them. Those Arabs, those whom the last of the jet set yearn for today. The survivors of that unreal Marbella of excesses that only survives in the glossy newspaper. Archives, because they yearn for that past that was wiped out by Russian oligarchs and English magnates, moved in closed, intimate circles and barely mingled. They had their own restaurants and nightclubs where strippers danced in G-strings stuffed with bills like feathers. The only one who broke through those ghettos of gold and extravagance was Adnan Khashoggi, a Saudi arms dealer, and then, and for many years, officially the richest man in the world. Khashoggi organized small parties where he hired models, young and attractive men and women, who strolled like moving sculptures to decorate the rooms, and where guests were treated to champagne, flamenco paintings, and black alabaster trays already lined with cocaine. He also celebrated his birthday annually at his Marbella mansion, with a party attended by everyone who made up that Marbella of aristocrats, unhinged millionaires, shady businessmen, gossip columnists, and aboriginals of the jet-set planet. This was when the jet set existed as a single category in the world, divided into those who were insiders, those who belonged to that ecosystem, and those who weren't. There were no celebrities, no socialites, no other labels that would come yet. Afterwards, Khashoggi also attended with his wife Lamia, Prince Alfonso of Hohenlohe-Langenburg, founder of the Marbella Club, a key figure and driving force behind that Marbella, and Gunilla von Bismarck, great-granddaughter of the Prussian Chancellor Otto von Bismarck, heiress by profession, and for years the uncrowned queen of Marbella and celebrity magazines. Al-Kassar rarely did. He didn't usually mingle. At most, it was the occasional charity event. And he would show up mysteriously, with bodyguards and avoiding photos, recalls Luis Ortiz, a businessman who was Gunilla's partner for 40 years, although they are officially divorced. He was also another of the architects of that Marbella scene, as well as one of the main characters in her chronicles. Al-Kassar doesn't like that image of him left in the city and complains, saying that for years he attended many of those charity parties and donated money to all kinds of causes. He also claims that he was invited to numerous parties at friends' houses, and that he did the same by organizing others at his mansion. He says he was the guest of honor at events such as the Civil Guard celebration, the force whose motto he had adopted with the sticker on his car, or the Miss Spain pageant. A drug dealer, the guest of honor of the Civil Guard. In that Marbella, anything was possible. In that Marbella, reality and fiction could be one and the same. Or rather, there was a fulfillment of the maxim, as suggested by writer Tom Clancy, that the difference between reality and fiction is that the latter must make sense. Al-Kassar says today that he doesn't like the nickname that some media outlets gave him when he gained notoriety, when he was baptized as the Prince of Marbella, and that it means nothing to him, and that he prefers to be known simply as Abu Monawar, after the name of his first daughter, Monawar's father, as his acquaintances and relatives call him. What he is most proud of from that social life is the occasion in the early 2000s, before the 2003 invasion of Iraq, when he hosted the Iraqi national football team. I'm the only one in the world who has done something like that. It was during the worst period of sanctions against the country, when so many Iraqis were suffering so much and no one cared. I paid for everything out of my own pocket and made it possible for the national team to come here and play some friendly matches. At the helm of that team was Uday Hussein, Saddam's eldest son. Uday was destined to be his father's successor until the latter removed him from the line. In the late 1980s, he proclaimed himself president of the Football Federation and later of the country's Olympic Committee, as was revealed after his death in July. In 2003, in Mosul, shot dead along with his brother Qusay by American troops during his years. At the head of Iraqi sport, he had institutionalized torture to punish defeats and thus encourage better performance from his athletes. Al-Kassar first visited Marbella in 1978. He did so accompanied by his father, Mohammed, and his younger brother, Mazen. He still remembers Marbella as a small, very peaceful town. They rented a villa for a month and spent a vacation together that he also describes as wonderful. He recalls that he was immediately drawn to the Mediterranean climate, the good Spanish people, and the relaxed way of life. Mohammed, his father, is a key figure for Al-Kassar, not only for what he meant to his business development, but also as a person. He says that he wasn't born with a golden spoon in his mouth, and that he was only 1 year old when his father died, leaving his grandmother alone with 4 children. That woman, the Syrian narrates, had to make a great effort to educate her children, and his father, Mohammed, repaid him by always being at the top of his class. While studying at Damascus University, he began working as a teacher, sometimes even paying tuition fees for some of his students who didn't have money out of his own pocket. Over the years, he became the school's director and later a university professor, until politics came his way. Mohammed al-Kassar was a governor in Syria, minister of agriculture, a member of parliament, and later an ambassador, the position that would prove key to his son's business development, enabling Monzer to discover the inner workings of the Cold War, the arsenals, their surpluses, and that sordid but true reality that war is a great opportunity to make money, until Mohammed retired, as al-Kassar says, to become a lawyer and defend the poor and the oppressed. He also says that most people in Syria respect him and adore him for his honesty and loyalty to his country, and for the hard work he did educating his students beyond ideologies, colors, and religions. After that first visit, he continued coming to Marbella, first alone when he was still single, and since 1982 with his wife Ragda. With his beloved wife Ragda, as he says when talking about her. He began his investments in the town by buying some land and villas. Marbella was still a cheap place to do so, so he decided to settle there permanently. That's how he found and bought Mifadil. It was in 1984, from a friend of his who was building it for the royal family of Kuwait. Halfway through the project, they had backed out, they no longer wanted him, and he needed the money he had already spent. Again, says Al-Kassar, As with the Paris match report, it was pure coincidence. He wasn't, he claims, the kind of person who wanted to live in a palace, but he did look for good investments, and that palace was in one of the best areas. Mifadil soon became a paradise for the family. He never thought, as he confesses today, that it would end up being a curse. Kassar says his favorite place in that enormous home was the basement, where he had his sports club, as he calls it, with a gym, heated pool, jacuzzi, and sauna. In those days of prosperity, he says he had between 20 and 30 people working for him. Ragda took care of the children, their studies, and their needs. She was dedicated to them, he to the business. At that time, the Syrian met Jesus Gil, and they immediately became good friends. The friendship would last until Gil's death. When they first met, it was still many years before Gil became president of Atletico de Madrid in 1987. And 4 years later, he shook up Andalusian politics by founding the Gil Party and winning the Marbella mayoralty with an absolute majority. Gil was a construction worker at the time. Kassar respected him and his family, and they visited each other frequently. He says he was a humble man with a lot of balls. Even today, he praises what he did for Marbella, despite what people say about him, and how he changed the city and helped the poor. He claims they never had any business dealings together. Kassar says Gil was forced to enter politics when a bunch of powerful and jealous politicians started campaigning against him. He accepted the challenge and says he paid the price. The Syrian still remembers the day, shortly after being elected mayor, when he visited him in Mifadil. Politics is like a bonfire, Kassar warned his friend. The closer you get to her, the more you burn. And then he asked, "Why did you get involved in this?" "Because they're sons of bitches," the new mayor replied. In that Marbella flourishing with wealth and investments, but also corruption, Kassar did big business. But he was never involved in any of the legal cases that over the years shattered the myth and ended with his politicians in jail and the city council under attack. Kassar justifies this by saying he never made deals with no politician or anyone powerful in that Marbella. "I didn't need them. That's why I never had any partners when I did business. That way I avoided contingencies." The most important investment Kassar made in Marbella, besides Mifadil, was the purchase of the Grey Dalbian apartments, which he used to pay part of the multi-million-dollar bail imposed on him when Garzon imprisoned him for the Aki Lauro. This large block of luxury apartments stands in the heart of Porto Banus, a marble building with bronze domes that looks like a combination of a palace and a mosque. They belong to the Syrians. Local residents still say today. Behind the entrance portico, lush vegetation welcomes visitors as if they were entering a private palace. The Syrian bought 16 apartments there, of which he had to sell 4 after his DEA arrest to pay his lawyers. The rest are still rented out today. There, every time he went, the doorman welcomed Kassar with open arms. They had been together for many years and above all had generous tips. He responded to every note Kassar handed him with a bow. He also maintained an office there until his arrest, separate from his own home. At one of his last meetings there, he hosted representatives from BBVA Bank and the construction company Isolux. Kassar was interested in seeing how they could participate and do business with the reconstruction of Iraq after the invasion. But it didn't come to fruition. Marbella wasn't just his home. It was also his center of operations. So much so that he even had one of his main banks in the town itself. The branch of what was then the Bank of Bilbao, located in Plaza Africa, in the Old Town, managed the accounts of some of the foreigners who settled on the coast. And the Syrian was one of the most important. In fact, when he grew tired of having to call the switchboard number and wait, like everyone else, for his call to be transferred to the appropriate manager, he had a telephone installed in the bank with a line he paid for, the number of which only he knew. That way, every time it rang, the employees knew it was Monzer on the other end. Later, those same employees used that line to make their personal calls. But contact wasn't just by phone. The Syrian showed up punctually every month or month and a half, his spiral notebooks in hand like a schoolboy. He personally kept track of each of their accounts and recorded every transaction. No one in his circle had any contact with him other than him. Power to manage that money. He was so jealous that he ordered the bank not to make any payments without consulting him first. He wouldn't even allow a check for 5,000 pesetas to be paid without his direct authorization. Every time Kassar entered the small office, the director would give up his office to the person in charge of foreign accounts so he could meet with him privately. He was a priority client. Until 1991, his transactions there were continuous. This is the bank listed as associated with the Syrian in that final Iran-Contra report, where he received the nearly $1.5 million from those transactions. Kassar had a notebook for each account. 5 in total. 1 for each currency: pesetas, dollars, pounds, francs, and German marks. In total, he held more than $15 million in them. And they weren't the only ones he had. He also had bank accounts in Switzerland, like the ones that would be frozen during the investigation into arms trafficking to Croatia, Somalia, Lebanon, and Syria. Kassar did not receive transfers, but rather documentary credits. That's how he operated. Everything in dollars. Letters of credit. He'd receive one for $3 million, and he'd use it to pay the $2 million cost of the product he was selling. The difference was his share, his commission, his profit. These transactions included arms shipments. In fact, that's how he operated at that branch until the early 1990s, when, following his arrest in the Achille Lauro case, his public image changed, and he was no longer viewed as favorably at the bank branch, which had become BBVA after the merger with Banco de Vizcaya. Kassar kept his accounts in Spain until his arrest. His family still has them, but in recent years, money wasn't coming into them like it used to. At least his Spanish accounts didn't contain any arms sales transactions, as they had in the past. He lived, as one of the people who knew him and had access to them confirmed, off the interest on his savings and the real estate investments he'd made. The Syrian was a regular visitor to that older part of Marbella, a universe almost light years away from Puerto Banús. The boss likes to window shop. His Chilean assistant Felipe used to joke about his fondness for shop windows. Above all, he was passionate about shoes. The flashier, the better. He had them in all kinds of leathers and colors, from snakeskin to crocodile, from green to purple. And nothing, Kassar knew, went better with those clothes than Versace. He liked to show off, one person adds. Then, very close to the Syrian. So much so that in the boom years, in those 80s emerging as a great business success, he would walk around the city with his wife closing shops for her to buy. After serving time in prison for the Achille Lauro, he never did it again. Everything had changed. Kassar was no longer the same. Although he wasn't a regular visitor, he would occasionally be seen around Puerto Banús. He felt safe there. During the 1980s and 1990s, he would walk around the port with just a couple of bodyguards, out of the 4 he had, and at a considerable distance from him. In Madrid, all 4 always flanked him. Lucho, a Chilean as the Syrian's friends still remember, was the most entertaining of them all. He would get around by car, showing off, in one of the 2 Mercedes 1000 seconds he owned, one white and one black, with gold lettering and a civil guard sticker on the trunk, or in the Rolls Royce he occasionally drove. When he did, both Mercedes followed him with his security detail. The Lebanese restaurant Balbak and the Puente Romano Hotel were 2 of his favorite places. But, above all, the casino. He himself says that, although he wasn't a big gambler, he did like to go there from time to time, especially in the summer, with his family and friends. The cloakroom girl, like the Grey Dalbion doorman, was one of those most pleased by those visits, because she knew that the Syrian could tip her up to 40,000 pesetas on a good day during his prime. In fact, one of the most striking anecdotes of Kassar's life in Marbella takes place in Puerto Banús. The protagonists are him and Khashoggi. The Syrian is jealous of the Saudi. This is how a friend of his from back then tells it. He tells me that he asked why there was so much talk about Khashoggi and not about him. They replied that it was preferable that way, that the less said about him, the better. But his arrogance got the better of him. It blinded him. If he had kept quiet, he would have made a lot more money, his friend says today. The scene takes place at the Mumtaz Indian restaurant, overlooking the port. There, over plates of tandoori and tikka masala, the protagonists meet, each sitting at different tables with their wives. Kassar has heard that Khashoggi is having cash problems, that his empire isn't at its former peak, and that he even wants to sell his yacht, the Nabila, for $50 million. The Nabila was a symbol of that Marbella of excess, the largest yacht in the world, at 85 meters long, which its owner had ordered to be built in 1979. A boat with gold faucets, Nabila's letters, his daughter's name in platinum on the outside, and every luxury possible, including a morgue inside. The Nabila became a movie yacht, starring James Bond in Never Say Never Again. Kassar, on the other hand, didn't own a boat and wasn't interested in one. But he seized the moment. Adnan, I heard you're having trouble selling the boat. I'll buy it from you for $20 million. I'll give it to my brother's wife, whose name is Nabila. Before you have the Nabila, I'll sink it with my hands. Kassar is annoyed today when he hears the anecdote told. He says it's a media fabrication. He says he never met Khashoggi in a restaurant or said anything like that to him. He says their relationship was always good, that they never had any business dealings together but got along, visiting each other occasionally at each other's mansions, once at Nabila's. I don't judge people by their wealth, only by their behavior and virtue. Khashoggi was a very humble, generous, polite, and very nice man, he adds. The Syrian also says that many people ate out of his hand and that when he started having problems in the late 1980s, he ran away from him and abandoned him. He also comments that they both have something in common, that they were victims of the Saudis, that Khashoggi was one of their own, one of their servants, and they punished him, and that it's the Saudis who want to put him in a box and dance over his body. Khashoggi was a true gentleman. He was the king of his time, he concludes. Khashoggi, who died in the summer of 2017 in a London hospital at the age of 82, very alone and abandoned, as a close friend told me just an hour after his death, managed to sell the Nabila. First, it was bought by the Sultan of Brunei, then by Donald Trump, and today it is in the possession of Saudi Prince Al-Walid. Khashoggi isn't the only figure from that Marbella with whom Al-Kassar shares a similar anecdote, or a similar relationship, nor is it one that so contradicts what he says today. One of the Syrian's most striking relationships was the one he had with his neighbor, Eli Abaka. Abaka is a septuagenarian Lebanese man. When I ask about him in Marbella and what he was and is up to, I get a smiling reply. Everything. A Lebanese man whose close enemy Al-Kassar, as they describe him, was. He lived in Kassar, a short distance from Mifadil, in the same residential area. Sometimes he would invite his Syrian neighbor over for coffee, and when he arrived, he would find him sitting on the sofa with a very young, very pretty, and very sexy on each side. Weeks later, Al-Kassar returned the invitation and, in addition to the pot of coffee that was always served at Mifadil, offered him a replica scene of his own with two other equally or more stunning girls. Today, Abadaka is wearing a black tracksuit with gold lettering and a gray diamond-patterned hat that covers what little hair he has left. He has a white beard and smokes cigarettes chained together with a cigarette holder. We're sitting on the terrace of the Soprano Pizzeria in Puerto Banús, a business he created for his ex-wife, with whom he's currently in court. That's the nicest thing he says about her. Abadaka tells me, amused, that he was in the news a few months ago, although his name didn't appear in the papers. The headlines reported that a Sierra Leonean diplomat had been acquitted by the Supreme Court after being accused of keeping a Kalashnikov assault rifle at home. Abadaka has been a diplomat for that country for years, and his house was listed as the official residence for the president during his visits to Spain. The rifle, he tells me, belonged to the president's security detail, which is why it was there. Abaka also appeared in that book, Faithful for Al-Kassar, published about the Syrian in 1991, after which he seized the Mossad stenographers. According to the text, Abadaka was Al-Kassar's connection to Sierra Leone and the failed coup d'etat for which the Syrian allegedly provided the weapons. But today, decades later, Abadaka still has his Sierra Leonean diplomatic passport and his Kalashnikov. I met with him to talk about his neighbor, his close enemy, Al-Kassar. Abadaka says that at this point, he's only afraid of God and doesn't care about the rest. Ye Al-Kassar? Monzer is a son of a bitch. Why do you say that? Because that's how it is. Because it's always everything to him. Because he doesn't care. Nobody. Because he doesn't pay what he promises, and he doesn't care who he screws over. Abadaka is one of those characters every journalist wants to meet. You arrive at the meeting not knowing what to expect, how to measure diplomacy in questions, how to know the other person's motivation for talking and how far they want to go. And as soon as we start talking, in his tracksuit and hat, enveloped in a cloud of smoke, sipping a thick black coffee, the first thing he tells is the anecdote about the AK-47, and the first thing he says about Al-Kassar is that he's a son of a bitch. Characters like that, who've been through it all, who speak point blank, with more past than future, with more shadows than lights in their biographies, are as rare as they are valuable and entertaining. Abaka tells me his love-hate story with his neighbor. When Al-Kassar was arrested for the Akil Laro case, there was a police cordon in Mifadil which he was able to break through. Inside the house, he says, he found 5 servants handcuffed and crying. Among them was the cook. Abotaka went to the judge and asked him why he was arresting them, what they had to do with Monzer's business. He told him that if they took the cook, the children wouldn't be able to eat. What do you care? The judge asked. I care about the wife and the children. You can do whatever you want with him, he replied. And they released those people. Shortly after, and that's where the story that would lead to the resentment he unabashedly displays today began. Obaka showed up at Mifidil. Al-Kassar was under arrest and in jail. He then offered to help the family. The Syrian was the only one with access to his accounts, and the family needed money. Obaka says he put $860,000 out of his own pocket to pay for the wife's expenses and the children's school fees in London, where they were sent so they wouldn't hear anything bad about their father. He also, he says, left them 3 cars, 2 Mercedes and a BMW, because the police had emptied Mifidil's garage. Of the 20 or so supposedly stolen automobiles that Garzan had tried, unsuccessfully, to include as part of the larger case against the Syrian. When Monzer was released from prison more than a year later, he immediately called Obaka. He swore he would go to his house before his own, and he did. Upon returning to Marbella, he showed up at Casa Chadia. They hugged and kissed. Al-Kassar told him he had helped his family a lot and paid a lot of money, and that they would settle accounts a few days later at the office in Great Albion. The Syrian returned all the money, and the 3 cars worn out, as Obaka puts it, from the miles they had driven while traveling from prison to prison. The Lebanese still believes today that he should have returned 3 new cars, like the ones he lent him. He is also angry because Al-Kassar refused to pay him a debt his brother Mazen owed him for more than $250,000. Seeing that the weeks went by and Al-Kassar refused to pay him, Obaka told him he didn't want to see him again, that he would never enter his house again. Since then, their intimate enmity turned into public enmity. Obaka says that Al-Kassar wanted to do business in Sierra Leone and he was trying to obtain passports from there through his own efforts. But he, who knew what he was doing and what he did for a living, always refused. How can I bring a scoundrel back to my country? When I ask Al-Kassar about Obaka, his tone changes. He's a good person and a good neighbor, he tells me. The version through Al-Kassar's eyes differs or softens. He tells me he doesn't care what people say about him or what his old neighbor thinks right now. He insists he never did business with him or asked him to. And he claims it's true that he helped his family when he was arrested, but that he paid them back when he got out. His brother's debt is his brother's business. He says he'd heard him say something like that he had lent him money to gamble at the casino, and that he had paid him back some of it, but that it was none of his business. Al-Kassar also asks me to give Obaka his regards and give him his contact information in case he wants to write to him at the prison. Considering the Lebanese man's initial reaction when I mentioned his old friend, it's almost better that that relationship remains today as just another memory enclosed within the white walls of Mifidil, the palace whose name means virtue, because Al-Kassar claims that if you don't have virtue or morals, you are not a man. 5. Barking dogs. Yogi, Al-Kassar's elderly poodle, was a gift from a German couple's friends to their daughter Haifa. He lived with them for 16 years. They loved him like a member of the family and mourned his death. That dog was allowed inside the mansion, to run between the legs of that black grand piano that no one played. But not so the 2 German shepherds who lived in the garden. The 2 animals that on March 27, 2007, barked at the 3 men who entered Mifidil to meet their owner. I'm sure they smelled rotten, Al-Kassar says. The 2 animals died shortly after the Syrian's arrest. I wouldn't be surprised if they were poisoned, and that was part of the operation, he added. Al-Kassar says that at that time, he was no longer involved in the arms business. He had been leaving it since the mid-90s. He says he was working in real estate, buying and selling land and apartments, and everyone in Marbella knew it. The DEA's version, the official version of Operation Legacy, the one told by the agents who planned and carried out that mission, like everything in Al-Kassar's biography, has more than one side. If you shift the focus, Operation Legacy, the hunt and capture of the peacock, has a different dimension than the one told by the American agency. Thus, the Syrian explains that he accepted the deal because it came from Tariq al-Ghazi, who was an old and very close friend, as we saw at the beginning of this story. Theirs was a friendship of several years. He was even one of the witnesses who spoke in his favor in 1995 at the Aquilaro trial. Al-Kassar explains that al-Ghazi had his wife and 2 children living in a Palestinian refugee camp in southern Lebanon and needed money to give them a better life. That's why he proposed the deal to him. It was all legal, and he would never have told him if it hadn't been that way. Al-Kassar also says that he never imagined that supposed representatives of a government, legal documentation, were going to maneuver in the shadows and spend millions and millions to fabricate a case. However, he claims he suspected them and did so immediately after their first meeting in February because they had offered to pay him in cash, and he knew that no government pays in cash. At the time, he thought they were criminals from Latin America, and that their intention was to stall them and play with them until they brought the money to Spain so they could then be arrested by the police. Kassar also states that he had already told the Spanish police this. Specifically, his closest contact within it, Inspector José Manuel Villarejo. The two have been friends since the early 1990s, ever since they met in that Marbella high-class neighborhood where the police officer had sources and confidants. In 1995, after his acquittal in the Aquil Loro trial, Villarejo was one of those sitting at the table in the restaurant where the Syrian was celebrating his acquittal in the Aquil Loro case in the national court. Villarejo is a police officer as cunning as he is shady. For decades, he has flown unnoticed, maintaining a very low profile, absent from any newspaper, like a skilled strategist who knows how to balance the information he possesses and the information he provides. Today, when I write about him, he is not only retired as a police officer, but most strikingly, serving provisional detention without bail on charges of belonging to a criminal organization, bribery, and money laundering. His name is now public, as is the information he handles. Among other things, he possesses dozens of recordings of prominent public figures, including Corina Susan Wittgenstein, King Juan Carlos' lover for 10 years, which the police officer or his entourage leaked from prison to pressure Villarejo. They want to create the image that he is a criminal, and we have to prevent that, a person very close to the imprisoned former commissioner tells me. But then, in 2007, it wasn't. Villarejo moved in the shadows and through the famous, gloomy, and humid sewers of the state with agility. The La Canada shopping center in Marbella, in the northwest, far from the city, is the perfect place to go unnoticed. In the parking lot, cars heading there cross paths with those heading to Leroy Merlin or one of the surrounding large stores. In its emerald green building with wooden interiors that imitate the cabins of a yacht, there is an endless coming and going of Spaniards and foreigners shopping in its more than 200 stores. Every space is on display. The restaurants, the franchises, share their table areas. The piped music muffles the conversations and noises. There, as they had so often in the past, Kassar and Villarejo met once again. The former ordered tea, as always. The latter, chamomile tea, also as always. Kassar, he says, then told the police officer that he had been offered a deal to buy weapons for Nicaragua and asked him what he thought. Villarejo, he says, told his friend that if the deal was legal, if there were papers, there would be no problem. He has always liked pasta a lot, although he was already retired from those business, says Villarejo. I meet with the former commissioner twice. The first time, in 2014, he's still active. We meet at the Holiday Inn in Madrid, in the cafeteria, his usual meeting place, where he sits facing the entrance. On the second occasion, he meets me again at the same place. He confirms with a WhatsApp message, 11:50 at the place we met, and I'm sorry I only have 30 minutes for coffee, but it's been almost 3 years, and I'm still not sure which hotel it was. So I tell him, sorry, Jose, but I don't remember where the place was. I'm not sure what hotel it was. I immediately get his reply, Holiday Inn. I just broadcast to all the idiots watching me where I'll be at a specific time. I hope it's worth it. See you later. It certainly seems I'm not the most skilled journalist when it comes to navigating the catacombs of the state. So I apologize. I know, sorry. But either I was asking you or I was screwed because I couldn't remember the location. At least I'll pay for the coffee. The message possibly lessens the anger. Villarejo answers me, don't worry. The ex-policeman's account of what happened that day in La Canada coincides with Kassar's. He reveals that he sees a strange man a few tables away from him. A foreigner who pretends to be there while drinking coffee. An alarm goes off. What are you up to? Are they spying on us? He asks Kassar. The latter tells him nothing, that he shouldn't be paranoid, that these are just his police psychoses. The Syrian is the obsessive one, the one who constantly sees ghosts and plots, but that morning he's calm. He seems to have reversed roles with his friend. Villarejo goes even further. He believes the man is armed. The Syrian reassures him, tells him to forget it, to stop messing around, and they both finish their infusions. Kassar would later say that the man was William Brown, a DEA agent. This was not the first time that Kassar had appeared on the DEA's radar. DEA. And he already knew it. A few months earlier, one of his employees had informed him that the agency had been trying to get information about his boss. "Ask them for more, tell them anything, and we'll split the money," he had responded jokingly. I must admit I was naive. I never thought I was doing anything wrong and that those people could plot such a scheme behind the scenes to hurt innocent people. I had no experience with U.S. law or any understanding of America to know they could operate that way. That's why I don't regret anything. I wasn't doing anything wrong, nor did I intend to go through with that deal, says Kassar. He insists he was playing along with them. He knew something was going on there, and it wasn't good. He told Villarejo this, and on the day he traveled to Madrid, June 7, 2007, at 7 in the evening, he had called him in the morning to tell him that the alleged buyers would arrive with the money and to ask him to accompany him to the meeting. Villarejo tells a similar story, but says he couldn't make it because he was involved in an operation in Morocco that day. Kassar was very restless. He smelled something. So restless that he insisted to Villarejo. "Go with Enrique El Gordo," he advised. Enrique El Gordo was Enrique Garcia Castano, police commissioner, intelligence man, stubborn, another inhabitant of the world of secrets and information, dispensed from the sewers of the state, a friend and companion of Villarejo, and today on trial alongside him in the same case. He was also an old acquaintance of Kassar. That day, in addition to meeting with the chief buyers, Kassar was supposed to have met with the commissioner in Madrid to tell him what was happening. But he didn't arrive. The arrest warrant had already been issued. The DEA had the Syrian and his movements under control. He went to Madrid alone, and that's why he was caught. Kassar says the proof of all this is that he welcomed those people into his home, because he didn't have an office or anyone working in the arms business, and because he had nothing to hide. He also says there was no urgency and that he wasn't desperate. He was very careful and patient, and the only thing he did at any given time was talk to them, because talking, at least in Spain, isn't a crime. Kassar also claims that, the day after his arrest, during a search of his home, a file he had that could prove all this disappeared. A file in which he allegedly compiled information and communications with DEA informants, with those alleged Latin American criminals whom he intended to later hand over to the police. Evidence, he says, would demonstrate how he played along with those men, how he played along with them, and how they had presented themselves as representatives of the Nicaraguan government and not as FARC guerrillas. The file Kassar refers to is the same one mentioned in the DEA report that appeared during the search at Mifidil. The day after the arrest, 4 agents from the agency accompanied the Spanish police officers in charge of the search of the house. The Americans wanted literally to raise the house, to take everything. The situation wasn't easy. The Spanish were leading the search in the face of harassment from the Americans. They knew exactly what they were looking for. They wanted physical evidence confirming that Kassar had had those meetings with the alleged Colombian guerrillas. They wanted evidence that could be touched, seen, and smelled, beyond the actually vague recordings that could be questioned. That's why they seized documents with codes and catalogs, everything that directly links the Syrian to Luis and Carlos, the informants. During the search, a folder appears. The Spaniards find it, but when they open it, the DEA agents have time to see that it contains photos and police information. They immediately demand it. They want to include it in the batch they will seize. But the police set it aside. That folder has nothing to do with the case, they are told. You can't take that folder. You can't even look at that folder. That folder is for the judge. At that moment, the voices and tension between the agents rise. The folder in question contains, as confirmed by a person present during the search, documentation sensitive to the Spanish state. The folder will go directly into the hands of the National Court Judge Juan del Olmo, who is in charge of that investigation. He must decide what to do with it. Yes, there are state secrets in the folder, sensitive information from Spanish intelligence, many confidential reports, names and surnames. It was Kassar's trump card, his monopoly card to get out of jail. The big trafficker, the big criminal, not only had contacts and friends with police inspectors and commissioners to call or meet with, that peacock, that sinister figure, that merchant of death and terror, as the DEA called him, also had confidential information from the Spanish government in his office. The file will eventually end up in American hands, almost by an error. Del Olmo doesn't hand it over, as requested, but they do so months later, from the same court by order of another judge. When the owner changes, the new one doesn't know the story behind those files. After the extradition, the Americans request all the information in the record, and they are given all the information. And at that moment, yes, that folder, That supposed extra life of the Syrian, those secret Spanish reports, disappeared completely. Mifadil's mansion was a bunker for the DEA, the most private, secure hideout of an international criminal. That compound, which his informants crossed with hidden cameras and microphones monitored by the Syrians' top security team. That white fence, which, had they been discovered, they would never have gotten back through. They would have been killed immediately. This is how the DEA agents who carried out Operation Legacy tell it. Those who regularly visited Mifadil at that time knew that doing so was exhausting, especially in the summer. The doorbell had stopped working, and they had to stay there, banging on the iron gate in the Mediterranean heat, until luck had it and someone from the family or the staff came out into the garden and heard the knocking. It could take 15 minutes for that to happen. Those who went there also say that the house could also be accessed by easily jumping the fence from the back, and that, since the 1990s, there hadn't been a bodyguard there. The only staff were those women who cleaned, Wally, the Lebanese cook who made wonderful stews, and the gardener. And of course, the assistant Kassar had at the time. When he was arrested, it was the Chilean Felipe Moreno Godoy, sent from Santiago de Chile by his cousin Edgardo Bacci, a businessman from that country. Kassar didn't even trust him at first. He had taken him in there because Edgardo had asked him to, but it took him a while to trust him and make him his assistant and ask him to help him. Kassar calls them chiefs of staff, the title used primarily in governments for the person responsible for managing the team of a prime minister or a minister. The politician's right-hand man, his greatest influence, the person who controls everything. Kassar's people didn't have that much power or that much prestige. They were just his secretaries, and he didn't even treat them well, reveals a person who knew them all for many years. The one who spent the longest time with Kassar was Mohammed, a Syrian from Aleppo, the same age as the boss. He'd been by his side since he arrived in Spain and suffered his arrest in the Akil Laro case. He too ended up in jail for a few days and had his car impounded. Today he still lives in Marbella, now retired. Then came Omar, a civilian of Arab origin, whom Kassar met in prison when he was working as a prison guard. Omar was the one his boss even suspected of working for the Israeli Mossad. Then Osman appeared. Osman is from Rwanda and black, and his boss terrified him. When Osman got angry with him, he would tell him how he could trust him when people were still eating in his country. Osman now works as a cook in a restaurant in the south. They weren't chiefs of staff. They were his personal assistants. And he didn't even pay them well. He didn't pay anyone well. Kassar hired staff for his home at low wages, but he registered them with Social Security and helped them get papers if they were foreigners. Once they had work permits, most of them left. He didn't care. There are another 20 waiting, he would repeat. Those who regularly visited Mifadil also know that depending on which room of the house they were in had a meaning. The dining room with a round table attached to the kitchen was for meals with friends or more informal gatherings where people talked while tasting the dishes Wally had prepared. When he really wanted to impress someone, the meeting was held in the living room. There, the piano stood as a silent witness, and on a table, a gigantic model of the Al-Aqsa Mosque in Jerusalem. There, he always arranged 2 rows of chairs facing each other, one in front of him, which he presided over. On one side, he placed the guests. On the other, he gathered as many acquaintances as he could, and then he would invent charges for them. Recalls one person who participated in several of these gatherings with amusement. Omar was his personal secretary, Felipe his public relations officer. A cousin of his who lived with him at the time was his private investigator. Monzer was a tremendous actor, the kind who sells ice to an Eskimo, always with his tricks, always with his tricks. Is this the same impregnable mansion the DEA describes? Is this the same bloodthirsty criminal who preferred to meet at his house because it was the place where he could best guarantee his safety? Are these employees the same hitmen who would have executed the agency's informants if they had discovered the hidden microphones? I think the United States is fundamental to the West, but I also think it made a terrible mistake with a person who had only collaborated with Western intelligence services. Kassar was a man of honor who always kept his word. Write that down, Villarejo tells me during our second meeting. He's drinking chamomile tea and staring at the large glass door at the hotel entrance. Villarejo worked hard for months to help Kassar once he was arrested. He spoke with his lawyers and also with the judges of the National Court, pulling every string that might lead to a path that wasn't dead. He even wanted to testify at the trial in the United States, but he received recommendations against it. The DEA couldn't stand seeing him trying to intercede on Kassar's behalf, and they passed this on to their contacts in the police force. They didn't want that guy talking too much about the Syrian. They were so irritated, hated, or worried about him that they even hinted at the time that they were considering arresting him and accusing him of belonging to Kassar's organization. If Villarejo traveled to New York to testify, he risked not returning, potentially ending up in an American prison cell. The indirect threat reached Villarejo, and it worked. The police officer ultimately didn't travel to Manhattan. 2 years after his arrest, when he was sentenced, Kassar received a letter in prison. It was dated July 16, 2009, and sent to him from Madrid by his friend Villarejo. He's a real man, with balls. Kassar continues to praise him today. In that letter, which Kassar keeps among the legal documentation of his case that he carries from prison to prison, the police officer addresses my brother Abu Monawar. And in it, according to the excerpts he sent me, he writes, "I keep repeating to everyone who knows me, including the American officers, how stupid it was to set such a dirty trap for you. You are a man of honor." The Americans began to apologize for the situation and to repeat that it was a matter of state and that it was better for me not to try to help you. In that letter, Villarejo tells him that he met with the CIA station chief in Madrid and that he told him it was an honor that he had helped them for years without asking anything in return. Afterward, he couldn't stand Villarejo's gaze, lowered his head, and said, "You're right, but now you must think about your family and stay away from him." Kassar is history. The DEA had gotten rid of a piece that didn't fit and couldn't possibly fit into the Operation Legacy puzzle. The DEA had won again. When he was active, Joe Bond liked to introduce himself with the cinematic, "My name is Bond, Joe Bond." Today, at 65, he's been retired from the DEA for 8 years. If you have at least 20 years of service, you can leave the agency at 57 and receive a full pension. You can also retire if you are younger than that age and have accumulated 25 years in the force. 8 years later, Bond says he still misses it, that it was hard at first. He didn't know how to handle the adrenaline rush that retirement entailed. He'd gone from being active 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, to coming to a screeching halt. The adrenaline there is very strong, he confesses. And then, as he explains with resignation, the body gets used to the new rhythm, or it has no choice but to. You become a private investigator and consultant, find a 40-hour-week job, get paid at the end of the month, and you're more or less at peace. That's what he says. He also says there's no other option, that you have to move on, that it's necessary to change because you're starting a new chapter in your life. There's no other way than to do it. Some of his former colleagues, he laments, haven't been able to, and still don't know how to, move on and are still living in the past today. Bond was a state trooper in Mississippi when the DEA recruited him. He already spoke Spanish very well, and his job consisted of profiling drug traffickers who moved and operated across interstate lines in that dense, deep America. He had extensive contact with federal agencies, the FBI and the DEA, and that's how the latter recruited him. He spent a year on probation in New Orleans, was thoroughly investigated, and had to take a polygraph test. After that year and those exams, he began a career of more than 20 years with the agency that would take him, among other destinations, to Mexico and, most importantly, what interests us, to Madrid. On June 7, 2007, Bond was the DEA representative in Spain. He was the agency's representative for Spain, Portugal, and Cape Verde at its headquarters in the U.S. Embassy in Madrid on Serrano Street. His mission was primarily political. He had to strengthen relations with the police and the civil guard. He had to ensure that even though the two countries, even though Madrid and Washington, with the administrations of José Luis Rodríguez Zapatero and George W. Bush, didn't get along, police collaboration would work. Above all, he hoped to change the existing dynamic of Spain sharing information with other countries rather than with the United States. The goal was to ensure that any intelligence reports Spain might have would reach, also to Washington and not just to London. Bond claims he'd already heard of Kassar. He knew he'd been investigated before, but nothing had panned out. The key is that, after September 11, 2001, with the new legislation passed in the United States in the War on Terror declared by President George W. Bush, that day the rules of the game changed. The DEA was authorized to go after narco-terrorists, those criminals who are criminals not only because they sell weapons, but because they sell to drug cartels. For the first time, terrorism and drug dealing were intertwined. They were no longer watertight compartments, parallel businesses, different worlds, and they also intersected in investigators' computers, just as they had always intersected in the real world. You should also know that the DEA has the most extensive network of human intelligence, of informants, in the entire United States. The CIA does a good job of gathering information, but we have many more informants, and that gave us the opportunity to do this. Kassar's profile, however, didn't fit that of those cartel leaders. Kassar, as Bond describes him, wasn't a territorial boss with hitmen controlling territories or killing people. He was an excellent businessman. For him, dealing in arms was just like selling computers or the fax machines he claimed to be selling during his time in Vienna. He knew who the best buyers were, who he could earn the most from, and where to get the product. He believed himself invulnerable, smarter than the rest, untouchable. But he does have one thing in common with those other criminals: greed. We knew the man was putting on airs and that the money would go down very well, Bond says. Kassar thought he was the king of Marbella and the king of Spain. He thought he had everything under control with the police and intelligence, and that he'd never have any problems. But that wasn't the case. Everything was under control with the police and intelligence, the agent says. So, in addition to having police inspectors as friends, in addition to being able to call commissioners with confidence, in addition to possessing a folder containing sensitive information for the Spanish state, Kassar had contacts with the intelligence services. More than contacts, he had everything under control, according to the former DEA agent. Agent Bond was the last link in Operation Legacy, the final player in that game. He didn't know what his colleagues in the Special Operations Division were up to. He didn't know the script, the device, or the results until they were complete. Bond was called in when the plan fell apart and became complicated. When it was realized that the Syrian couldn't be detained in another country with better relations with the United States, with a loyal and submissive ally, Spain wasn't the best place to make that arrest. As Bond adds, they knew Kassar had worked for Spanish intelligence and feared that this would hinder both the arrest and the extradition. But there was no other option. So, they finally told him, "We have Kassar, but we need the Spanish government, the police, to help us." He replied, "No problem," and that he was confident that the relationships he'd been building would work and he'd achieve it. He relayed this by phone to Karen Tandy, the director of the DEA at the time, and he immediately got to work on it. But before meeting with the Spanish, he had to have another meeting. This would be there, in his own home, at the embassy. Bond had to tell everything first to Eduardo Aguirre, the ambassador. Aguirre was a conservative hawk of Hispanic origin, a businessman who had arrived at the embassy almost at the same time as Bond, and with whom he had a good rapport. It was, as the agent describes it, a closed-door meeting. Inside, 4 people: himself, the ambassador, the CIA station chief, and the FBI official at the embassy. He told them about the operation. He explained who Kassar was. He portrayed both sides of him, that of the trafficker, but also that of the friend of the police, that of the man who controlled intelligence. And he announced that Kassar had also worked indirectly for our agency, and for our agency, here he meant the CIA. Kassar, the quintessential movie villain, as portrayed by the DEA, Kassar, the peacock. Kassar, the gangster who would have liquidated the agency's informants without hesitation if he discovered them, turned out to have worked indirectly for the CIA. That was the obstacle. That was the final test. There, in the embassy itself, they had to decide whether Kassar should fall or not. No one confirmed or denied anything. No one raised any immediate objections. Everyone had to do their own research before saying anything else. Bond knew that. They had to consult him first. Find out the truth behind that information, how much the Syrian was worth, how close he was to our agency. So when they met again and Aguirre told him there was no objection, Bond knew the CIA had given the green light. Otherwise, he says, they would have given him some excuse and the ambassador would have made something up. He would have said it wasn't a political moment to do something like that, or that the Minister of the Interior, Alfredo Perez Rubalcaba at the time, had asked him not to go ahead. Whatever. Any excuse that, again, without confirming or denying anything, without giving details, made it clear that Kassar was an important asset for our agency and that they couldn't lose him. Why don't the CIA and the DEA always share common goals? Their agendas are different, and one can be the bad guy but our bad guy, right? I ask Bond. Exactly. You said it. That's exactly it. It's difficult to understand. In theory, in the simple equation of crime, the bad guys are the bad guys and the good guys are the good guys. In practice, the math gets complicated. For years, the 2 major U.S. agencies have had, let's say, divergent goals. The objective of one didn't necessarily have to be the objective of the other. The interests of one didn't necessarily coincide with those of the other. The bad guys of one could literally be the good guys of the other. While the DEA, according to this theory, is dedicated to pursuing drug and arms trafficking, the CIA is dedicated to achieving the political objectives it is mandated to achieve. Sometimes the two lines coincide. Other times, they directly clash. Since its creation in the late 1940s, the CIA, as has become known over time, experimented with drugs, including LSD at the time, to see if they could be used as tools for mind control. From those early years until today, the agency has been accused, and has always, of course, denied it, of supporting cartels to obtain funding for covert operations in Latin America, of trafficking heroin in Southeast Asia during the Vietnam War, or even of having included Colombian Pablo Escobar among its assets, as his son Juan Pablo Escobar has stated. There is, for example, the real-life case of pilot Adler Berryman Seal, known as Barry Seal, a mercenary, CIA and DEA informant, ally of the original Medellin cartel and major trafficker, who transported bales of cocaine to the United States in the CIA's twin-engine Fairchild planes. In 1988, another of the most striking cases, the then-young Senator John Kerry, frustrated presidential candidate years later, signed a report, known today as the Kerry Report, but officially as Drugs, Law Enforcement and International Relations, of the Subcommittee on Terrorism, Narcotics and International Operations, which detailed how, during the Iran-Contra scandal, the CIA had supported and financed drug cartels to bring weapons to Nicaragua, the same cartels that were then sending their merchandise to the streets of the United States. Drugs weren't the CIA's concern. Keeping the United States safe was. And doing so in the context of the long Cold War, where anything went to stop the communist expansion and threat. And everything is, again, as we've seen, literally everything. In that scenario, who would care about cocaine? Unless the traffickers were communists. Then the interests of both agencies could intersect again. Who is Kassar? Kassar was one of those cases where the lines are not clear, where the theory doesn't hold, where you have to look up, as Bond did, to know for sure if he was a bad guy or a good guy. But Aguirre nodded, and Bond knew that the Syrian was a bad guy, that perhaps he had once been a good guy, or that he had always been a bad guy. But none of that mattered anymore. Only that they could move forward, and that, as Aguirre had told him, it would be very beneficial for the embassy, the Spanish government, and the interests of both countries. Now all that was needed was for Spain to authorize it as well. Only the DEA had carried out the entire Operation Legacy secretly, covertly, without informing the Spanish authorities. This posed the slight problem: it wasn't legal. The agency defended itself by arguing that they couldn't have informed anyone, that they knew Kassar was close to the police, and that doing so would have meant the operation would surely fail. But they also claim it wasn't illegal because the operation was not conducted by agents but by informants, and that the agents never directly participated in it. Bond then takes the credit that President Obama didn't give him. The risk was too great. His reputation and that of the DEA were at stake, and the job was done. He stepped in, giving his best, informing his increasingly close contacts in the Attorney General's office and the police about what they had done. He says he was honest with them, explaining that they weren't informed beforehand because they knew Kassar had been a very strong asset and that he maintained connections too deep to risk-taking. Bond says he even met with Minister Alfredo Perez Rubalcaba, although on one of the occasions I discussed this case with him, he denied having had that meeting or having met Bond. After all that, Bond adds in Spanish with a Latin accent. He asked for a blessing, and they gave it to him. The turkey was in the oven. The day after his arrest at Barajas Airport, while flying to Marbella on that twin-propeller plane chartered by the police, Kassar confesses his concerns to the Spanish agents accompanying him. This is revenge, because they tried to recruit me, and I never wanted to work for the DEA. With other agencies, yes, but never with the DEA, he reveals. The Spaniards try to reassure him. Kassar expresses his gratitude to them. You have to try to get him tried in Spain because he'll be in trouble in the United States, they advise him. In Springfield, Virginia, at DEA headquarters, did they know before Operation Legacy began that Kassar was not or had not been a bad guy? Did they know, as Bond reported at that meeting at the embassy, that I could have worked for their country? I asked Dodd, the head of that small, secretive special team. We never knew about that. It's an interesting line for you to follow. He replies, so it was a job solely and exclusively for the DEA? From the United States, yes. Well, the Spanish police were also informed at higher levels. But that was just before the arrest. Not before. I don't remember. But nothing was done without their knowledge. And why do they deny it? I don't know. I don't know why they do it. Did the DEA know that Kassar was working for the Spanish government? There were rumors, but we didn't know for sure. Did you consult with the CIA before developing the operation? I shouldn't comment on that part. 6. The Good Samaritan Paradox. On June 29, 2015, in a Paris hospital, the heart of French politician Charles Pasqua stopped forever at the age of 88. In their obituaries the following day, the European press reported that a tough and inflexible politician had died, a conservative and nationalist who bordered on, if not reached, extremes. A man who had joined the French resistance as a teenager during World War II and who had dedicated his entire life to politics. A former minister of the Interior under 2 different governments. A staunch admirer of Charles de Gaulle. If he had asked me to die for him, I would have done so without hesitation, he publicly stated. In Spain, newspapers also reported that despite being a radical right-wing politician opposed to the left, he had marked an era for Spain and the socialist government of Felipe González. In his first term as Minister of the Interior, with the cohabitation government formed by François Mitterrand and Jacques Chirac in 1986, which lasted just over 2 years, France had begun to collaborate with Spain in the fight against ETA and to put an end, as the press described it, to the French sanctuary for terrorists. ETA would kill one of our own, and then from across the Bidassoa they would give us the finger, recalls a retired civil guard colonel from that time in the early 1980s when ETA members no longer had to flee far from home to hide. With Pasqua as minister, that reality finally began to change. Do you know anything? Rafael Vera, former Secretary of State for Security during the socialist governments and one of Pasqua's interlocutors during those years, asks me. We owe part of that to Monzer al-Kassar. Vera is well over 70 years old, and the folds of her coppery skin, in contrast to her silver hair, bear a life that has been, to say the least, turbulent. We chatted in a cafe in the Madrid neighborhood of Chambéry. She didn't hesitate to meet me when I asked. He will also respond positively for months to the messages I send him, trying to square names, dates, and versions, which, again like almost everything in Alcazar's biography, on the table look like mixed pieces of different puzzles. He speaks calmly, trying to recall details and listening equally. If the former politician knows anything, it's the sewers of the state. He was part of them, controlling them from above during 10 years of socialist governments. And he spent an even longer period of legal proceedings and imprisonment there for having led the dirty war against ETA in the 1980s. His connection with Alcazar dates back to that same decade. But to understand it well, we must first travel to the Middle East. The Lebanese Civil War lasted more than 15 years since the first clashes began in 1975, but it reached its peak in 1982 when Israel began bombing the south of the country. From that year on, Lebanon, especially Beirut, became the mecca of kidnappings, as it was, known by press correspondents living there or covering the conflict. More than 100 foreigners, mostly from the United States or Western Europe, were captured during that decade by Hezbollah militias and other paramilitary groups fighting in this fratricidal struggle. On many occasions, they used these kidnappings of diplomats or journalists, many of them to pressure the governments of the United States, the United Kingdom, and France to withdraw their support for Iraq in its war against Iran. Spain was not spared. On January 15, 1986, 2 Lebanese officials from the Spanish embassy in Beirut were kidnapped. Asa Abdu, the foreign minister, and his brother, Gaspar, the vice foreign minister, along with Pedro Antonio Sanchez, one of the police officers from the Special Operations Group who had just arrived in the country. Their car had been diverted on the way back from the airport to the city, and they were taken prisoner. The assailants immediately demanded that the Spanish government release 2 of their compatriots and colleagues convicted and imprisoned in Spain. They gave them 48 hours to do so. More than 2 weeks later, the kidnapped men were still missing. On February 6, the police officer sent a brief handwritten letter to his family. In it, in addition to announcing that he was fine, he asked that everything possible be done with the government to free the Lebanese prisoners in Madrid, so we can leave. The letter arrived through Amal, the Shia group that was acting as an intermediary between the kidnappers and the Spanish. The 3 men were released. The Spanish press was then reporting the success of the diplomatic efforts, and Vera, then Undersecretary of the Interior, and about to be appointed Secretary of State, publicly denied that the government had reached any agreement with the kidnappers. Behind that liberation, I am told today, was the hand of Monzer al-Kassar. Ramon Lilo is nearly 80 years old. He was a chief inspector of the National Police and is also an actor. Now retired from the police force, he is an honorary commissioner. Lilo tells me between drags on his cigarettes, frequently opening and closing his light eyes as if thereby counteracting his self-confessed poor memory, that he met Al-Kassar in the late 1970s. It was a coincidence, through a mutual friend. The two, from the same generation, had a good rapport back then, which became, as Lilo defines it, a brutal friendship. They still maintain it today, with Al-Kassar in prison and Lilo now retired. The former sends letters to the latter in which he ends by saying goodbye with a big hug. My brother. Lilo was the police officer who went to Mifadil to ask Al-Kassar for help after hearing the news of the kidnapping. He would later do so again with the Akil Laro case. He was the officer who showed up at the trafficker's White House to tell him what was happening, and then thanked him for his services on behalf of the government. Lilo knew the Syrian's good contacts in his country and in Lebanon, and wanted to ask him if he could help resolve the kidnapping in Beirut. And I did it without taking anything in return, Al-Kassar says today. It was thanks to the fantastic relationships I had with the most powerful people in Lebanon, Syria, and Palestine. I was able to secure his release in record time. From then on, every time Spain had a problem, whether political or commercial, that I could help with, they came to me. And I was always there to collaborate, he explains, but avoids giving details of how he achieved it. The wave of kidnappings, however, continued. Months later, 5 Frenchmen were captured in the country. The French government, shared by Mitterrand and Chirac, political rivals who would soon clash over sole leadership of the executive branch, was unable to free their own. The episode was not only news in the country, but also, as with Ronald Reagan, an election campaign site. A president was a president if he was able to free his compatriots from the hands of terrorists. That was how Pasqua reached the Spanish. They had managed to free their 3 men and wanted to. To know how they had managed to do it, although they already knew the answer, a senior police officer had let it slip and mentioned Al-Kassar's name. The Syrian tells his friend Lilo that they've tried to contact him from France, asking for his help. Pasqua needs Spain to help him convince Al-Kassar. An informal, discreet, unofficial meeting was organized at the Quinta del Duque de Aco Mansion in El Pardo, on the outskirts of Madrid. Rafael Vera was present on behalf of Spain and Robert Pondreau, Minister of Public Security, on behalf of France. The Spanish government, Vera announced, would do everything possible to help the Frenchmen. So they turned to Al-Kassar again. So they asked him again if he could use his contacts again. Poor memory, or an unwillingness to remember, plagues the protagonists of that episode today. Reconstructing it is difficult, and Al-Kassar also remains silent about the details of the mission he was assigned. But in late 1987, he reportedly traveled to Syria and Lebanon to assist in the liberation. When the hostages finally left captivity, France thanked Spain for its help. It also thanked Al-Kassar. This made it clear that, despite the 1986 sentence against him in France for allegedly participating in the creation of a terrorist cell that would attack Israeli interests in the country, he was never prosecuted. And the Spanish government, as Vera says, scored a point. That would mark the turning point the politician was talking about. From then on, as he explains, France handed over dozens of ETA members, and collaboration between the two countries against the terrorist group truly intensified. How did Al-Kassar manage to solve that? The Syrian remains silent. He tells me, so as not to spill the beans, that he's keeping these details to himself because in the future he'd like to be the one to write a book about his story. The hostage releases in Lebanon didn't stop there. If Chirac, like Reagan, knew his political future was at stake depending on whether or not he could save his compatriots there or in Iran, news of how he did it would last for years. For the United States, it was Iran-Contra. For France, the suspicion that in order to free the kidnapped French people, and not just those for whom Al-Kassar interceded, agreements had been made with Iran at war with Iran and under an international embargo to sell it weapons. Iran would have thus given the order to the Shiite militias to release the hostages. Kidnapped. Everything, of course, hidden. Everything, of course, always denied. Everything, of course, with the illegal delivery of weapons. That was the 1980s. The golden decade in which Monzer al-Kassar looks in the mirror in his pinstriped double-breasted suit and sees the stripes of a major trafficker, a major arms dealer, as he calls them, shining on his shoulders. It was also the decade in which, already settled in that shady Marbella, he posed for Paris match as a millionaire, a family man, in front of his palace, by the edge of his pool shaped like a lucky clover. His is not luck. His, as a Muslim, is baraka, pure blessing. That is the decade in which Monzer al-Kassar is baptized as the Prince of Marbella. It was also the decade in which Monzer al-Kassar began to build his other profile, to shape the other face of the character necessary to fully understand his story. The kidnapping in Lebanon would have been one of the first missions, one of the first aid requests that the Spanish police, in this case through Lilo, would make from the Syrian. The first time the Spanish government turned to him. But it would not be the last. It was in that decade that this major arms trafficker called Al-Kassar became an ally of the Spanish police and with it, of the government. And through them, also as in the case of Lebanon and France of other countries. The man who operated in the shadows, as the DEA defined him. The silent partner of death and terror, as they described him. The quintessential villain of the James Bond films, as they portrayed him. The criminal who had created an empire, as they labeled him, was also, in a way, a friend. A good friend. A guy who, as one of the people who dealt with him during those years told me, very literally, very Spanish, very directly, gave his balls for Spain without asking for anything in return. The beginning of that work is also surrounded, like virtually everything in Al-Kassar's biography, by shadows. Some sources suggest that he was recruited by the Higher Center for Defense Information, CSID, which had not yet become today's CNI. Its director at the time, Valencian Lieutenant General Emilio Alonso Monglano, reportedly recruited the Syrian, with whom he would maintain a close relationship. But the police, through Lilo, had also realized what a valuable source of information the man was. At that time, according to what a person who worked for the government and who knew both what was happening at the CSID and the police told me, there was a covert war between the two. Organizations to see who would keep the Syrian as an asset. Both wanted him. But both wanted him exclusively. Al-Kassar would have solved it by choosing the police. That was much more useful to him than intelligence. The police are more extensive and are on the streets. And also, don't forget, at the borders. Having them on your side allows you to enter a country even when it's supposedly prohibited to do so. Explains the same source. Al-Kassar, however, denies any contact with CSID. He says he never even met Monglano. He tells me that his only contact with anyone from CSID occurred when the head of the Syrian police, a relative of his, came to visit and he accompanied him. To a meeting with Luis Roldan, director of the Civil Guard, still a prominent member of the PSOE, Spanish Socialist Workers' Party, and a budding fugitive. Al-Kassar was with them because on that visit, he says, he only spoke Syrian. Years later, they would contact him again from CSID, as he says, to ask for his help in connecting them with Ali Duba, the head of Syrian intelligence and one of President Hafez al-Assad's strongest men. At that time, Syria worried the Spanish government. The Syrians had always given us a hard time, the now retired Civil Guard colonel sums up. We knew that ETA members had gone to Beirut for training, and also that ETA had purchased ammunition in Syria, he adds. But the police and CSID aren't the only ones who wanted to sign Al-Kassar. His fame has crossed borders. His mediation in Lebanon and the release of the Spanish and French hostages have made international news. It has reached Washington, especially on the outskirts of the city, 15 kilometers west of the White House, in Langley, Virginia, to the CIA headquarters. In the late 1980s, the agency became obsessed with the Syrian. This is what they showed to their contacts in the Spanish government. The CIA station chief in Madrid and his superior, the delegate in Paris, insisted that the Spanish had to extradite him to the United States. But when you see excessive interest in something, you can't trust it. That always means there's something else going on, Vera tells me, who held several of these meetings with the CIA agents. I think in part it's because he didn't work for them. Al-Kassar was also reluctant to do it. Business is business, and doing so could have had a negative impact on him. Spain informed those interlocutors that the Syrian had provided important services to Spain, although it gave no details. Friendly services are not fooled, Vera summarized. Except at that time, when the Americans would be helping Spain a great deal. During the Barcelona Olympic Games a few years later, it was they who lent the blimp that flew over the city. From the outside, it looked like nothing more than an inflatable advertisement for Coca-Cola, the brand that sponsored it. Inside, a vast array of cameras made it possible to monitor everything that happened on the ground. That, Vera recalls, was the best period of collaboration between the two. Hence, as he reveals, Spain proposed a pact to the United States. If Al-Kassar accepted, they announced he could work for both. If he refused to do so directly, he could collaborate with them through Spain. The CIA rejected it. They wanted Al-Kassar exclusively, like everyone else. But that American pressure had a consequence. Al-Kassar wasn't extradited, but he was expelled from Spain. For almost 3 years, between 1988 and 1990, he was banned from entering the country. The United States criticized Spain for sheltering him, for allowing him to live an opulent life in that shady Marbella. Furthermore, the National Court, Judge Garzon, also had him in its sights. The Syrian was already an ally, but the decision was approved. Before doing so, however, he was informed. Al-Kassar was in Vienna at the time. 2 agents went there to explain to him that they were going after him. They tipped him off about what would happen and explained that it was being done for political reasons, that there was no other option to save the situation at that moment. We told them in advance because with people like that, double, triple, or quintuple agents, you have to know how to be grateful and you have to return the favors you've given. Debts are always paid, explains one of the people who experienced that outcome. Al-Kassar, however, continued to enter Spain. He did so primarily through Portugal. By that time, he had moved to Brazil and Argentina, but he regularly returned to Spain. He was already a friend of the police. This means that, at a border, even if it's officially stated that a person cannot enter, there's always the option of an intelligence officer taking them and sending them through another gate. It's a game, the same source tells me. A game of gates, an easy trick from the magic of the state's sewers. They are simply favors that need to be returned, he adds. In fact, Al-Kassar is not only allowed to enter and leave the country, but he is also called upon during this period of punishment. This happened in 1988, when ETA kidnapped Emiliano Revilla. 3 men at gunpoint held him at gunpoint just after 11 o'clock at night on February 24th at the entrance of his house, Madrid house in Plaza Cristo Rey. The businessman would spend 8 months locked up in a hole just 8 kilometers from his home in Madrid on Belisana Street. 2 police officers met with the Syrian in France. They wanted to ask him if he could help them. As one of those officers recounts, they knew that ETA had Revilla hidden in one of its safe houses in the capital and wanted to have the list with the addresses of those secret locations belonging to the gang. Al-Kassar had good contacts in Algeria, where ETA members were beginning to take refuge. They gave him 2 names of the terrorists who were in the country. Al-Kassar asked for more. He even went further. He made them a proposal, capture 2 of those men, and kill them. They would then capture a third party who would spill the beans. But the operation was not approved. News of the dirty war against ETA was already making headlines, and it was decided not to take any more risks. Al-Kassar has always denied, and continues to do so, having sold weapons to ETA. But his name appears again, vaguely, in another operation against the group. One of the most famous, moreover, was the 1986 sale of 2 SAM-7 missiles with hidden locators that led the security forces to the Sokoa cooperative in Hendaye, where behind a false wall, weapons were found and, above all, extensive information on both its commandos and its financial network. It was the hardest blow dealt to ETA up to that point. Even today, it remains one of the operations that most damaged the group and weakened it the most. Those missiles, supplied by Israel along with 2 radio transmitters supposedly provided by the CIA, had been sold to ETA by an arms dealer. One of the famous names after that success was Francisco Paeza, former banker, former playboy, former spy, former dead man, a man with 100 lives, who years later would help Roldan escape, and who later, in a marvelous twist in the history of picaresque Spain, would also help hand him over. But Al-Kassar is another name that circulated for years, amidst lies and rumors in connection with that operation. It is still impossible to ascertain the truth even today. Some sources suggest that he was contacted, that efforts were made to see if he could supply those missiles to the gang, but they clarify that he ultimately did not participate. Al-Kassar denies this and insists again that he never sold weapons to ETA. However, a close friend of his tells me that he never admitted it in public, nor will he ever admit it, but that in private, Al-Kassar did confess to being behind it. Never, ever did neither the government nor ETA contact me to do that. That was a dirty business. Because I honored my business and would never have accepted any such mission, not from the Spanish government or any other. My personal opinion, moreover, is that the Basques had a cause. I've read a lot about it. And just as the violence they carried out against innocent civilians was wrong, so was the government's dirty war. Do you think that if I had really been the arms dealer who made such a dirty business, they would have let me live peacefully in Marbella for years? The Syrian asks. Kassar, on the other hand, tells me that he met Paisa, but not that year, but rather a few years later, in the early 1990s. They were introduced by a high-ranking police officer and stayed in touch for some time, although he clarifies that they never actually did any business together. He still remembers Paisa as a very interesting person with very good connections at the highest levels. He also remembers that he had a very good relationship with Roldan, with whom he already did, he says. Business? After Roldan's escape, Kassar reveals, Paisa contacted him because he was considering a way for Roldan to go to Lebanon, where Rifat al-Assad had promised to protect him. According to Kassar, Paisa, who was doing business with al-Assad, asked him if his partner was trustworthy. You can't trust him. He'll sell him out the first chance he gets. How can you trust a man who has sold out his people and his own people for profit? He says he replied. Furthermore, he can't guarantee his safety there, he added. After that, a well-known story, he orchestrated Roldan's fake escape to Laos and handed him over to the police in Bang. Paisa is today also an octogenarian who links cigarettes, laughs at death and doctors, still jogs when crossing the boulevards of Paris, where he lives, and who, amused and ironic between reality and fiction, as if John Le Carre had written Don Quixote and had made him the protagonist, utters phrases like, "You can't lead the life I've led if you don't have a very powerful inner life and a huge imagination. If not, you're constantly living in a shitty present." During a long meeting I had with him in Paris, I asked him, of course, about Roldan, but also if he thought of taking him to Beirut, as Kassar tells us. Paisa denied it. He said that Lebanon was complicated, that it was a country divided into three, and that he always recommended his clients not to invest there, despite the fact that, as he praised, Lebanese banks, even during war, always kept their commitments. Lebanon, he told me, was not the solution. However, when I asked him about Rifat al-Assad, without going into details, he did confirm having had some dealings with him. He says it was at a time when he was working a lot with Saudi Arabia, but he quickly diverted the subject. The person who had done the most business with Rifat, he said, was Chirac, a result of the good relationship the former Syrian vice president and the French politician allegedly had. Kassar's relationship with his police contacts remained just as strong when he was prosecuted for the Akil Laro case. If the temporary expulsion didn't weaken that connection, neither would the judicial process. While the trial was underway, he received a call from the police. They asked him to come to Madrid. There, the Syrian says police officer Agustin Linares, Deputy Director General of Operations for the police, told him that they suspected an attack was being prepared against him and recommended that he not return to his home in Marbella until they had arrested them. Kassar says that the Mossad was behind it and that they organized it to get rid of him because they saw they wouldn't succeed judicially. According to Kassar, he replied that everyone has their day marked, that destiny is destiny, and that he would return home. The police officer accepted that response but offered him police protection, which Kassar accepted. The next day, those two men who were supposedly going to attack the Syrian, as I have already mentioned, were arrested. Months later, another piece of news would confirm those good relations. This time, it even made the newspapers. In January 1994, despite being free on bail awaiting trial for the Akil Laro case, Kassar traveled to Syria. The official reason for the trip, for which he needed special permission, was to visit his brother Haytham, who was ill in Damascus. The reality was different. It was an extremely ambitious operation, with talk of achieving a breakthrough for peace between Israelis and Palestinians, as Kassar was traveling to try to convince the most radical groups to come to the negotiating table. At the same time, however, he also had another mission: to obtain information on alleged terrorist cells that were being organized and to investigate the still unsolved attack a decade earlier at the El Descanso restaurant. The trip wasn't actually to Syria, Kassar reveals today, but to Algeria, where he flew on his private jet. There he met with his friend Abu Abbas. Sesed had reportedly been in contact with him before, as a leader of the Palestinian guerrillas, but Abbas felt he was being played and cut ties. Kassar, his friend, his brother, was traveling as a messenger for the police and the government. They wanted to re-establish relations. They wanted to know where the Palestinians were and, above all, to keep that channel of information open. Kassar relayed the message and brought back a letter signed by Abbas and addressed to Linares. "I would like to thank the Spanish government and the Spanish people through you for the good initiative you have taken to achieve better understanding and a stronger friendship between the Spanish and Palestinian nations it began, according to the excerpt sent to me by Kassar. Future meetings between the two parties were then scheduled, now without the Syrian as an intermediary. But the news leaked. Kassar had made the news a few months earlier for his release on bail. Now the trafficker, for whom the prosecutor was seeking almost 30 years in prison for the Aquil Laro scandal, was given permission to leave Spain with the obvious risk of flight that this entailed. As the newspaper El País reported at the time, the discovery of the trip and the operation, authorized by the government, was a struggle between the CECID and the police. The former were the ones who wanted to carry it out, but it was the latter whom Kassar chose to do it. And as a revenge, military intelligence allegedly leaked the news to sabotage him. The trip, finally authorized by Eduardo Fungairino, deputy prosecutor of the National Court, after checking the operation with the police and confirming the green light from Moncloa, reached the newspapers ahead of schedule. Also to the Congress of Deputies, where the opposition demanded both the government and the police learn more about their relationship with the alleged terrorist and confirmed arms trafficker. And all, of course, denied knowing anything. If there's a cake, we can all share it, their police sources told journalists Carlos Llanos and Francisco Mercado in their report of that trip in El País while Kassar was still working. But the CECID follows the policy of cake for no one. It's as if someone spends 6 months building a chalet and it's torn down at the last minute. As the journalists wrote, Kassar, who intended to lead radical groups to the peace table, had only been able to get close to a relative's table. When he was finally acquitted in the Aquil Laro case, another surprising episode occurred. After his acquittal, Kassar denounced Soils, the DEA agent who had testified against him. But he also denounced Garzon. The Syrian had obtained some private notes and documents from the judge who considered falsification of evidence. They had come from Garzon's secret file at the National Court. Kassar says he then received a call from someone speaking on Garzon's behalf. He wants to apologize and needs to talk to you, they told him. The next day, it was Lilo, the chief inspector of the High Court, and a friend of his who accompanied him to see Garzon. He says they entered through the back door of the High Court and went up to the judge's office, who was kind to him and apologized. He also says he asked him how he had obtained those papers, and that he, in return, asked him another question: "Who is behind this case you fabricated against me?" Afterwards, they shook hands, and the judge announced that from then on, he would play fair. This is Kassar's version. And the other protagonists of the story? Lilo confesses he doesn't remember that meeting, but a poor memory doesn't mean it didn't happen. He simply doesn't remember it. Garzon remains silent. For over a year, I've been trying to get the judge, one of the people who knows the most about the Syrian, the magistrate who persecuted him, and not just for the Aquil Laro, as we'll see later, to speak and tell his version, as Kassar does. For more than a year and a half, his scheduling conflicts were the official response to not doing it, to keep silent. But Kassar continued to mediate for a long time. Several governments approached me for help over the years because they knew of my good contacts around the world, says Kassar. Once again, he avoids giving details when asked, claiming that discretion is a virtue that should never be lost. I will never reveal the workings of governments, their secrets, or their business dealings, he declares emphatically. One example of such aid would come, for example, from Angola, a country to which the Syrian had already sold weapons and collaborated with the Spanish government to do so in the early 1990s. 2 other individuals attempted to organize a secret sale of military weapons with that country at that time as well. They were Roldan and Paisa. In early 2000, the Spanish police received a request from Luanda. They suspected that guerrilla leader Jonas Savimbi, founder of the UNITA movement, Union for the Total Independence of Angola, which had confronted the colonial power and continued to do so in the long civil war against the omnipresent ruling popular movement for the liberation of Angola, had surface-to-air missiles and was planning to use them to attack the country's diamond mines. To prevent this, the government had received an offer to install a supposed anti-missile shield in the country. The proposal came from an Iranian company. The Angolan government asked Spain for help in determining whether the proposal was real. The Spanish police, as revealed by the newspaper El País, in turn referred the question to Kassar, who had the best contacts in Iran. The Syrian made his inquiries and revealed that the company didn't exist, that the offer could actually be a scam, and that the sellers were hoping to collect money for material that would never be delivered. Another case, this one directly from Spain, happened in the summer of 2002. That July, a group of Moroccan Marines invaded the islet of Perejil, a Spanish territory off the Moroccan coast. For almost 2 weeks, the intensity of the situation between two countries whose diplomatic relations were at their lowest point at the time increased, with Morocco even recalling its ambassador to Madrid the previous fall. In the end, the conflict, the escalation of the war, ended in a scare and in a still famous statement by the Spanish Minister of Defense, Federico Trillo, describing the evacuation and reconquest of the island at dawn, and with a strong east wind with as much epic intensity as if the neighboring Battle of Trafalgar had been fought there again, and Captain Trillo had finally defeated Admiral Nelson. The Perejil incident was an absurd incident over an even more absurd piece of land, but the situation also reached the point of being unpredictable, with those Moroccan soldiers refusing to abandon the islet that had once been theirs, King Mohammed VI supporting the action from the palace, and the growing tension between some Spanish soldiers who even threatened, as one of those present revealed to me, to blow up Perejil. The conflict ended without any bloodshed reaching the strait, with a free dental checkup included for the Moorish invaders, as another of the Spanish soldiers present told me, and with both countries once again improving their relations. But before that happened, and before Trillo made a big deal of his victory speech, they consulted with Kassar, as he reveals. He says he didn't know the cause of the conflict, but when asked, he made a trip to Rabat. The police knew of the good relations he maintained with powerful people in Morocco who were very close to the royal family. They wanted to know the status of the King of Morocco. And the Syrian, as he recalls, attended an event in Rabat where he met with the heads of Moroccan intelligence and conveyed the message that the Spanish government had no intention of accelerating that problem. The response he received was that the Moroccan monarch was not there either. Thus, he says, he conveyed to his Spanish contacts that both countries were in reality on the same page, despite the tension in the statements. As he sums it up, they wanted to know whether Morocco would go to war or not. Those 90s were a very active period of collaboration between Kassar and the police. The channels and contacts were already established. Things were going so well that some of those men even dared to reproach Judge Garzon for going after the Syrian. You can't do that to a guy who behaves like that at all levels, they told him. You mind your own business, the judge responded. Kassar was a friend, but he also remained an enemy. Curiously, one of the most striking chapters of that collaboration wouldn't have happened without Garzon, although Garzon didn't know it at the time. It wouldn't have happened if the judge hadn't imprisoned him provisionally years earlier for the Achille Lauro case. But it also wouldn't have happened if he hadn't imprisoned the kingpins of smuggling and the growing Galician drug trafficking with the other major case he was investigating at the time, the famous Operation Nicora. During the 14 months Kassar was in pretrial detention, he passed through 12 different prisons. He was moved from one to another throughout the country. In Alcalá Meco, in the visiting room, he met that man, that burly, bearded Galician whose name he only knew, Laureano Ubina. Ubina, on the other hand, spent 2 years awaiting trial in a Madrid prison. He was so accustomed to it that he even had time to make ship models, like the one he has today in the living room of his house on the outskirts of Villa Garcia de Aruza, where I visited him in the summer of 2012 when the former drug lord had just been released from prison and granted me his only interview at that time. The plaque on that wooden schooner read, Villa Garçon de Aruza, 1994, in memory of his favorite judge. During that time, Ubina also made homemade orujo in his cell, as he revealed to me with both pride and amusement, or rather, prisoner's orujo, the one who distilled with a still that he managed to obtain with the acquiescence of the officials who, in exchange for turning a blind eye and supplying him with the ripest fruits from the kitchen, took back home in plastic bottles the liquor that the impetuous Galician distilled so well. That day, in the prison visiting room, when they met, Kassar, he turned to him. Man, you're my partner and we've never met, he said, and they hugged each other. It was the first time the traffickers had met. They had never been partners in anything. However, that was how it was recorded in the Operation Nicora case file. The Syrian had nothing to do with it, but curiously, when Garzon was going after him in connection with the Achille Lauro, when he was trying to connect him with Palestinian terrorism, his name also appeared linked to the major case that was being opened, the first, historic one, to combat smuggling and drug trafficking in Galicia, also led by Garzon. The case, a story known today, was based on the testimony of 2 protected witnesses, 2 supposed repentant suspects, Manuel Fernandez Padin and Ricardo Portabales. However, neither of them knew who Monzer Kassar was at the time. Both still confess this today. Padin tells me that he actually knew nothing about almost anyone, but it wasn't he who had to include the Syrian in his statement, but Portabales. I don't know what that was about. I was instructed. Portabales confides to me. It's not easy to locate this former protected witness in that operation. While Payton has had a more public profile, even giving interviews in the press and on television, especially when the 20 years of state coverage and protection he was promised in 1994 ended in 2014, Portabales has always remained a shadow. He doesn't even live in Spain. When I manage to locate him, however, the conversation drags on for more than 2 hours. His version is particularly striking. It reveals another reality behind the now legendary Operation Nakora. I didn't know any of those people. They put names and photos in front of me and told me what I needed to know and say about them, she confesses. As he repeatedly states, he was instructed, and as he explains, including Kassar's name in that case, had been an instruction from his tutor, as he calls him, Commissioner Alberto Elias, then head of the Internal Intelligence Brigade, who died of a heart attack in 1993 at the age of 49. Elias and Garzon were the ones who orchestrated and developed Operation Nakora, almost as epic as it was unsuccessful, because in the end the drug traffickers only received a few sentences for tax crimes. Portabales asserts today that, as Elias told him, he doesn't know if it was Garzon who gave the order to include Kassar. According to the witness's testimony, the Syrian and Ubina had business dealings together. They were, supposedly, according to the judicial investigation, partners. They were partners, but had never met. Until that day, they met in Alcalá Meco. Ubina reveals to me that after that first contact, she tried to help Kassar. Since he was being shuttled from prison to prison and in semi-isolation, he had few resources or privileges inside the prison, and that she helped him, among other things, by giving him products from the commissary. He also tells me that while he was there in prison, an official warned him about the Syrian. That Moor is going to screw you. Don't trust him. He says he warned her. They met again a few months later, once again free. To thank him for his help inside, Kassar invited the Galician to dinner at his home in Madrid, the apartment he had on Paseo de la Castellana. However, the story would take a turn in the year 2000. Another almost unprecedented twist in Spanish history. That year, Ubina fled. He embarked on a land flight through Europe that took him to Switzerland and then to Greece. He was living in Crete. Kassar, according to the Galician's account, contacted his family. He insisted that he could now help Laureano. He insisted a lot. In October, the two contacted each other. Ubina agreed to meet with him, but says he didn't want to do it in Crete, so he arranged to meet him on another island, Euboea, and in Chalcidia, the capital. They agreed to meet at a hotel on the night of October 30th. Ubina, he recalls, was waiting at the reception desk. Ubina saw Kassar arrive and gave him a hug. Ubina felt the bulletproof vest under his clothes and exclaimed, "Holy crap!" Ubina knew right then and there that what the official had told him was true. He had played Kassar. He had sold him out. He had screwed him. Ubina saw the armed Greek and Spanish police appear who were going to arrest him. Ubina also remembers that the Greeks told them to leave quickly, that man, that surprised Spaniard, that angry Galician didn't interest them, but that if they could, they would want to go against that son of a bitch Syrian. This is how the Galician tells how his months on the run ended and how Kassar scored another goal with his friends in the police force. The Syrian's version changes. He says he didn't hand him over, but that the police came to him because they had tapped the phone of his stepson, David Perez Lago, with whom the hashish trafficker was on the run. He also says he has all the evidence of that and that he doesn't blame Ubina for believing he was the one who handed him over, and even announces that he hopes to one day meet him or his lawyer face to face and explain to them exactly how the arrest went. He should know me better. Kassar also says, this isn't the only story in Kassar's history of police collaborations where the versions conflict. Another, even more relevant to the Syrian case, occurred in 2003, when the invasion of Iraq was already being prepared. As Interview magazine would report years later, the Syrian had called his contacts to tell them he had just received a call from one of Saddam Hussein's sons seeking to buy missiles. They advised him not to get involved in that, not to do it. But Kassar reportedly announced that $10 million had already been put on the table. Spain then saw an opportunity. The Spanish government of José María Aznar was an ally of the U.S. government of George W. Bush, as reflected in that historic photo of Bush, Tony Blair, and Aznar at the Azores summit where they decided to carry out the invasion of the country. The Spanish police relayed this to the CIA, and a secret operation was set up for Kassar to travel to Iraq to make the sale. The Syrians' work in the country would have served to uncover the whereabouts of $1 billion that the dictator's sons had allegedly stolen from the central bank on the eve of the first bombing of Baghdad. But above all, he obtained a wealth of information about the regime's arms purchases over the years, including product descriptions, names of suppliers, and even bank accounts where the transactions had been made. The police handed all this information over to the CIA. Behind that interview report, the condensed script for a true wartime intelligence and secret services film, one could see the hand, or the shadowy voice, of Villarejo. It was published shortly after Kassar fell into the DEA's trap, when the police officer was doing everything possible to help his friend, confidant, and ally. When Villarejo was using all his contacts and tricks to ensure at least that the case became known, and that there was no single American version of events. Kassar, on the other hand, denies that any of this happened. If he had met one of Saddam's sons, he would have been killed. He never heard of that money. He never participated in such an operation, although he admits that he traveled to Iraq, but with another objective. He had been called, he says, to collaborate in the release of a prisoner held in an Iraqi jail controlled by the United States. United States. He doesn't say who. Kassar shields himself by saying he can't provide details about this because it's confidential information protected by the United States government. He couldn't have revealed it during his trial or used it then, and if he did reveal it now, he says, they could prosecute him, convict him, and aggravate his sentence. As if this weren't already serious enough. For that work, for that mission with two such different versions, with such a dark reality, the CIA sent a letter of thanks to Kassar through Villarejo. Villarejo told me that when he read it, the Syrian replied, "And what is this about? Bank I collected?" Kassar, on the other hand, also categorically denies that the letter ever existed. He also denies having worked for the United States or the CIA. Worked here, it should be understood, means working directly for them. Because he says today that there are more cases he still can't discuss, considered protected information that couldn't be revealed during his trial in New York, and which remained so. Because of that mission, when the DEA prepared Operation Legacy and Joe Bond informed Ambassador Aguirre that they wanted to take down Kassar, the DEA had to wait for the CIA to also give the green light to the hunt. Monzer gave us a wealth of information thanks to his sources, about weapons from Iraq, about the movement of people, even about the arms purchases and sales that others were making, says one of the police officers who dealt most with him in recent years. Until his arrest, he continued to cooperate whenever called. In July 1996, Kassar traveled with Villarejo to Somalia. It wasn't the first time, he claims, that he mediated with that country, with whose government he also had such close relations that they were even friendly with the president. He had traveled 10 years earlier, shortly after the kidnappings in Beirut, when he says he helped solve a problem with the fishing fleet in the region and obtained more than 100 licenses for Spanish vessels to operate there. But, again, although he warns that he received nothing in return for that mediation, he doesn't reveal what agreement was behind the solution or what it entailed. In 1996 in Mogadishu, accompanied by Villarejo, Kassar says he traveled there to meet the new president. Hussein Aidid, 35, had just taken over from his father, the warlord Mohammed Farah Aidid. This from the power granted by controlling the intelligence services of the country, clashed with the military man who governed during the 1970s and 1980s, Mohammed Siad Barre, after having served him for years and having died in combat in the capital. Kassar wanted to maintain his good relations in a country shaken by civil war. He says he doesn't know what Villarejo's mission was at the time, which is hard to believe because they made that trip together and he acted as his guide to the Somali government, but that it had nothing to do with fishing agreements or weapons. He does remember, however, that the Somali government tried to sell them Cobra helicopter engines. They were new. The Americans had left them there after they left on the run, as they defined the withdrawal of the military intervention in the country that would later become the film Black Hawk Down, which is the name of the mission. Kassar had established trade relations with Somalia in the 1970s, when, he says, the country was prosperous due to its fruit, especially bananas, and its fishing industry. He traded those goods for sugar and fuel, which was what the country needed most. The helicopter engines were left behind in the hangar at Mogadishu Airport. This is his current official account of those trade transactions. One of the last times Kassar collaborated with Villarejo was after the Madrid attack on March 11, 2004. The Spanish police had a lead on some Lebanese phone numbers and asked Kassar for help, once again, to track them down and find out where they were coming from. The two traveled to Damascus and met there, he says, with General Hisham al-Jettiar. They asked him to organize another trip to continue making progress once they had results on what they had requested. The general agreed on the condition that they both be part of the delegation Spain would send. But when Kassar returned to Syria on that new trip, he discovered Viarjo was not there. They had betrayed him, he says. In his place, the General Commissioner of Information, Jesus de la Morena, and Commissioner Telesforo Rubio traveled. Kassar again acted as an intermediary, gave them the report they had requested, and he says he remembers them returning very happy. Although that lead ultimately led to nothing in the investigation. I have never truly betrayed the Arabs, but I have always helped pursue terrorists who use Islam to cause harm. They are not true Muslims, and I will always fight them. Kassar told the newspaper El Mundo about that trip in an interview months after being extradited to the United States. Now I feel betrayed by those to whom I gave my respect, he added. Today, Kassar calls all those undercover jobs he performed, all those missions as an informant or police ally, all those efforts around the world humanitarian aid. He says that's what they were always about and insists he never gained anything from them. But he did. Thanks to that alliance, he entered and left the country when he couldn't, and thanks to it too when, in the 1980s, the CIA demanded his handover and the request was rejected. That's why Kassar always thought they wouldn't arrest him, just as he also thought when his worst fear was confirmed and he was arrested. He believed they wouldn't extradite him, that the Spanish government wouldn't accept the U.S. request because it owed them many favors. Two of the government ministers, Alfredo Pérez Rubalcaba and Miguel Ángel Moratinos, said privately at the time that they knew what he had done and didn't want him extradited. I have a certain sympathy for him, and I feel sorry for what happened, because he behaved well with us. Vera confesses to me, a witness in the offices in charge of that turbulent and dark period of the 1980s and 1990s. He left his balls in a fool's way, repeats one of the police officers who had the most contact with him. One of the men who drank the most pot coffee with cardamom in his Marbella mansion while they asked him for help, and he listened silently, nodding and sipping tea. I'm not saying I'm perfect because no one is. I only regret the many good things I've done for people in their countries. Especially for Spain because it sold me so cheap, the Syrian confides. But I'm very proud of all the humanitarian work I did without asking for anything in return. It's through them that I've earned the love of the Spanish people, and that's more important to me. 7. Hand over the bad man. There are two elements that recur in Monzer Kassar's photographs over the years. Two constant details that define the subject and his essence over time. One is his lush hair, that curly hair he maintains, which as the decades pass, lightens from jet black through the silver of gray hair to the white of today. Those curls remain shorter over the last decade, the style of American prisons. The other is even more revealing, his smile. That open expression, that frozen moment in which one, if one looks closely, if one notices the folds of his mouth, the way his teeth are shown, the skin that contracts, the eyes that accompany him, one can read satisfaction and pride, but above all a certain feeling, and that's the most surprising, somehow contagious, of joy. It's the smile Kassar displays in magazines in the 1980s, when he poses proudly and powerfully, like the triumphant man he is, alongside his family and army of domestic servants in front of his Marbella mansion. But it's also the one he displays seated on an iron tabletop, dressed in strict beige, wearing black sneakers, with his feet up on the bench in the courtyard of the maximum security prison in Terre Haute, Indiana. Nearly 3 decades separate the two photographs in which Kassar has gone from being the Prince of Marbella to the Godfather of Terror and is now the prisoner with identification number 61,111,054. So if there's one scene that explains what Operation Legacy meant to the DEA and the U.S. government, it's precisely that image in which Kassar has lost his chronic smile. It's June 14, 2008, LaGuardia Airport, New York. In the photograph, Agent John Archer, with his hair carefully tousled, the shadow of a stubble, wearing jeans and a black windbreaker with the DEA printed in white over his right arm, stares straight ahead. Behind him, another agent wearing sunglasses and the same jacket with large DEA letters on the back keeps watch without looking at his partner. Archer, he's a handsome man. He looks like a movie star. In fact, the photograph could be a still from a film. Kassar walks beside him. Archer grabs him by the right bicep with his left hand. He's wearing dark gray suit pants but no shirt or jacket, just a black t-shirt. His hands are handcuffed and attached to a chain around his waist. Both Archer and Kassar are wearing blue life jackets around their necks. Should they need to, They must pull the yellow ring hanging off to inflate them. Kassar is taller than Archer. He has a grimace on his face that's hard to identify. He looks angry, or furious, maybe tired. He's even thoughtful. The result is that Kassar, with his white hair, his dark clothes, his pronounced expression, looks like a terrible guy. If we didn't know he's Syrian and had just gotten off a plane from Madrid, we'd bet he's a major Italian mafia boss in Manhattan who's finally fallen. There are scenes, like this one, that are never new. We've seen them so many times in movies and in reality before, in repeated history, that we know them without knowing them. We know what they mean, and even if we don't know what's really happening, they say much more than any explanation. This photograph is like that. It tells the story of Operation Legacy without telling it. Operation Legacy, according to the DEA, the agency's success, the United States' success, the success of the good guys versus the bad guys, the success of the attractive Archer versus the villain Kassar. It's June 14, 2008, and Monzer Kassar has just landed in New York. Now let's go further. We already know the snapshot and what it means. Let's break it. Let's unfreeze it and let the characters move forward, complete that stride midway through which the camera clicks stopped time. Let's see what lies behind their gestures. Let's let the protagonist speak. Archer does it first. On June 17, 3 days after landing in his country, he sits down at his computer and writes the official trip report. In it, he states that during his time in his company, the Syrians' mood fluctuates, going from thanking the agents for their hospitality to becoming angry with them. As soon as he sits down on the private jet that will take him to New York, Kassar begins talking to Archer and Million. He tells them that 2 weeks earlier, in prison, he was woken up in the middle of the night, beaten, and confessed that the order to do so came from outside the prison. The officers, Archer writes, replied that they know nothing. Kassar adds that the U.S. government is behind this order. He also tells them that he wanted to come to the United States a year earlier so he could prove his innocence in court, but that his lawyer had recommended that he appeal the extradition. At 9:57 a.m. New York time, he was read his rights under the Miranda warning. The same formula has been applied to all detainees in the United States for the past 50 years, ever since the Supreme Court ruled in favor of Ernesto Arturo Miranda in 1966. He had been arrested 3 years earlier for kidnapping and rape and convicted, as he confessed to the crime after his arrest because no one warned him of his constitutional right not to do so. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to speak with an attorney and have an attorney present while you are being questioned. If you cannot afford to hire an attorney, one will be appointed to represent you before any questioning, if you so desire. Do you understand each of these rights I have explained to you? They give him a piece of cardboard on which the famous written paragraph appears. Kassar waves it in the air. He says he understands and announces that he will answer their questions, even though his lawyer has told him not to. He also tells them that he will meet with him when he arrives at the courthouse. He has hired Ira Sorkin. The Syrian asks the agents if he is a good lawyer. Then he gets irritated again. He reproaches them for theirs being a fabricated case. Revenge for the lost cause of the Achille Lauro. Just ask Jim Soils, he says. Jim Soils is the man the DEA assigned to carry out Operation Legacy with that call in 2003, when they needed to build a case against Abu Abbas. But he's also the agent who had come to testify in the trial for the hijacking of the ship. The man the Syrian had already accused of perjury. Jim Soils is the man who claimed to have received that disturbing congratulations from the trafficker through his personal driver when his daughter was born. Jim Soils is an old acquaintance of Kassar and a chronic enemy. Agent Dodd, the head of Operation Legacy, replies, "You can ask him yourself." Soils is also on the plane, 2 rows back. When Kassar turns around in surprise to look at him, he also discovers Brown and says that he is the officer who was at the mall when he was talking to his police friend, when the latter had seen a strange bulge under his jacket at armpit level, which he had interpreted as a weapon. Brown denies this. He claims that this is the first time he has ever seen Kassar in person. The Syrian continues speaking. Now he tells the agents that he never believed the buyers, that they were bad actors. Milione turns quickly and ironically, for such bad actors, now you're on this plane to the United States. Kassar gets angry with the agent. He looks at him and tells him the case will be dismissed in New York. The agent retorts no, that there's enough evidence to convict him. He becomes even more exasperated and reproaches the agent that what he's telling him is illegal, that he can't do it. Archer comes to his colleague's defense. An agent can give his opinion on whatever he wants. The officers take advantage of the detainee's offer to ask him questions. They question him about Abu Abbas, and Al-Kassar confirms his friendship with him. They then ask him if he gave money to the hijackers of the Ashil Lauro, and Al-Kassar says he helped their families after the incident through a lawyer. The officers continue. It's Archer's turn. Did you help Saddam Hussein get money out of Iraq before the invasion, or did you do business with him or his son Uday? He answers no. Did you know Rafiq Hariri? He replies that he was a good man and confirms that he was in Lebanon when he was assassinated. They ask him if he knows that they were investigating Saddam Hussein's money from Iraq to Lebanon, and he says no. Al-Kassar speaks again, returning to his case. He says they wanted him to go to Romania, but he wouldn't go because they were bad actors, and he knew there was no money there. But he confirms that he had traveled there a month earlier and becomes agitated again because he believes the agents are tricking him and trying to get him to testify about his case. They reply that no, that he was the one who started talking about it. Before landing in New York, Al-Kassar asks what his trial will be like. Will I get a fair trial? The agents answer affirmatively. That is Agent Archer's account as he wrote in the report of the flight on his return to New York. Now it's the turn of the other protagonist of the photograph, Al-Kassar. This is how he tells everything that the camera has left out of focus. Early in the morning of June 13, 2008, he was picked up from Aranjuez prison in Madrid by a national police inspector. A polite man, he recalls, who walked with him out of the prison to the police car without handcuffing him. The Syrian says he could see the anger and sadness on the man's face because the Spanish government was bowing to pressure and handing him over, even though his case was a political one. The journey lasted only a few minutes. Less than 5 separated that prison from the helipad where a helicopter with a single pilot was waiting. The inspector laughed because he said that the Americans, Rambo style, as if the delivery were a movie sequence, were monitoring the transfer from a nearby hill with snipers aiming at them. Afterwards, the inspector fell silent and shook his head. For Al-Kassar, as he recalls today, that silence already spoke volumes. And the scene confirmed, as he insistently repeats, that his case was and is a long Hollywood movie. 15 minutes into the flight, the plane landed 300 meters from the Torrejón de Ardoz airbase, where a private jet was waiting, surrounded by about 30 people, all U.S. Embassy personnel, led by Ambassador Aguirre. Al-Kassar asked the police officer who they were. They're the sons of bitches from the American Embassy, he replied. As they walked toward them, he asked the officer to handcuff him. The officer refused. Not on my watch. The inspector was the only one who accompanied him from the prison to the surrender before they put him on the plane Rambo style, as he puts it, with a long chain tying his hands, legs, and waist. Before disappearing inside the plane, Al-Kassar says he saw the inspector smile because he was still holding his head up. As soon as he boarded the plane, Al-Kassar met Agent Soils. He called him the master after his fabricated case. He was joined by a dozen other DEA colleagues. From that moment on, the frame of the film was crystal clear, he said. Al-Kassar heard Soils making a call on his cell phone. He's ours now, he announced to the other end of the line. During the 8-hour flight to New York, the agents try to get the detainee to talk to them. The first thing they ask him is to tell them who killed Rafiq Hariri. Al-Kassar answers the question with a laugh. It's a very simple question, if that's the reason why you fabricated this case against me. It was you, the Americans, and the Israelis who killed him, he says later. He takes advantage of that moment to remind Soils, looking him in the eye, that in 1992 a Spanish judge arrested him for giving false testimony and presenting false documents in the case against him, and that he was then asked to surrender his passport. Soils, the Syrian recounts, became furious, gave him the finger, and announced that he was going to be imprisoned for 30 years. He says he responded very calmly, "So why are you taking me to court? Take me directly to jail. There's no need for a trial." Afterwards, he didn't want to speak again for the entire flight. Al-Kassar is convinced that the conversation during the flight is recorded and, from prison, challenges the DEA to play it back. But the DEA won't provide that document or any others about the Syrian. I've tried for years. All I've gotten in response are a few files with news stories praising Operation Legacy or its importance to the agency, complete with presidential medals. I also made a request through the Freedom of Information Act, a law that allows for the collection of documents from the files of an agency like the DEA. They responded that I couldn't be provided with information from a third party without their permission. When I sent a signed authorization from Kassar authorizing me to receive any information the agency might have about him, I received nothing in response. The plane carrying them from Spain landed at LaGuardia. Kassar says he arrived exhausted, still remembering how the Spanish inspector had guarded him, and how he had been welcomed shortly after by the law of the jungle, as he calls it. At the airport, he was met by a senior DEA official who welcomed him to the United States and then left. According to his account, he was immediately stripped and thoroughly searched to humiliate him. Guards then put him in a helicopter while AR-15 assault rifles were pointed at him. They flew for just under 15 minutes and landed at the entrance to the Manhattan courthouse, where a swarm of journalists, cameras, and onlookers were waiting. I'm sure they were thinking bin Laden had been captured. He was taken directly to the courthouse, where Judge Jed S. Rakoff was waiting with the courtroom packed with people and press. He was asked if he pleaded guilty or not guilty, and he yelled, "Not guilty." After that quick visit, he was taken to another location within the same building, which he's not sure was on the 9th or 10th floor. On that floor, there were small, dirty cells. I would later find out that they were the Supermax cells at the Metropolitan Correctional Center in Manhattan, where the most dangerous criminals are held. It was worse than Guantanamo. The idea is to make you break down before your trial. This prison in the heart of Manhattan is occupied by detainees awaiting trial or during the duration of their trial. While there, the only authorized contact with the outside world was visits from their lawyers. Kassar spent 14 months there. He says the lights were never turned off, and he was constantly monitored by cameras and microphones. His meals were served in his cell, and when he had to meet with his lawyer in the adjacent cell, he was handcuffed to do so. He also comments that in that place, the only thing you can hear and see are the rats scurrying around the cell. His initial disgust for them, he says, turns into habit after a few days. The Syrian wasn't the first prominent Muslim to have served there accused of terrorism. Before him, figures such as the Egyptian Muslim leader Omar Abdelrahman, known as the Blind Sheikh, who died in 2017, occupied his place. Also, the Yemeni Salim Ahmed Hamdan, who was bin Laden's driver, or more recently, Anas al-Libi, who was kidnapped from Libya after the assassination of U.S. Ambassador Christopher Stevens during the attack on the embassy in Benghazi in 2012. Al-Libi lasted only 4 months in that unit before dying. During those 14 months, Kassar concludes his story. Being honest, as he says, he came to miss the rats when they wouldn't come out of their holes. Archer and Kassar are the protagonists of that photograph, that frame, that crystallized moment with which the DEA summarizes its operation legacy. And they are the ones who have recounted in their own words what lies behind that scene, their own version of the sequence. But we still need to broaden our focus further to understand it. Kassar fell on June 7, 2007, and was handed over to the United States on June 13, 2008. 1 year later, a long year later, on March 9, 2008, general elections were held in Spain. The Socialist Party candidate, José Luis Rodríguez Zapatero, Prime Minister, reappointed his mandate. The new, yet old executive began work, or continued to do so, on the table. At the Moncloa Council of Ministers meeting, there were matters that had been left pending, also frozen pending the holding of those elections. One of them was a folder with a name on the cover, Monzer al-Kassar. The issue, deciding whether the Syrian should be extradited to the United States. Zapatero's government had postponed its decision, delayed it as long as possible. If they won, they would have to revisit the issue, open the folder once and for all, discuss it, and decide. If they lost, it would be up to the Popular Party to do so. They finally did so on Friday, June 6, the eve of the anniversary of the Syrian's arrest, and they resolved affirmatively. The United States Drug Enforcement Administration, DEA, has conducted an exhaustive investigation over the past 30 years into the alleged criminal. Activities of Monzer al-Kassar, with particular regard to illegal arms trafficking for terrorist activities, the final document of the Council of Ministers states, the acts of which he is charged could correspond to the crimes of conspiracy to commit homicide, Articles 17, 138, and 141, conspiracy to attack authorities, agents, or public officials, Articles 17, 550, 552, and 553, conspiracy to commit money laundering, Articles 17, 301, 304, arms trafficking, Article 566, and trafficking in explosives, Article 568 of the 1995 Penal Code. What has happened this year? Why has the government delayed the decision as long as possible? Why has it left it waiting on the table for the next administration to address if the PSOE loses the elections? Oh, that's a very thorny issue. A party source, who at the time held a very important position in one of the ministries involved, told me. The Al-Kassar case was a cross-cutting issue. It didn't have a single interpretation, nor did it concern a single department. In one way or another, it affected three ministries: Justice, Foreign Affairs, and the Interior. Three ministries then headed by Mariano Fernandez Bermejo, Miguel Angel Moratinos, and Alfredo Perez Rubalcaba. Bermejo's personal assistant relays a message from her boss. Mr. Bermejo has no knowledge of the matter you are referring to. Moratinos tells me personally, I don't remember anything relevant about Monzer al-Kassar. Rubalcaba, who died in the spring of 2019, stated, "The truth is, I remember practically nothing about the case at hand. I insist to all three. A few years have passed and perhaps they just need to be. Remember the case, exercise your memory a little. The answer is the same." Rubalcaba expanded on his own. As you know, extraditions are subject to judicial review in Spain, even though the final decision rests with the government, which usually does what the courts say. I think that was the case. There's a whole urban legend surrounding this matter that I honestly never addressed, he told me. For example, no one at the embassy told me about Al-Kassar. The skeptic issue, as defined by the party source who already told me no one would want to talk about it, or the urban legend to which the former minister referred, describes a case that is not actually as easy to forget as politicians claim. During that long year, from the Syrian's arrest until the extradition was approved, Al-Kassar's name has recurred in some conversations, and Ambassador Aguirre has personally taken charge of this from his office at the embassy. The proof is not in the fragile memory of the former Spanish ministers, nor surely in the ambassador's fondest memory. He seems to remember the issue, but he evades it. As he tells me tersely, in a brief and polite message, since leaving public life and returning to the private sector, he avoids interviews and comments in the media. And this is one of those times he does so. The best answer lies on a well-known website, WikiLeaks. Specifically, in the publication they made in late 2010 of more than 250,000 cables, communications between the State Department and its embassies around the world. Among them, the one in Madrid. Among them, the cables Aguirre sent to Washington, October 26, 2007 ambassador's cable. So far, cooperation with the Ministries of Justice and Interior and with the prosecutor's office has been exceptional. Al-Kassar, however, has the extensive resources to hire a reputable legal defense team and is well connected in Spanish political and legal circles. He and his allies will use all their power to avoid extradition. For our part, the ambassador and members of the team in Spain will work as a priority to ensure that Al-Kassar is extradited and brought to justice in the United States. So far, we have enjoyed excellent cooperation with members of the government on this case. The ambassador and members of the in-country team have already had access to the most relevant officials and have been able to discuss this matter freely with them. Despite this, the case is not closed. Al-Kassar is a cunning and dangerous individual. He has a skilled and aggressive defense team. They will challenge every detail in any court that will hear them and will likely continue to try to use the press to portray Al-Kassar as a victim of the United States. In addition to any legitimate recourse it may have, Al-Kassar will undoubtedly attempt to use any covert means at its disposal. December 21, 2007. Cable from the ambassador after meeting with National Court Judge Baltasar Garzon. Garzon reminded the ambassador that he prosecuted Al-Kassar in the past and regrets not having been able to convict him. He believes Al-Kassar will start singing like a canary the moment he is handed over to the United States and will try to reach any agreement he can. Garzon clearly has no regard for Al-Kassar and says, "I hope you take him." January 3, 2008. Ambassador's cable. Foreign Minister Moratinos and Interior Minister Rubalcaba have both told the ambassador in recent days that the judicial process has been resolved in favor of the United States and that they agree that Al-Kassar is a bad man who should be extradited. They want to do everything by the book to ensure that the handling of this high-profile case withstands public scrutiny. Rubalcaba also noted that the ministry has received intense pressure from the Syrian government to prevent Al-Kassar's extradition. But he says these Syrian actions have only served to harden Spain's resolve to see Al-Kassar in U.S. custody. If the Constitutional Court rules against Al-Kassar, the Council of Ministers will give final approval to the extradition. Many members of U.S. government agencies and our mission team have worked closely with Spanish authorities for several months to convince them of the need for Al-Kassar to be tried in the United States. And we will continue to do everything we can to make the extradition a reality. March 13, 2008. Ambassador's cable after the general elections. The Council of Ministers on March 7 did not discuss and approve the extradition request for arms dealer Monzer al-Kassar during its last meeting before the elections. The ambassador and the deputy head of mission have spoken with senior government officials to press them on the status of the case. The ambassador telephoned Foreign Minister Moratinos on March 7 to express his disappointment with the Council of Ministers' decision, and the deputy head of mission contacted Secretary of State for Justice Perez Hernandez on March 12 to congratulate him on the election results and request updates on the case. Both officials say there have been some technical and legal issues that have blocked action. Perez Hernandez said that the Ministry of Justice still does not have the written decision from appeals judge Gomez Bermudez, and that therefore they could not bring the matter to the Council of Ministers for a final decision. There appears to be a disconnect because the deputy chief of mission met with Judge Gomez Bermudez in late February and assured him that the decision was finalized and sent to the Ministry of Justice. Perez Hernandez's deputy also told an embassy legal advisor on March 3 that all the documentation was ready and prepared to be sent to the Council of Ministers. The ambassador plans to go directly to the Minister of Justice Fernandez Bermeo to ensure prompt attention to this matter. June 6, 2008. Cable from the ambassador after the Council of Ministers. The Minister of the Interior, Alfredo Perez Rubalcaba, has called the ambassador to announce that the Council of Ministers had just approved the extradition to the United States of the famous drug trafficker, Syrian weapons inspector Monzer al-Kassar. Today's council action is the final political decision we have been waiting for since al-Kassar was taken into Spanish custody almost a year ago, and is a tribute to the work of several members of the mission team in this country and the interagency work in Washington. That ambassador was making a lot of noise, and he also had many channels of contact, not just him. Then there was the pressure he exerted. Americans are always very demanding. Their thing is always the most important thing, and they want it as soon as possible, hence that pressure. But that's usually not said. It's not so obvious. You have to deduce that for yourself. This is how one of the people who met with the U.S. Embassy officials during those months explains the pressure they were under regarding the al-Kassar case. Washington was in a hurry. A lot. They wanted him to be handed over immediately and insisted on it, says the same source. That's why they never wanted to arrest him in Spain. That's why the initial plan was to do it in Bucharest, where they could have put him on the private jet to New York the day after the arrest. But the matter wasn't so simple in Spain. Extraditions must first be approved by a court, and all possible legal remedies must be exhausted. And then, only then, can the Spanish government authorize them. At the same time, pressure was also being exerted from Damascus on the Spanish government. The Syrians did not want Spain to hand over their compatriot, and they made it clear. What respect does a country deserve that does not keep its word to another friendly country? Read one of the messages. You are no longer brothers of the Syrian people. Read another that reached Spanish government officials. But that wasn't enough for Washington. Washington wanted him, and he wanted him now. Furthermore, the Spanish government also had its own legal disputes with the United States. The case of Maria José Carrascosa, a Spanish lawyer who had taken her daughter, whose father was American, out of the country in 2005, was recently opened amid a custody dispute. A court in Valencia granted her custody, but when she returned to the United States months later to litigate, she was arrested and accused of kidnapping there as well. Or the case of Pablo Ibar, imprisoned since 1994, accused of 3 homicides and sentenced to death row since 2000. Or the death of reporter Jose Cuso in 2003 in Baghdad, when a U.S. tank opened fire on the terrace of the hotel where he was staying. Spanish diplomacy, however, did not function in the same way. Carrascosa did not emerge from She remained in prison until 2015, after 9 years locked up and unable to see her daughter. Ibar's death sentence was finally overturned in 2016 due to inconsistent evidence, and part of her trial was reenacted in 2019. But she was sentenced again, this time to life imprisonment, and today she continues to appeal the sentence and demand a full retrial. And the soldiers who shot Cuso were never brought to trial. None of this was resolved during that long year, and Washington wanted al-Kassar at all costs. Eduardo Aguirre was a tough ambassador, a man who had emigrated from Cuba to the United States as a teenager and made a career in finance in Texas, where he lived in Houston. He was a close friend of George W. Bush, who gave him the ambassadorship in Spain and Andorra after his re-election in 2004. He arrived in Madrid in 2005 and left in 2009 after Obama's victory. Aguirre wasn't a diplomat. He was a businessman. American diplomacy is very obsessive, but Aguirre didn't even have diplomatic manners or standing. And then he would hype up his merits to his superiors to gain prominence, describes Juan Fernando López Aguilar, who was Minister of Justice before Fernández Bermejo and who also dealt with him. And how did he convey his messages to them? I can't tell you that. It's confidential. López Aguilar wasn't in charge of handling the Kassar case. It erupted just weeks after he left the ministry. But curiously, he who, unlike his party colleagues, wasn't even in the government anymore, does remember the case. He was a character with all the makings of ending up in jail. One of those men with such dark personalities, with double roles, who have eggs in all baskets between the international and underground circuits, he says. López Aguilar goes further, also recalling how, when he was tried in the Aquilaro case and acquitted, a surprising sentence was already being discussed in judicial circles, and people were wondering what was behind the scenes of that decision and how he had escaped jail. The Spanish minister's poor memory is surprising. If there was one thing Kassar lacked, it was a low profile. If there was one thing his case lacked, it was that it went unnoticed. In fact, it even reached Parliament. There, the United Left Parliamentary Group urged the government not to extradite the Syrian, until the United States did the same with the Syrians. Military personnel accused of Cuso's death. The approach was simple: if they want Kassar, let's make an exchange. Isora Navarro, a member of the party, put it this way in a written question to the government. Does the government plan to not grant the extradition of Kassar requested by the United States until the United States extradite the military personnel accused of José Cuso's death to Spain? Does the government consider that, by granting the United States requests without reciprocity on its part, Spain would be behaving like a colony of the empire? What measures does the Spanish government intend to take in the interests of the dignity and independence of our country in this case? The politician wrote. The government's response was simple, textbook-like. It was enough to talk about the separation of powers and say that, before the government had to decide anything, the matter concerned the judiciary exclusively. But it's July, only a few weeks after the Syrian's arrest, and the government responds that no extradition request has yet been received, and that if it is, the procedures will be the usual ones followed in any extradition requests. The second part of the response is textbook, straight out of first-year politics, about how to avoid questions one prefers not to answer. The first part wasn't true. Officially, it was presented through diplomatic channels that July. But before the arrest at Barajas Airport was finalized, U.S. diplomacy was already demanding it. Since they couldn't capture him in Romania, they needed to pressure the government to comply. It wasn't a question of arresting him. It was a question of getting Kassar on that private plane as quickly as possible, flying to New York. That wasn't the only time Kassar's name had been mentioned in the Congress of Deputies. He had done so on up to a dozen occasions, as recorded in the session reports and the Archive of Parliamentary Initiatives. On all occasions, always with a long shadow in the background, as happened in 1993. At that time, the director of CICID, Emilio Alonso Manglano, was requested to appear before the Defense Commission to report on whether there had been or still was any relationship between Kassar and the Spanish intelligence services. Six months after the request, the matter was declared classified. Months later, when Kassar had been released and was awaiting trial for Aquilaro, another deputy from the United Left, Antonio Romero wanted to know if the police or the CESE had made any efforts with the judiciary to authorize Kassar to make the secret trip to Syria that ended up making headlines. He went further. He asked if it was an operation to extract information about the 1985 El Descanso bombing or other issues. Police Director General Carlos Conde Duque denied those contacts. He went further. He denied having any knowledge that Kassar was an intermediary, capable of intermediating, or had produced intermediation, or that there was any effect from his actions. Either Count Duque also had a very bad memory, or he didn't understand what was happening in the body he led, or he was simply lying. 2 years later, Defense Minister Julian Garcia Vargas appeared before Parliament on a similar matter. He was to explain Kassar's alleged relationship with CICID. Ladies and gentlemen, CICID does not and has not maintained any relations with Mr. Kassar, nor has it ever provided or offered him any kind of protection in exchange for information or other services, he replied. He then justified the matter as merely a rumor about information published in an Argentine magazine linking the Syrian to the secret services, which was neither verified nor true. He added, "At most, the CSID has obtained information from its entourage." Again, the same deputy, Romero, replies, "His entourage and inner circle are so close that it's all about him." And again, he goes further. What's striking here is how he lived in his Marbella palace, what attention he received from the Spanish authorities, what instructions those authorities received from Madrid, why he didn't go through customs like the other passengers when he arrived in Malaga, why he himself acknowledged working for CSID and never officially denied it. The minister also resorts to the textbook to brush off the issue. Al-Kassar's trip to Syria, despite awaiting trial in the national court, is still lingering. Garcia Vargas isn't even the only minister who has had to explain or try to explain or invent an explanation for the case. As Juan Alberto Belloc, Minister of Justice and the Interior, reminded the IU deputy in that session, he had already clarified a few months earlier, before the Justice and Interior Committee, that the visit by senior police officers to judges of the National Court to intercede on behalf of the Syrian arms trafficker Monzer al-Kassar, in order that he was allowed to travel to Damascus, did not disturb judicial independence. There had been that plea on al-Kassar's behalf before the judges of the National Court, and they had ultimately allowed the Syrian to leave the country and travel to his own. Now, at least he had a good memory. Or he wasn't lying. The same questions again. Who was this man for whom politicians or political figures were lying in Congress? What information had the CSID obtained from his entourage, as the minister confirmed? Who interceded with the judges of the National Court so that a man like him could leave the country? There they were again, in 2007, the same players, with a similar scenario, but with different rules of the game. The United States had requested the extradition, and the National Court had to decide. Jose Luis Sansarribas, Al-Kassar's lead criminal lawyer, the main one in a longer list of defense attorneys he had in Madrid and Marbella, would handle the case. His argument was very clear and compelling. The Syrian could not be extradited because the DEA, in order to capture him, had organized an operation to provoke a crime. A common and legal procedure in the United States, but prohibited in Spain. Al-Kassar's defense team was confident it would succeed. They also had contacts in the National Court and believed the judges would rule in their favor. But it didn't happen that way. In October, the court ruled in favor of the extradition. Judges Carmen Paloma Gonzalez and Juan Francisco Martel decided that the United States' request complied with the law and that the Syrian should therefore be handed over. Judge Teresa Palacios, however, voted against the request. For her, that provoked crime had no place in Spanish law, and therefore the request could not be accepted. That negative dissenting opinion still gave the defense some hope, and so the appeal was filed with the same court. 2 months later, however, it was rejected. The National Court again decided to hand over the Syrian, but on one condition, that the United States guarantee that, if found guilty, he would not be sentenced to death or life imprisonment. Al-Kassar exhausted his options in February with an appeal for protection before the Constitutional Court, which was not even admitted for consideration. The decision was made. All that was missing was the seal of the Council of Ministers, those men who remember nothing about a case that dragged on for more than a year. That seal was placed on June 6. That day, the Syrian learned what he had already begun to see clearly then, what he had refused to see until that moment. What, as he tells me, he never believed would happen. His extradition was approved, and he still had one last scare before being officially handed over and traveling to the United States. A dawn incident in the Aranjuez prison in June, just days before boarding that plane. This is how he recounts what happened. In the middle of the night, while I was asleep and isolated, the automatic door to my cell opened. Everything was dark, and I was rudely awakened. I thought they were ghosts, and a group of 10 to 15 individuals, dressed in black clothes and with masks covering their faces and carrying sticks, began beating me. When I started screaming, they took me out of bed and took me to another room where there were cleaning supplies, and there they continued beating me. I had heard that there was another person locked in another cell near mine, so I continued screaming. Afterward, they led me to another section and left me in another isolated cell without a blanket or anything, just the bed. I was freezing until morning when the door opened and 2 officers gave me a blanket and transferred me to my original cell. When they saw my situation, they took me to an office and gave me hot coffee. They told me that the prison security chief was on his way to talk to me and calm me down. The prison chief, Jose Antonio, arrived around 7:30 in the morning. He was very concerned and said he personally apologized for what had happened and that it wasn't an order from him at the prison. When I asked him who it was, he said it was from outside and that he couldn't say anything more, but that if he had been working, it wouldn't have happened. He also told me that I could call my family and they could come visit me, that even though I was in solitary confinement, he authorized this special visit. I called my family and informed my lawyers of what had happened, but there wasn't time to do anything because my extradition came unexpectedly. It wasn't as unexpected as he says. In fact, at that point, he already had a fair amount of suspicion about what was going to happen and had sought out a lawyer in the United States to defend him. It was Ira Sorkin, a Jewish man from New York the same age as Kassar, who had made a career in the city and state prosecutor's offices, who was familiar with the court in the Southern District of Manhattan where Kassar would be tried, and who had later worked in finance and related cases as a defense attorney. Sorkin would also be the one Bernard Madoff turned to shortly after being arrested for running the largest Ponzi scheme in history. Madoff was convicted. As those close to the Syrian still recall, Sorkin and his team arrived in Madrid to see Kassar and accept the case with a meter on a base salary of 1.5 million euros, and any move they made would be added to the bill. But all this display was of little use. In February 2009, the court convicted Kassar, as well as Ghazi and his assistant, Luis Felipe Moreno. Judge Ruckhoff, who had joined the court in 1995, nominated by then-President Bill Clinton, sentenced the Syrian. While reading the sentence, he described him as a very intricate individual whom he convicted on the 4 counts for which he had been charged: conspiracy to kill American citizens, conspiracy to kill American officials or employees, conspiracy to acquire and export surface-to-air missiles, and conspiracy to provide material to a known terrorist group. He also added a 5th, money laundering. He rejected the defense's arguments that due process guarantees had not been met, and he also refused to allow, as the lawyers requested, the consideration of classified information prior to the case that was to be submitted to the case. In total, for all of this, the judge ruled 30 years in prison. It was not a death sentence, and it was not, at least not as read, a life sentence. 10 years after his conviction, and after exhausting all available legal remedies only to see them rejected, Kassar maintains that the sentence was a setup against him, and he puts his own lawyer, Sorkin, at the forefront of his accusation. Sorkin let the meter run out, and, according to the Syrian, never wanted to do anything to allow him to truly defend himself and be acquitted. Kassar never even testified. This is the best evidence, according to the Syrian, of Sorkin's plot. He even used it in his appeal, where he argued that he had ineffective legal assistance because Sorkin didn't allow him to testify and ignored essential witnesses. For his defense, as well as the testimony of experts who could have shown that the DEA recordings had been manipulated to obtain the statements that incriminated him. According to him, Sorkin's work was so disastrous that it deprived him of the right to counsel guaranteed by the United States Constitution. Furthermore, the lawyer suffered a conflict of interest because he is Jewish, and the case had been a Zionist conspiracy against him. Sorkin answers the phone from New York. He's still one of the city's most renowned lawyers, although 2 of his star clients, 2 of his most famous cases, are going to spend the rest of their lives locked up. The Kassar case is still giving him headaches. We've already responded to all those allegations in court. They're false, he tells me urgently, trying to end the conversation. The lawyer denies this conspiracy when asked if he believes the trial was fair, as the Syrian asked the agents about to land in New York on that flight after his extradition. He simply answers, "Your appeal," complaining that it was not fair, was already rejected. Are you satisfied with your defense today? Do you think you could have done more? Yes, I am. We did everything we could. Kassar, of course, sought new lawyers for those appeals. He sought new avenues to open with his case. As Leonard Cohen's verses say, there's always a crack. That's how the light filters in. And that's what he has sought and continues to seek, the cracks in the concrete wall of his sentence through which he can see a light that has faded over the years. He tried this in the United States with that appeal against his sentence that was rejected, but also in Spain, where 10 years after his arrest, in 2017, his Spanish lawyers were still appealing his extradition in the national court. The argument, also rejected, is that the agreement to surrender him to the United States was not fulfilled, because a 30-year sentence for a man in his 60s is like a de facto life sentence. Either the Syrian lives well beyond his 90th birthday, or he will die in prison. In parallel to the legal process, Kassar also waged another battle from the moment of his extradition, one that, as he confesses, pained him even more, to be able to see his family again. He hasn't seen them since his extradition. That year, after his flight to New York, his wife Ragda and his daughter Haifa traveled there to be with him, but both were denied entry into the country and had to return to Spain. 2 years after that happened, Kassar's youngest son desperately even sent a letter to President Obama asking for help. In it, he tells her that it's been 3 years since he's been without his father, who is the main man in the family, and that during that time they haven't been able to see him. His mother and sister tried, but after being held for 48 hours at Newark Airport in New Jersey, they were denied entry. He also explains that they are devastated and suffering from psychological problems at not being able to see their father, and that there's no reason why they shouldn't be able to. He asks for a 24-hour permit to enter the country and visit him. As the letter concludes, he, being 18 years old, cannot take care of his family alone. 3 years later, on July 26, 2013, from the Terre prison, Ote, it is Kassar himself who writes to the president. In his message, he tells him that he is Syrian, but that he has lived in Marbella for 30 years, that his family has British and Spanish passports, and that they don't need a visa. He tells him that even so, they haven't been able to see him. Kassar also confesses to the president that he spoke to his son on the phone the previous week, and that he was crying because he couldn't see him, and that he couldn't understand why they wouldn't let him. He ends the letter by assuring him that he would be eternally grateful if he could review the matter. Neither letter received a reply. Kassar hasn't seen his family since he boarded that plane, since he stepped off it chained and held by the arm by the handsome Agent Archer. And the DEA got the best frame of what one of its protagonists, the bad guy, says is that very long Hollywood movie they wrote for him. Kassar still feels the walls of his cell today, looking for a crack. 8. From Mifadil to the Gulag. It's April 23, 2018, and I receive a message from Kassar. Attached is the X-ray report he just had taken at the hospital he was transferred to. He has back problems, lower back pain, and it took weeks for him to be brought to the center. The report shows age-related injuries, typical of a man who is now over 70. Wear and tear on the vertebral discs, levoscoliosis of the lumbar spine. Kassar has also sent the report to the family and friends he keeps in touch with. He's asking for help deciphering it to fully understand what it says and what his problem is. He won't have another doctor's appointment until August, 6 months later, but he wants to have as much information as possible about his health in case he needs to make a special request to receive care before that 6-month period. A few days later, he received a reply through an acquaintance in Canada, a university professor who was in contact with him, interested in his case and his story, and who did him the favor, as requested, of forwarding it to a doctor friend. The report basically says there are no broken bones in the spine, but there's significant wear and tear that has caused narrowing of the spaces where the nerves pass through. This means those nerves can become compressed, causing pain, numbness, and weakness in the lower back and difficulty walking or standing, they point out. They then recommend that an MRI be performed to determine the extent of the problem affecting those nerves and determine whether surgery would be necessary to correct it and thus alleviate the pain. In the meantime, the explanation concludes, she should receive treatment from a physical therapist and avoid lifting heavy objects, as well as any activity that could increase the pain. Monzer Kassar is 73 years old and has spent the last 11 years in prison. He has already served a third of the sentence imposed on him in 2008, but he ages from prison to prison in the United States. Paradoxically, though his back is suffering from this long decade, after more than 7 years in prison, not all of his health indicators are bad. He'd never had such good, balanced blood tests. The Syrian didn't smoke or drink, but he was addicted to sweets. There were few things he liked as much as cakes, and he could rarely stop himself from eating them. So he was always overweight and had high blood pressure. Kassar has already been in 4 American prisons. The first 14 months were in that prison in the heart of Manhattan after being extradited and awaiting the trial in which he was convicted. He would then be transferred to Estill Prison in South Carolina. He spent 3 years there, and it was his best moment, because he was still fighting his appeal, because a harsher prison sentence would follow later, and because, as people close to him tell me, he was entertained. He and another cellmate acquired a monopoly on stamps and controlled the stamp trade within the prison. Kassar, the Phoenician, had taken the Mediterranean back beyond the Atlantic to the depths of America, to the interior of those walls. At Estill, he lived with the general prison population, with nearly 1,500 inmates. There, he experienced for the first time, as he defines it with that verb, what a United States federal prison was like, and he met the men, like himself, imprisoned there. He says that a prison like that is a jungle where you have to become a lion so you don't get devoured by other lions, and where you always walk as if you were walking through a minefield because you don't know what might happen, or, above all, when. After that time, and without having committed any misconduct, one day he received an order that he was to be confined in a special cell, an isolation cell, a special housing unit, as it is officially designated. He spent more than a month in this unit until he was transferred to another location, the prison in Terre Haute, Indiana. Since he arrived, he has maintained the same dynamic he had in Estill. He hadn't yet probed the walls for cracks, and his case still had its way through the courts. So he devoted himself to working on it and maintaining contact with the American lawyers he still hired. Little by little, over the years, he would lose confidence in all the American lawyers. Little by little, his desperation and rage against them would also increase. Kassar says that now he only trusts in God and in himself. He knew then that the struggle was a steep climb, always upwards. But he still believed that justice would bring him through, that he would manage to climb that hill. And he was in that mood then because he was fighting not only for himself, but for his family, who were suffering from a distance. We saw this in the 2 desperate, unanswered letters he and his son sent to President Obama. Kassar says that this has been his greatest regret throughout this time, especially at the beginning when he had just been transferred to New York and his wife and children were scheduled to visit him. But at Newark Airport, they were refused entry into the country and forced to return to Spain. Since then, more than 10 years later, they have still not been able to travel again to see him in person. Since then, the Syrian says he has not lost his faith or hope. That, he says, reminds him to be even stronger. Terre Haute is no ordinary prison. The inmates there are monitored 24 hours a day by cameras and microphones. Like Kassar, everyone, sooner or later, eventually gets used to living under the watchful eye of Big Brother. In fact, Terre Haute, as we'll see, is a very unusual prison, an anomaly in the system, a state secret even, a place defined almost solely by its residents, by the 50 or so inmates with whom Kassar shared a sentence. A movie set for equally movie-like events. Kassar spent most of his time there in his individual cell. He shared a unit with fewer than 50 other inmates, whom he encountered when he left his cell in the small common room with the television or in the dining hall. There, at tables of 4, each inmate had to choose who they would sit with, because every day they had to occupy the same seat next to the same people. Choosing his companions wasn't difficult. Terre Haute is a prison where the majority of inmates are Muslim. Kassar says, however, that friendship doesn't exist in prison, that everything is a game of interests and needs, and that relationships are established in the balance of that game. One should never feel completely comfortable or close to any other inmate. The only possible relationship is to be aware at all times that everything happens and is done for self-interest. There is never real friendship. I am alone, he sums up. In Terre Haute, he stayed up late working and reading law books and reports that he thought could be useful in his case. They let him set his own hours. He would get up late between 9 and 10 in the morning, have coffee or tea with a muffin, and then get to work. He usually avoided the common dining room. He justifies this by saying he doesn't like American food, which is almost always junk food, and he tries to avoid it. Boiled rice, beans, and occasionally vegetables. One day a week, chicken or other meat. When he had no other choice, locked up in that solitary confinement cell or the long year he spent in a New York prison, he ate it. Otherwise, he preferred the Arabic food he prepared himself. One lunch a day at 2 in the afternoon, and something light in the afternoon, a bit of cheese accompanied by another cup of tea. For this purpose he had, and still has, access to the prison supermarket, a product catalog where he could find the hot spices and other ingredients needed to make an Arabic-style dish, or to customize the food served in the dining hall and deceive the palate. The prisoners had access to a microwave oven there to prepare these meals, one for every 7 inmates. From this product catalog, he could spend up to $360 a month, the maximum limit. Spending above that amount was only authorized if the money was used to buy stamps and medicines, or to copy documents or make phone calls. Kassar was authorized 2 15-minute calls a week, exclusively to pre-approved numbers. The same routine was repeated every day. He spent most of his time reading, writing, or preparing the messages like the ones I've received for years that he would send the next day, always from his cell, always from that bunk with a concrete bed, sink, toilet, and a small closet he used as a pantry for the food he'd bought. A cell with no window or air conditioning that he left to go to the dining room or watch the news on CNN and Fox. Fake news, as he also calls it, copying President Trump. Kassar says that in addition to watching the news, he stays informed by reading newspapers and magazines in English and Arabic, and that's how he's followed everything happening in the world this decade. From the change of president in the United States, which he initially greeted with hope because, as he told me, he said it would, and the corrupt Obama administration that had imprisoned him there, to, above all, the long and savage war in Syria, his home country. Beyond reading, he always had the radio, his best friend behind bars as he describes it, and the MP3 music player where he has stored almost 500 songs in Arabic, English, and Spanish. Kassar also boasts that in this precarious and unstable balance, in spite of the prison situation, he has always been a respected prisoner, both by Arabs and Muslims, like him, and by whites, blacks, and Latinos. A character like him, a guy with the profile of a major criminal like his, and also of advanced age, tends to be an archetype that recurs in prisons, and is also usually a respected cellmate. Men like Kassar, moreover, because of their experience, the connections they've had, and their knowledge, because they possess both a culture and a higher intellectual level than the rest of the prisoners, tend to advise and help other inmates, and they reciprocate with their consideration. But not all the Muslims and Arabs he's encountered in those prisons over the years have a profile like his. Many of them are convicted there for terrorism, a different kind of terrorism than the one he was convicted for. Many are jihadists and members of organizations like Al-Qaeda. We have a lot of respect for each other because of our way of thinking, living, or practicing our wonderful religion of Islam, which is not the religion that some crazy people think is the only way to represent it, Kassar tells me. Our religion is not that. It's a religion of peace and forgiveness. This new wave we've seen with people like the Islamic State is not Islam. In fact, I'm convinced they're supported by the enemies of our true religion. We have people like that here too, but I know how to deal with them, especially the young ones, in a kind and logical way, even knowing that we're not on the same page. When you show respect to someone, that person should respect you back. I've never had any problems with them, and we have to accept each other. In the fall of 2016, he was transferred again, this time to the Marion prison in Illinois. Place, he says, much more civilized than Terre Haute. In that Indiana prison, routine wouldn't always be as the Syrian described it. Before he left, prison life would still have a big surprise in store for him, which we'll soon learn about. That's why he calls his new destination. In Marion, he's also maintained his same schedule and his same hours ever since. In the module he occupies, there's a small area with 4 computers they can use if they're not punished for not doing so. There's also a programmed phone that works with their voices, through which they can make the 2 permitted calls. That hasn't happened. Changed. If you want to call a new number, you must ask for authorization a week before. There, he continues to read most of the American newspapers daily and some magazines. And he continues to receive the Lebanese magazines to which he subscribes. He can also buy and receive books. One of the latest he's read is Prisoner in His Palace, about Saddam Hussein, written by his American bodyguards. Kassar tells me he's read Gandhi's biography 5 times now, though at least he doesn't openly try to compare himself to him. He also read the biography written by Samir Kuntar, a Lebanese member of the Palestine Liberation Front and Hezbollah. He says it was sent to him in Arabic before he was assassinated by the Israelis in Syria in 2015. Kassar claims that the last major war between Hezbollah and Israel, the one in 2006, was fought to free him. Kuntar was the oldest prisoner, and in the book, he recounts his decades as a prisoner in Israel. He was released in 2008 in a prisoner exchange agreed upon after the war. Another of the works he has read and says he regularly recommends to friends outside of prison and colleagues inside is The Game of Nations by Miles Copeland, the account of the world inside and outside the CIA by a now retired senior agency official. His room, his space, his cell has barely changed either. The same concrete cot, the same sink, and the same toilet, and the same corkboard on which he hangs photos of his family and portraits of President al-Assad, Yasser Arafat, and his friend Abu Abbas. Prison is the greatest university in the world. He who knows how to bow down to his God also knows how to stand tall and hold his head high against injustice. I know I'm a living dead man now, but my head is still up high, and I only care about my family and my country. I don't think about who I was, only about continuing to fight until my last breath. Nothing scares me anymore, Kassar writes when I ask him about his life in this last prison, about these last years, and about his current situation. The description sounds like a prayer. I have faith and hope in God, who knows what's best for me, and not in the hands of those demonic men who locked me up here. I always think positively and am optimistic, he continues. I ask him if there's ever been a time when he wasn't so optimistic, if there's ever been a time when weakness and despair got the better of him, if he's thought or has thought about suicide. He answers no. My life is in God's hands. Everyone has their final day, and no one can change it except God. Only cowards take their own lives. I'm not one of them. And that's why I'm closer to God now than ever. For people like Kassar, the anti-suicide protocol is established in prisons, especially when they've just arrived, in the first stage of their lives there. They're people like him, like corrupt politicians or white-collar thieves, who have gone from everything to nothing. It's not just that they lose their freedom. It's that they make an immediate transition from having absolute control to controlling absolutely nothing. From power to submission. From luxury to a prison cell. From living in the Mifadil Palace with more than a dozen rooms, a gym, swimming pools, and service, to living in a narrow cell, with a cement bed and a toilet attached to it, guarded by armed officers and behind bars that don't even control when they open and close. Kassar went from having Wally, his personal Lebanese cook, to finding himself customizing the American prison diet so that at least what he chews tastes like cumin and reminds him of the past that's behind him and what life tastes like on the other side of the walls. Along with that, he's also battling his own ghosts. In prison, most of its inmates, if asked, will say they're innocent, no matter how much irrefutable evidence there is to convict them. The Syrian not only always believed this and continues to do so, but he also maintained for years the confidence or faith that his case would be resolved and he would be released. He did so first during the months he was in prison in Spain after Operation Legacy, when he was convinced that the Spanish government wouldn't hand him over, that the national court would rule against extradition, and that the government he had served wouldn't put him on that plane to New York. He felt betrayed then, and yet he maintained the confidence or faith that when he was tried, a different truth than the one established by the DEA would come to light, and that the judge would be dazzled by that truth. But there was no crack for the light to filter through. Here, the curtain was raised so thickly that it didn't even allow a glimpse of it. Even so, after being convicted, he continued to maintain confidence or faith that he would appeal and the ruling would be in his favor. He's still trying to find the light. The penultimate attempt led him to file a lawsuit against the Spanish government at the UN Human Rights Committee in Geneva. To this end, it hired a lawyer, Isabelle Couton-Pere, a combative French criminal lawyer known for having married, while in prison, an old acquaintance of Kassar from the Palestinian cause, the Venezuelan Ilich Ramirez, better known as Carlos the Jackal, a member of the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine, a notorious fugitive for years, one of the most famous terrorists on the planet before bin Laden took center stage, and who is currently serving a sentence in France. Kassar recounts that he first learned of the Jackal in the late 1970s, that he was one of those wealthy foreigners who left their families to join the Palestinian cause, and that they met in person sometime later through a mutual friend at the Hilton Hotel in Damascus, the city where he was then living with a low profile. The Syrian continues to praise him today. He believes that thanks to his talent, charisma, strong personality, and the success he had in many operations against Israel, he became a star at the time. Kassar, he also says, doesn't care what people think of him. For him, he's a legend. The lawyer's objective, as she explained to me, was to exert significant diplomatic pressure with the complaint against the Spanish government and the alleged betrayal of the American government. The committee's resolutions are sent around the world to all UN member states, and they must present a positive image, especially in the General Assembly, where violations of international treaties by member states are recorded. To this end, based on the idea that the sentence imposed was contrary to the agreements signed to authorize the extradition, they gave Kassar's case, in a document of almost 50 pages, a political dimension that spoke of a fabricated case, of torture, of arbitrary detention, and of the lack at the time of a fair trial before an independent tribunal. The reality of that desperate appeal is that beyond the diplomatic pressure the French lawyer claimed to be pursuing, even if the court ruled in their favor, it would serve no purpose, because the decision is not legally binding. But they didn't even make it to that point. In August 2018, the committee announced that the case would not be considered, that it was rejected. Kassar and his lawyer saw behind the decision, once again, the long shadow of Israel and the Zionist conspiracy. A few weeks earlier, Israeli Yuval Shani had been appointed president of the committee. Kassar thus passed away. From trusting or having faith in the justice of the United Nations to calling them, using the recurring play on words to criticize the omnipresent Israeli influence, United Nations, there he remains, searching for new cracks. Fighting, as he says. Although also, as he confesses, each day he has less confidence or faith that he will have a happy ending and more certain or lack of faith that he is destined to die in a United States prison. Now he's fighting not for himself, but to ensure that his case serves the future for others. I try to go beyond his words and what I know about him, to understand the mind of someone like the Syrian. Psychologists explain that what best suits Al-Kassar, where he fits best, is what's known as narcissistic personality disorder. One has built an image of oneself as one of greatness, power, or superiority that makes one view others as inferior, not accept criticism, and always want to be the center of attention. And this isn't a question of faith, but of pure confidence. Of confidence that one is above others and that they owe one admiration. This behavior often causes problems when establishing relationships and an emotional disconnection with others. The narcissist basically cares only about themselves. The narcissist literally cares only about themselves. They tend to be arrogant, haughty, and constantly refer to themselves. They are the axis around which everything revolves and must continue to revolve, and that is why those around them must pay full attention to what they say and do. I'm thinking now about Al-Kassar's profile and how he fits into that composite portrait. Yes, the Syrian, as those who knew him say, as the DEA also exploited his image to build its profile, was superb. But he was also a braggart and a loudmouth, as several of his friends tell me. He liked to talk and be the center of attention. His staff revered him, although he, at most, responded with a condescending pat on the back. This was also the case in business, but not just to attract attention, but as a method. He always talked and talked about the same topic, whatever was on his mind at the time. If he was thinking about making a transaction or entering a new business, he would repeatedly bring up the subject and expound on it, asking questions and receiving answers from others or from himself. A while later, he would do exactly the same thing again. Some of his interlocutors would despair. He thought like this out loud. He was also irascible at times. When he got angry, he would go into a tailspin and not care about the consequences. He would get irritated, and there was nothing he could do about it. He had built up the plot in his head, and it didn't matter what happened. But not everything fits that profile. That lack of affection wasn't true. He cared, as I'm told, about his friends. And he didn't need those friends to be on his level. He invited acquaintances to his house, people with normal jobs, normal hours, and normal salaries, and went out with them for walks in Puerto Banús, making sure they were comfortable during their stay in Marbella and enjoying their company. In the years I've been in contact with him, every Christmas, punctually, I've received a greeting card from prison in the mail. Every time I've traveled and mentioned it in our communications, he's expressed interest in the trip. Every time it was a special holiday, like Easter, he's congratulated me. Pure courtesy, one could argue. But no, after so many years of contact, that courtesy disappears and a genuine interest is evident. In the same way, he's also gotten angry with me and let me know, accusing me, as I've already mentioned, of even working for the CIA. Now, in addition, in prison, all of this is exacerbated. If it was already like that outside, it's even more so inside. Not only because of his desperate situation and this loss of trust or faith, but because he is, as those closest to him confirm, alone and helpless. He himself explains that his relationship with the other prisoners is superficial, that everything is based on self-interest, and there is no friendship with any of them beyond the respect and cordiality he mentions. He repeats that since he was extradited, he hasn't seen his children or his wife. What he doesn't say, but what people who know him well do, is that there was only one thing he liked more than sweets, women. He loved conquering them. He didn't shy away from any potential relationship. His wife, I'm told, knew everything, but looked the other way. She dedicated herself to living, spending the money he earned, and taking care of the children. Even at his extradition hearing in Madrid, one of his lovers accompanied him in the audience. Even in the United States, he maintains contact with another woman who, after the relationship ended, has become a friend and a fundamental support for Al-Kassar. A woman who also travels to visit him once a year and is attentive to whatever he might need. The part Al-Kassar doesn't tell is that since his extradition, he hasn't kept in touch with his wife Ragda, with his dear wife, as, however, He calls her. She thought he was dead, forgot about him, and is now moving on with her life. Sums up a friend of the Syrian who is familiar with the situation and the couple. That reality has another added element. When Kassar was arrested, as his children were still young, he gave power over his estate to his brother-in-law, Bachir, his wife's brother, a man with whom he had never even had a good relationship, and the Syrian who tightly controlled all his accounts, all his money, all his assets, the man who went to the Banco Bilbao branch every month with his spiral-bound notebooks to review the status of his accounts and every transaction, the man who demanded authorization for every single payment made from that money, went from controlling absolutely nothing, once again, from power to submission, once again, from everything to nothing. This situation has reached such a point that Kassar now even has financial problems paying the lawyers he continues to use. In fact, he even tried to open an account, a fund, to receive financial aid, donations to finance the causes he is still trying to open. I'm seeking support, both financial and moral, for the cause, to allow truth to reign over fiction, he said in the message, translated into several languages, with which he presented this strange crowdfunding, to use the word that has become so fashionable, and which allows raising money both for cultural projects and, apparently, to pay lawyers. He did so on the GoFundMe website, but his page was shut down a few days after it opened, and Kassar once again saw the same hands that had been hidden behind his case for decades. Once again, this seemed like a desperate decision. At least he has the support of his children, with whom he communicates by phone or email. Above all, with Rami, the youngest, who, as Kassar confides to me, told him in one of those messages that he's very proud of him for continuing to fight and for telling the truth. Curiously, the signatures of those messages, the ones he sends from prison, through which we have communicated for years, are where the evolution of his case, and above all his own, is best seen. This loss of confidence or faith in ever regaining freedom is evident. A few years ago, he signed them simply with his name. Later, he began adding the phrase Syrian political prisoner beneath his signature. Today, he has expanded it, and now also includes kidnapped in a gulag in the United States. 9. Operation Guantanamo North. On October 26, 2016, I received a message from Kassar. It was brief, just 2 paragraphs, written and sent 2 days earlier. I'm slowly recovering from the physical and psychological torture I suffered before being transferred to this new facility, which seems much more fair and civilized. I'm in a small unit with a small number of inmates, and they treat me well and respectfully. I already knew many of the inmates, and they're looking out for me and taking care of me. I've lost over 30 kilos. My eyesight is impaired, and I can barely see beyond 3 meters. And I've never worn glasses before. I've asked permission to see an ophthalmologist. I also notice my memory is damaged. If I sent you a picture of myself now, you wouldn't recognize me. But I remain morally strong, and my faith is even stronger, keeping me fighting injustice until my last breath. I'm sure I'll be much better in a few weeks. A day after that message, on October 27, Kassar's daughter, Haifa, has sent another to Isabelle Couton-Pere, her French lawyer. I haven't slept well the last 2 nights. I'm very worried about what you told me on the phone. I could tell from your voice that you needed immediate attention and help. They treated you like a dog in that isolation cell, with hot air and machinery, day and night, so no one could hear you scream. Furthermore, they didn't give you your medication or food. He desperately needs attention, and I'm going to try everything I can to save my father. I'm disappointed I can't even visit him. I know they're torturing him because he turned down the offer, and then they did that to him right after, and he doesn't even know where they're going to take him or when. He says it may have been his last call. He needs help. Please try to save him. I can't do anything. I've even tried calling the prison, but they don't answer. I'm worried because he's 71 years old, and I don't know how to save him. Please let me know if you've had any answers. Thank you. 2 days later, on Saturday, October 29, Gail Gray, Kassar's attorney in the United States, sent another, longer message, with copies to the Syrian's family and friends. I was among those who received it. When I didn't hear from him after visiting him in Terre Haute in August, I was concerned. However, I wasn't alarmed until I learned that Monzer was also out of touch with his family and close friends, and was isolated, tormented, and humiliated by prison guards. I immediately tried to do something, contacting high-ranking officials at the State Department of Justice. After a week of intense anxiety, I was granted a call to Monzer, and he was transferred from the isolation cell in Terre Haute to a regular unit in Marion, where I immediately made arrangements to visit him. I saw Monzer on Thursday, October 27th, and I was blown away. I didn't recognize him. He wasn't the same man. I had visited him in August, just 2 months earlier. He's now gaunt and pale, with dark bags under his eyes, and appears to have lost nearly 10 kilos. Despite being clearly dejected, there was still a fire in his eyes as he recounted the terror he'd endured. Because of Monzer's inability to concentrate now, he has asked me to share these details with you, describing the retaliation he has suffered. These 3 messages have broken a silence of more than a month and a half. That's the time that has passed since Kassar and I last communicated, a gap that wouldn't be surprising if I hadn't tried to contact him twice during that same period, because the Syrian always responds to messages. He does so quickly, and if he can't reply at that moment with the length or explanation he deserves, at least he writes briefly to say so. He himself had the same routine in that prison, as he still has today in the one where he is now imprisoned, of preparing the replies he will send the next day to the messages he receives. He has few other duties in reality, except to manage to make the taste of prison food remind him day after day of what life on the outside tasted like. But during those weeks, no messages came from him. Something was happening. Something was happening. Or something had happened. Finally, in October, those 3 messages, almost in a chain, confirmed it. But what had happened? Why had Kassar been transferred from the Terre Haute prison to the one in Marion, Illinois? And why were he and his lawyer talking about torture? The prisoners held there call the Terre Haute prison Guantanamo North, but they're not referring to the entire federal prison in Indiana, but to the CMU, the acronym for the Communications Managed Unit. Managed here is a euphemism for wiretapped, a special prison unit created on the former death row with just the 50 or so inmates Kassar described when recounting his time there. Most are Muslims and are convicted of terrorism-related offenses. Unlike the U.S. military base in Cuba and its notorious prison, all have been convicted in a trial in the United States. This unit was created in 2006 in secret, and its existence was not known until a few months later, in February 2007, when an article in the Washington Post revealed its existence. The Terre Haute CMU and the other that exists in the country, in Marion, where Kassar is now imprisoned, were created under the law known as the Patriot Act. This was the most significant legal consequence of the attacks of September 11, 2001, and of the so-called War on Terror that President Bush declared immediately afterwards. The Patriot Act was the federal law passed on October 26, 2001, by an overwhelming majority of the U.S. Congress and Senate. Basically, the objective was to give the state greater power and control over the long war, as the president had called it, which had just begun. But it had 2 sides. To achieve greater security, its fundamental objective, the people had to sacrifice freedoms. To combat terrorism, anything went. And anything meant, if necessary, curtailing constitutional rights. The contradiction in theory is obvious. No law can be passed that is contrary to the Constitution, the fundamental roadmap of a country. But it was passed. Since then, numerous human rights organizations have denounced that, behind that law, basic rights have been curtailed. They claim that, protected by that law, the state has carried out everything from arbitrary detentions to indefinite arrests and has systematically violated citizens' privacy, intercepting telephone or internet conversations without a court order, and accessing library records to find out what books a suspect had read or their medical data. The Terre Haute and Marion units were created in that context. As argued, after the February 1993 attack on the World Trade Center, when an attempt was made to demolish both twin towers with a truck loaded with 680 kilos of explosives in the parking lot, ultimately leaving a mammoth hole, 6 dead and 1,000 injured, the convicted terrorists, alleged members of Al-Qaeda, had continued to communicate with other terrorists abroad. To prevent that from happening again, the perfect formula was to create those units. That's why they're called communication management units, because their basic premise is that all communications are monitored. But they went further. In addition to calls, visits, and emails, like the ones Kassar writes, being read or listened to by a prison official who authorizes or denies their sending or receiving, a surveillance system was installed in the unit that makes it impossible for the prison officials to monitor their communications. Inmates are monitored by cameras and microphones 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Furthermore, and this is why the secrecy with which they had been created was soon broken, The prisoners held there received different treatment than other inmates in other prisons across the country. This was also the case with human rights organizations, who began to receive complaints from insiders trying to make public the isolation to which they were subjected and the Muslim ghetto those units had become. While the percentage of Muslims in other prisons does not reach 10% of the total population, in Terre Haute it exceeded 60%. While in those other prisons, one is entitled to 300 minutes of phone calls per month, in Terre Haute they were cut to 45. Compared to the 35 hours of monthly visitation, there were only 4, also monitored and with any type of physical contact prohibited. A prisoner in Terre Haute could not, under any circumstances, hug his wife or children. Even if he wanted to circumvent the restriction and do so, he couldn't, because they weren't even in the same room. And everyone had to and must communicate in English unless special permission is requested. Kassar, in fact, communicates in English in all his messages because he knows that if he did so in Spanish, the delay in his communications arriving would be even greater. Muslim prisoners go further and have publicly denounced over the years that their religious rights were being curtailed there. They were only allowed to pray in groups once a week or once a day during Ramadan, contrary to federal prison rules that guarantee them up to 5 times a day in a suitable place and preferably in groups. Even one of the prisoners, John Walker Lind, a 37-year-old American who converted to Islam as a teenager, captured during the invasion of Afghanistan after 9/11, and considered detainee number 1 in the War on Terror, went so far as to denounce a few years ago that Muslims were not allowed to wear pants above their heels, as he claims their religion requires. The strictest and most dogmatic interpretation of the words of the Prophet Muhammad, who announced that one of the types of people to whom Allah will not speak or purify will be those who drag their clothes arrogantly. In 2016, when the Republican majority voted against closing the Guantanamo Bay prison, which President Barack Obama promised since his first election campaign in 2008, and which ultimately did not deliver, or could not deliver, or did not know how to deliver, the Republicans claimed that it would remain open because they did not want terrorists on American soil. Then the New York Times tried to refute that excuse by tracking terrorists held in prisons inside the country. It was able to identify 443, 5 times more than those detained in the detention camp on Cuban soil. At least 25 of them were in those special units in Terre Haute and Marion. At that time, the majority of prisoners in those units were still Muslim. That's why when that man arrived, he attracted so much attention. He was white American and barely 40 years old. It was the spring of that year, 2016, and the new inmate, as Kassar recounts, immediately approached him and his fellow inmate in Terre Haute, El Sayed Nosar, an Egyptian-born American citizen convicted of being a member of the terrorist cell that, in the spring of 1993, following the attack on the World Trade Center, was planning a wave of attacks in New York City. Kassar tells me that at first he was reluctant to establish any relationship with the new inmate, but he eventually accepted him into his social circle. They allowed him to sit with them in the dining hall. He says he saw him as helpless and that's why he did it, and that accepting him into that circle meant, among other things, sharing with him whatever he could. In this case, the provisions he bought at the prison store. That man, the Syrian recalls, seemed starved. His name was Sean Bridges, and in December he had been sentenced to 5 years. Years and 11 months in prison for fraud. That's all he told then. A few days later, as Kassar recalls, something strange began to happen. Bridges, he says, was treated differently than the rest of the prisoners. They gave him 2 rations of food instead of 1. But they sympathized with him. The unit was small, and he, having just arrived, was even lonelier than the rest. Bridges told them he was a married man and asked Monzer if he could make a copy of a photo of him and his wife. When he had it, he shared it with Kassar. Then he asked the Syrian to take a photo together, and he agreed. Kassar would send a copy of that photo to his family in Spain. Bridges was already spending most of his time with him. The new man talked, he says, and he listened. Sometimes he would make a comment in Arabic that he didn't understand. Bridges told him that his father, like his, had been a diplomat and had been stationed in Germany and other countries in Eastern Europe in the 1980s. This one. He also told her he was 35 years old and had known his wife since he was 25, but they'd been married for 5 years. Then he began to reveal why he was there and that his case was a huge one involving money laundering, computer hacking, and obstruction of justice. Bridges was a computer expert, a hacker. He was convicted of these 3 crimes. He had seized $800,000 in 20,000 bitcoins, the electronic currency exclusive to the internet. He had worked for the country's most important security agencies, as he told her, for more than 10 years. Until he fell. Until he arrested. It happened during a secret investigation. The target was Silk Road, a website on the deep web, the dark web, that B-side of the internet where the world's illegal trade moves. A website where cocaine is displayed like sneakers on Amazon. Silk Road, which was shut down and then reopened with a new version, circulated more than €1 billion in illegal business. Bridges, a cryptocurrency expert, had been recruited for an FBI-led operation supported by the DEA, the Federal Tax Office, and the Customs Office to find out who operated through it. Bridges was then a special agent with the Secret Service, the agency responsible for the security of the president and his family. Born in Laurel, Maryland, he had been stationed for 6 years in the Baltimore office, in the same state where he had previously worked protecting First Lady Michelle Obama. Between 2012 and 2014, he participated in the multi-agency group that infiltrated Silk Road. He had to hack the website and its users' computers to reach them. But during the process, he also diverted funds from a government account. He was discovered in 2015, arrested, and convicted. Bridges pleaded guilty to the charges. After his conviction, he did not appeal the sentence. Bridges was now attracting even more attention in Terre Haute. He didn't fit in there. His profile was nothing like that of his peers. But he continued talking to Kassar. He told him that his wife, Ariana Esposito, had good connections among the Washington elite because she was related to Laura Bush, the former president's wife. The Syrian says that he then began to suspect him and stopped paying much attention to him. He almost ignored him, and that's when Bridges told him, "I can help you." He explained that he was very close to the Bush family lawyer. Kassar, he says, curtly thanked him and announced that he didn't want to continue the conversation. From that moment on, he began observing and recording his colleagues' every move and comment. Up to that point, he hadn't received a single visit, called a single phone call, or purchased anything from the store. "Why are you ignoring me?" Bridges asked him directly after a while. "I can help you," he repeated. Kassar, he says, wanted to challenge him. "If you can help me, I want my family to come visit me from Spain," he asked. Bridges Rio, "Friend, I'm offering you the king and you ask for a pawn." Kassar says that at that moment he warned Bridges that he'd better stay away from him, that his company could be detrimental to him, that his case was a political one, and that he was there because he had attacked President Bush in an interview about the invasion of Iraq. "I can prove it to you," Bridges cut him off. "I'm here for you, or for you. Why do you think they moved me to the next cell?" Kassar was speechless. When he retrieved it, he challenged him again. He wanted a letter signed by Loretta Lynch, the state attorney general, confirming he was telling the truth. She or the lawyer he'd mentioned had to prove to him that he was legally authorized to do what he wanted to do. On April 27, Bridges wrote a letter and sent it to the lawyer. The letter, addressed to attorney Steve Levine in Washington, says, "During my time incarcerated at the CMU in Terre Haute, I developed a friendship with Monzer al-Kassar, a Syrian-born, Spanish-born man who was prosecuted for arms trafficking by the Southern District of New York. I'm sure, given his contacts with the Department of Justice and the President's cabinet, that his case is familiar to him. Mr. Kassar is now 71 years old and in the 10th year of a 30-year sentence. Because of the same interest we both have in being able to spend time with our families, and because of the belief that Mr. Kassar is a genuine and honest person, I approached him and explained our family ties to the Bush family. I also shared with him my view that there should be something we could do to assist him in his desire to return home to his family in Spain, and thus be able to spend the rest of his days with them. Before I pursue this further with him, could you explore what options and interests there might be with our family's political connections? Please let me know if there's any possibility, and I'll let him know. I'm sure the outcome would be worth it for all involved." During the days of waiting, Bridges wanted to socialize with Kassar again. He then revealed that his trial was seeking 15 to 20 years in prison, but that by accepting his guilt and with the help of the Bush family and his lawyer, his sentence had been reduced to 71 months. He also revealed that he hadn't been married to his wife for 5 years, but that they had married shortly before the trial began so that she wouldn't have to testify against him. He explained that she, who was in the State Police Academy in Maryland, had been fired after his conviction and had reported him to the police. Kassar, she says, wanted nothing to do with it and asked her to leave him, not to speak to him, not to come near him again until he had that letter from Attorney General Lynch. Bridges did it. He walked away from him, and he did as she asked. On Friday, May 13th, at 9:30 in the morning, mail delivery time, Bridges was informed that there was mail for him. Then he approached Kassar again. He was holding a letter. The letter is dated May 9, 2016, stamped and addressed by the Department of Justice. It is addressed to Attorney Steve Levine at 1610 Pennsylvania Avenue, zip code 20530, Washington, D.C. As a heading, United States v. Monzer Kassar. It reads as follows. Dear Mr. Levine, I hope this letter finds you well. I look forward to seeing you and your family again at Catherine's birthday party in a few weeks. I'm sure your children have grown a lot since we last saw each other. Regarding the legal matter we discussed regarding Monzer Kassar, you and your associates have my permission and the legal authority of my office to negotiate an equitable settlement in exchange for a potential release. I know I don't need to remind you of the pressure our office has received from members of both major parties regarding your client. That's why this compromise was reached to secure his sentence reduction. Certain politicians might demand a compromise from your client in exchange for continued support in the Monzer Kassar matter. You have been involved in Washington politics for decades, so I'm sure you understand what this entails. However, I want you to be aware of this consideration in advance. I have a few pressing matters to address. However, we'll review this case and its details thoroughly in the coming weeks. Since we spoke by phone, this is a sensitive matter, so I appreciate your discretion. Give your family my regards. Sincerely yours, Loretta Lynch, Attorney General of the United States. The letter, it states at the end, has also been sent with a copy to the White House Chief of Staff. Kassar read it. Once. Twice. 3 times. He was in shock. He asked Bridges to leave the letter with him, that he would read it again, and took the opportunity to make a copy of it without Bridges' knowledge. The letter was to be sent back to the lawyer the next day, he explained. Okay, he said to Bridges. Now I want to know what you want from me. They want you to cooperate with them against Bashar al-Assad in your country, in Syria, and in Lebanon, his module mate announced. You're fucking crazy, the Syrian snapped. I wouldn't have been in prison for almost 10 years if I'd agreed to cooperate sooner. Screw them. Tell them to screw themselves and that neither I nor Syria are for sale. Thus began the 5 long months that would end with weeks of silence and absence broken by Kassar's message on October 26. This is Monzer Kassar's version of what happened during that time. His chronological account of the events of an initially flourishing spring that would transform into an increasingly dark summer and autumn. His word about what happened during that time, so I'll let him tell it in person. When I rejected that offer, he made a few phone calls. He then offered me another deal. If I paid the government $45 million, I'd get out of jail. I didn't believe it, but I wanted to move forward and try to get as much documentation as possible to send to my lawyer outside the United States. Even so, I told Sean I couldn't get that money because my assets and accounts had been frozen. He asked me how much I could raise, and I told him I needed time to talk to my family in Syria and Spain to find out. I asked if I would be allowed to call freely about these matters. He said yes, they would speak to the counterterrorism unit in Washington, and they would agree to it. I did. I'm sure the conversations are recorded. I confirmed again that I didn't have that amount, and Sean came up with the idea of sending my art collection in Spain as collateral. I had to do this to his lawyer's office. I told him that those paintings were in Syria, not Spain, and asked him how he had learned the works existed. He confessed that they had overheard the conversations I had with my family and told me that the American and Spanish governments had reached an agreement to divide the collection. At that moment, I had no doubt that the United States was behind it. I asked Sean for proof of all this and for a copy of the agreement he mentioned. Again, for me, surprise, in record time, he brought me 3 copies of it in English. From that moment on, Sean began receiving many legal calls and visits from lawyers. On Saturday, May 26th, at 2 p.m., Sean received a call. He didn't tell me what it was about. When I asked, he replied that it was nothing, that a journalist wanted to write his story. On Sunday, the 27th, Sean received a visit that lasted over 2 hours. The prison staff even locked his cell for the visit, something very unusual. Sean told me later that his father had come to see him with a message from his mother and another from his lawyer. He told him he was working on the case and making several calls before saying anything. That same evening, at 7 o'clock, Sean called his father. Wife. On Friday, June 3rd, Sean goes to pick up his mail. He's been told legal papers have arrived. The envelope is dated May 27, and it was received on June 2. The letter is just 2 lines from attorney Davina Pujari. Sean tells me she works for Steve. On Friday, June 10, Sean brings me a letter from Pujari, dated June 6 for me to read. I remember there was no return address on the envelope or inside the letter, as prison rules require. She's writing on behalf of Steve Levin. The government has added Steve Levin's name to attend a meeting in Moscow with Putin. Steve can't continue wasting his time unless he pays him $150,000. Time is short, so they suggest I arrange for the paintings to be shipped from Spain to his office in America before the end of July. That way, Steve can act more quickly and focus on it if something unexpected happens. On Wednesday, June 22, at 5:30 p.m., Sean comes to my cell number 5. He'll leave 17 minutes later, as indicated by the camera just outside the cell. He tells me he had a legal call that day from 2:30 to 3:000. He spoke with Steve for 14 minutes and with Davina for the rest of the time. He wrote me a list of what he'd been told. He tells me this is a very sensitive issue for my release. It's accepted that he has a U.S. lawyer, not a foreign one. The American and Spanish governments have reached an agreement to share the paintings, and Kassar must send the works to Steve's office before the end of July. I ask Sean to give me 2 weeks to think about it and a copy of the agreement. He tells me that I'll have it in 2 weeks. On Monday, June 27, I see Sean given another envelope containing legal documentation, but he doesn't say anything to me. On Tuesday, July 5th, at 10:30 a.m., Sean receives a new legal envelope. I'm standing next to it and can see it contains a lot of paperwork. 3 hours later, he brings me the agreement between the Americans and the Spanish. It's in English and dated June 16th. After looking at it, I tell him it's very difficult to bring the paintings to America in such a short time. I tell him I have land in Europe worth more than the money the American government is asking, and I can use it as collateral for my release. That's why I keep insisting I need a lawyer to confirm that all this is legal. After that, he starts to look sad and nervous. He tells me his wife is leaving him, and I ask if that will affect my case. He tells me no, that he has a relationship with the Bush family and their lawyer. On Sunday, July 10th, Sean receives a visitor from 8:30 a.m. until 1 p.m. The rest of the inmates can always see the visitors who come in. She is a young woman, shorter than him, wearing jeans and a black t-shirt. She looks like the woman in the photographs he showed us of his wife. The next day, the same woman returns at 10 a.m. Sean tells me she delivered a message from Steve. On Wednesday, July 20th, at about 2:45 in the afternoon, Sean tells me that his mother has sent him an email with a message from Steve. Steve is on the trip to Moscow and will be out for 2 weeks. On Monday, August 1st, Sean receives a legal call at 2 p.m. At 3:30, he comes to my cell. He tells me he spoke with Davina for 15 minutes, that Steve's wife had an accident and that he is with her in the hospital. He also tells me that the government has accepted the properties in Spain as collateral and is requesting more information about them and who would sign the agreement. Davina and Steve can fly to Spain to meet with my family's lawyer. Davina and Steve will come to meet me in prison with the government's legal authority. They will call in 2 weeks. That's where Kassar's chronological account ends. As he explains, he methodically recorded in a notebook all the contacts that occurred and all the movements made by his prison colleague, just as he did in another world, in another life, when he was in Marbella and went to check his accounts at the Banco Bilbao branch, with his days and hours, with all the details I saw or remembered, until the story was interrupted that Monday, August 1st, until the Syrian's version was cut short. Bridges, who had worked for state security, according to Monzer al-Kassar, had approached him after his arrival in Terre Haute, and had gradually gained his trust until he finally revealed his intentions. On behalf of the government, or with the ability, due to his supposed family connections, to speak on behalf of the government, he wanted to propose a deal. A simple exchange. You help us, and we'll help you. What do you want? To get out of jail? Great. What do we want? That you help us with our political goals, that you be with us? Also perfect. That help, according to al-Kassar's account, would consist of siding with the United States, handing over information, contacts, sources, and access in his home country, Syria, where al-Kassar had always had the best connections and the greatest influence. But the game, the deal, the agreement wouldn't have been so simple because al-Kassar, according to his version, had refused to do it. You're fucking crazy, he had told Bridges, and that had opened the way to a second alternative. The Syrian wouldn't help politically, but in exchange for his supposed release, he would reward the United States with an amount close to $45 million. Al-Kassar, let's say, would buy his freedom, or he would make a gesture of goodwill to obtain a significant sentence reduction, if we want to call it something else. As a guarantee that the money existed and would be paid, the Syrian offered his art collection. A collection of paintings that supposedly had been in Spain and that is now hidden in Syria. A collection that, also supposedly, the American and Spanish governments had agreed to share, as confirmed by a document from a supposed agreement signed between both countries, which Kassar also sent me. In addition, it offered land, as he calls it, in Spain. The real estate he had spent decades buying as an investment on the Costa del Sol, including Mifadil, the empty palace, the uninhabited palace, the palace that is yellowing alone, while its paths are covered with dead leaves under the Marbella sun. Kassar says he never believed any of it, just as he said he didn't believe in Operation Legacy, but that he wanted to move forward to have as much documentation as possible about what was happening. All the documents were then sent to Paris, to his lawyer there, and also to Gail Gray, his lawyer in the United States, for whom he also paid for a trip to prison that August to tell her everything that was happening and to keep her informed. Then came the silence that lasted for weeks. That interruption in chronology that leaves August as a deadlock. And it's at the end of that month, on August 30th, that the situation begins to change, that reality abruptly shifts. But Kassar doesn't know it yet. That, August 30th, is the date listed in the first Terre Haute incident report. The document on Department of Justice and Federal Bureau of Prisons letterhead explains in a typed paragraph that on that day, legal documents belonging to another inmate, Sean Bridges, were found in Kassar's possession, documents that Kassar is not authorized to possess. The report explains that at 1 p.m., a search of the Syrian prisoner's cell was conducted for possible contraband, and that Bridges' papers were found among his papers. Kassar, the report notes, justified this by saying that the documents pertain to his own case. But during the internal investigation, which lasted more than 2 weeks, the time up until this report was drafted and signed on September 16th, Bridges was also questioned. He stated that he has no legal action in common with Kassar, that he did not know that Kassar had those documents, and that he never authorized him to have them. In the report, in 2 handwritten lines in the box allowing the defendant to defend himself, Kassar alleges, "My attorney has evidence that Bridges gave me those papers. I want the video recordings reviewed." The report ends with a recommendation for punishment to be approved by those responsible for the prison, loss of GCT, in English, good conduct time, the reduction of sentence that can be earned, and adding a prisoner each year for good behavior and loss of privileges. But there's one detail not reflected in that report. While the investigation, as it's called, was being carried out after those papers were found during a search of the prisoner's cell, another file was opened against Kassar based on the evidence that appeared. It was written on the same day, September 16th, as the first one. But the date listed as the actual events under investigation is the 13th. In the same type of form as the previous report, it is explained that during the investigation opened and closed on that same day, the 16th, Kassar was found to have provided items from the prison shopping list to Bridges as payment for services such as transcriptions, cleaning, and eye supplies. In the interview with Bridges, he confirmed the facts, saying that Kassar had given him stamps and a calling card in exchange for these services. Bridges is in possession of various products from that catalog that cannot be proven to have been purchased by him. These products, such as an oversized t-shirt, Nike sneakers, and a radio, are listed as having been purchased by Kassar between April and June. In his response, the Syrian asserts that he was just helping him. If a prisoner needs something, he adds, I give it to them, but I never ask for anything in return. The proposed punishment for the incident is loss of access to the list of purchases for 30 days. But Kassar didn't lose his good conduct record, his privileges, or his ability to shop at the prison supermarket. According to his account of the events, he was punished that same September 16th, but in a different way. On September 16th, he was transferred to the hole, a dry cell as they call it, to a special holding cell. This is how he tells it again. I'm over 70 years old and suffer from several health problems, such as high blood pressure, diabetes, and inflammation of the ligaments in my lower legs. I've been prescribed dozens of medications to treat them. However, during my time in the hole, none of these treatments were provided to me. I was confined there for 5 weeks of torture, from September 16th to October 20th. In that cell, number 12, there was nowhere to even sit, no fresh air or any kind of natural light. And the only window, a very small one, was closed with a metal door and 2 bolts. Behind the door, noise-making machines were in operation 24 hours a day. The temperature in the cell was extremely high because there were heat pipes underneath that heated the floor so much that it made it impossible to even sit on it. I estimate the temperature reached was 50 degrees, and there was no air conditioning or cooling system of any kind. The purpose of a hot box like this, of this heat torture system, is to cause extreme dehydration and exhaustion, and even death. Practices like this drive some to suicide. You can't sleep, your entire perception is altered, and noise drives you mad. In front of the cell door was a camera with a microphone to ensure complete monitoring, which I'm sure was monitored by the counterterrorism unit in Washington. These recordings, which exist, can prove what I'm saying. The first few nights I would faint. I would try to get to sleep, but I couldn't. And every time I felt like I was when I woke up, I prayed to Allah to allow me to see my family and my beloved Syria again. During that time, I wrote 3 letters to the warden of the prison, Stephen Julian. The 3 letters Kassar mentions are handwritten, with crooked lines and paragraphs that seem to overlap each other. A footnote in the first justifies this. Please excuse the errors and the way this letter was written, but it's because I'm standing with nothing to lean on. That first letter, 2 pages long, is dated Wednesday, September 21, and addressed to the warden, Mr. Julian. In it he writes, I've been in this illegal unit, called the CMU, for 5 years without any serious problems. I've also spent almost another 5 years in other prisons. Check my record. Under your watch, this is my 6th day of physical torture, locked in this cell I've never been in before, isolated, with temperatures higher than a sauna and 24 hours of machine noises with engines running at full speed. I don't know how much longer I can stand it. I'm over 71 years old and have many medical problems. I've been denied access to my lawyer. I haven't been able to sleep. And to this day, I haven't been given a pen and paper after 6 days of persistent requests. This is a crime under any law. I need to know by what legal authority you allowed this to happen. If you don't know anything, which would be worse, you can ask Lieutenants Rodriguez or Willock or any of the staff in this unit. I am legally responsible, under oath, for everything I say in this letter. This retaliation to cover up a greater crime is in the hands of my attorney, Gail Gray. She's aware because I informed her of everything that was happening when I asked to visit me on August 29th or 30th. After her visit, the retaliation began. I have also not been allowed to receive my legal mail. I'm in the dark. I'm sure he's going to send me somewhere to cover up his crimes. I've been asking to see him since day one, and now I'm asking for this letter to be handed over to him and put on my record, and I demand a response. Thank you for your attention. I only ask for justice. The second letter is written in the same altered handwriting, but more compactly and on a single page. It is dated Thursday, September 29. It is also addressed to Mr. Julian. Kassar writes, the 8th Amendment prohibits any cruel punishment. The 14th Amendment does not protect persons acting in a private capacity. The Bureau of Prisons, in its Section 3.8.3.1 on punishments, states conduct by correctional officers that causes harm or even death beyond 5 days is inappropriate. Heat in the cell is grounds for punitive damages. Article 3.9 also states, justice allows prison officials reasonable use of force in 5 cases: self-defense, enforcing prison rules, defending a third party, and preventing a crime or escape. I am on my 14th day of a very, very cruel torture, an inhuman punishment with noises that prevent me from sleeping, and in a cell with a temperature of more than 45 degrees. I need to know on whose behalf or under what authority you are acting and have ordered this heinous act, without letting me speak to my lawyer or my family. My statement is under oath, with evidence and witnesses of what I say. I need a written copy. The third letter is the one with the best handwriting. The previously blank sheet of paper is now a lined page on which Kassar on Monday, October 10th, writes again to the prison director. With all due respect, I am writing to you again because you have not responded to my letters of September 21st and 29th with a very serious allegation, an accusation, and a violation not only of the Bureau of Prisons Code of Rules and the 8th and 14th Amendments, but also of the United Nations Convention Against Torture, as set forth in Articles 1, 2, 4, and also 12 and 13. I am bringing this very serious matter to your attention for the last time, and under oath. I'm not asking for mercy, but for justice. I need to know if this was your order or the order of their superiors in this corrupt system. Of course, you know who inmate Sean Bridges is, and why he was sent to this CMU 6 months ago. He used to say openly, and not just to me, that he was bigger than this. And you have no authority over him. I treated him well from day one, like any new person who joins this unit. And I did the same when he revealed his role and mission with proof and evidence. Even so, I continued to treat him the same way, and waited for my lawyer's advice and opinion. On the advice of my lawyer here in America and my lawyer at the UN Human Rights Committee, I rejected the offer Sean Bridges made me. I am not worried about the two fabricated files of August 8 and September 13 to put me in this solitary confinement cell and thus cover up your crime. My complaint here is about the physical and mental torture I have been suffering for 3 weeks without rest. You know this unit very well and are in charge of it, and nothing happens or moves here without the approval of senior officials in Washington and the counterterrorism unit. You also know that this very small unit of just 35 high-profile inmates is monitored 24 hours a day. So you can't say you didn't know what's been going on for the past 6 months, and now the retaliation for my torture is under your watch. And the funniest part is that the victim is being tortured in this cell, and the perpetrator is free in the regular unit. None of the 3 letters received a reply. As Kassar recounts, the prison director only visited him once at night, at the very end, after the order to transfer him had already been received in Terre Haute. Kassar later learned that during those days in isolation, his lawyer had tried to locate him and had contacted some officials in the Department of Justice. You don't want his blood on your hands. He tells me she told them. Thanks to that pressure, the transfer was likely achieved. That night, when Warden Julian finally came to see the Syrian, he stood on the other side of the door. Kassar recalls that they couldn't hear each other over the noise of the machines and that he ordered one of the guards to close them. Turn off the light so they could talk. She then asked him, "How are you, Mr. Kassar?" And he replied, "Are you torturing me, and yet you ask me how I am?" After that encounter, on Wednesday night, October 19, Kassar recounts that he was taken out of the cell by a group of guards Rambo style. He then says he was humiliated. He was stripped naked and chained, then forced to walk like that to the prison reception area, where he was thoroughly searched. Thoroughly. Body cavities included. Then they put him in a van, in a gray box with holes in it that no one would even carry an animal in, as he describes it. And then he fainted. He woke up a few hours later, at dawn, at the entrance to the Marion prison in Illinois, almost 300 kilometers from Terre Haute. He says he couldn't speak, couldn't even give his name and inmate number, or even walk. The guards had to carry him inside. Kassar, he adds, had one eye closed and was purple, his skin was yellowish, and he didn't even know who he was. Weeks after the transfer, at the end of November 2016, Kassar told me that it had taken him more than 2 weeks to regain his strength and be able to stand. He also said that he had been examined by the doctor at the new prison and visited in his cell by the prison psychologist, both of whom had been informed of the ordeal he had just endured. During those first days in his new, more civilized location, as he defined it, he had also managed to see a dentist, something that had been impossible in Terre Haute for 5 years. I can't say I'm fully recovered from the nightmare I suffered. That memory will always be with me, and I will continue to pray that I can forget it and that justice prevails and that those responsible are brought to justice for doing this to an innocent 72-year-old man, he added. The Terre Haute episode is one of the darkest and most shocking in Monzer Kassar's biography. What happened, according to his account, during those months in that maximum security prison is not only surprising, but also, in the light of the figure of the new inmate, Bridges, that young white man from a good family. A former Secret Service agent and computer expert convicted of fraud, of a robbery perpetrated with a computer as a weapon, held in a unique prison with prominent prisoners convicted of terrorism, a vast majority of them Muslims. An unusual type in that special penitentiary in the world after 9/11, in that surveillance unit. An intensive investigation resulting from the war on terror declared by Bush after the attacks on the Twin Towers and the Pentagon. It also seems almost implausible. That's why, ever since that fall, after weeks of darkness and absence from Terre Haute, I regained contact with Kassar. I've tried to verify the story. Above all, to fill in the gaps. Who was Bridges really? Who was he working for? Whose idea was that agreement that was being developed? What did it consist of? And above all, the questions that were repeated and continue to be repeated insistently today. Why didn't it go ahead? Why was the Syrian confined to that solitary confinement cell? And why, according to his account, was he tortured for weeks? The complaint that Kassar made from the very beginning, and which he maintains today, about what happened inside that special unit in the Indiana prison, is serious. After learning about it, I contacted the prison. All information about the prison, as indicated, is handled by the Federal Bureau of Prisons. There, they again told me, questions should be directed in writing to the Communications Department to be addressed by one of the organization's spokespersons. I did so. On November 17, I wrote describing the events Kassar was reporting and requesting a response from Terre Haute or the Bureau. 6 weeks later, on December 29, after having repeatedly sought a response and being told by one of the spokespersons that my request was being processed, I received the official response. The Bureau of Prisons is committed to the safety and well-being of inmates. Allegations of mistreatment are fully investigated, and appropriate action is taken if proven true. For privacy reasons, the Bureau of Prisons cannot share information about an inmate's health or confirm or deny whether they have been subject to disciplinary proceedings. We can confirm that inmate Monzer Kassar was transferred from the Terre Haute Correctional Institution to the Marion Penitentiary on October 19th. However, we do not share the reasons for inmate transfers to other facilities. Inmates are designated by the Bureau of Prisons based on a variety of criteria, including their safety and health needs. The Federal Bureau of Prisons took a month and a half to respond without doing so. I didn't request Kassar's medical records, nor was it about obtaining details about those September files opened against him. The Syrian directly accused the prison and its officials of having locked him in solitary confinement for 5 weeks without contact with his family and lawyer, and under conditions he considered torture. That was the issue. And of that, 6 weeks. Afterwards, they said nothing. I insisted several times throughout the month of January. Until the 27th, they gave another official response. The Bureau of Prisons has no additional information to provide. Thank you. That same day, I responded in writing. Thank you for your reply, but let me reiterate, Mr. Kassar alleges that he was tortured in Terre Haute. I would like to know whether or not there is an open investigation into these allegations. That same day they responded, the Bureau of Prisons has no additional information to provide. This time they don't say thank you. I insist again. In December, Mr. Kassar filed an official complaint against the Terre Haute prison officials, Stephen Julian, Clint Swift, and Elizabeth Warren. Is the Bureau of Prisons investigating this? There was no further response. Months later, in July 2017, I tried again. I asked if the office had yet responded to the torture complaint and if it was investigating or had investigated the events Kassar described. We have no updates. For privacy reasons, the office does not discuss whether an inmate is the subject of an investigation, they said. I tried again. It's not just that Kassar was the subject of an investigation, but that those responsible for the prison were the ones who were accused. Again, the old answer. This office has no further information to provide. In May 2018, I contacted the Bureau of Prisons again. The situation had changed. In the intervening time, Kassar had been trying to get his complaint heard and addressed, to have it investigated and a case opened. That month, the court for the Southern District of Indiana accepted the complaint, thus opening the legal process to investigate and prosecute the events Kassar described. When I wrote to the Bureau after learning this news, the response changed slightly. We do not comment on matters that are part of a judicial proceeding. And then they added the same old phrase, we have no further information to provide. But what happened during that long month between September and October in Terre Haute was only part of it, the unforeseen outcome of the episode. All the questions about what had happened in the previous months and about Bridges still remained. Even today, I must admit, they remain so, with more questions even, if possible. Bridges does not respond. In return for the letters I send to the in prison, I only receive silence. His lawyer, Steve Levin, is terse. First, he says that the lawyer in Bridges' letters isn't him, that the last name is misspelled, that his name isn't Levine, as it appears in the letters, but Levin without the final E, and that the address isn't his office in Washington either. But Levin was Bridges' lawyer during his case, and he confirms it, although he announces that he is no longer. When I ask him about the Kassar case, he remains silent. When I press him, he dodges the question, now saying that he can't provide any details about any of his clients. Loretta Lynch stepped down as U.S. Attorney General shortly after, in January 2017, when President Trump took office and appointed a new person to the position. But from her office, also after much insistence, a member of her team finally contacted me to assure me that the letter from Lynch that Bridges had, alluding to Kassar, was a forgery, and that they would proceed to file a complaint for investigation. On several occasions, over the months, I have tried to find out if they have filed the complaint they announced and if the investigation they requested has been opened. Again, the only response was silence. Sean is unusually intelligent, perceptive, and assertive. He would have been a brilliant student at any law school. He is, without a doubt, one of the most perceptive people I've ever worked with. He's always ahead of the game, catches every tiny error, and has a deep understanding of the law to reason and seek new avenues of argument. He's almost a legal scholar. That's how attorney Scott Fenstermaker, who replaced Levin as head of Bridges' case, defines Bridges. Fenstermaker is a criminal lawyer known for having handled several cases involving Guantanamo Bay detainees and related to the country's national security, most notably that of Ammar al-Baluchi, one of the accused of participating in the preparation of the September 11, 2001 attacks. The United Nations Commission on Human Rights ruled in February 2018 that the detention of al-Baluchi, held at the American base in Cuba since 2006, was an illegal and arbitrary violation of human rights. But the Pakistani remains imprisoned there today. Fenstermaker, for his part, as he himself recounts, was sanctioned with a 10-year ban from public office, as punishment, he says, for wanting to defend defendants like al-Baluchi and other detainees from Guantanamo, because his defense disrupted the official narrative that terrorism is bad. As he says, if a person with my background stands up and basically, with those cases, makes it clear that it was time for the United States to get a taste of its own medicine with those attacks, especially in the context of 9/11, that could create a problem with the government's sanctioned narrative. He was sanctioned because he allegedly fabricated himself as the prisoner's lawyer and spoke on their behalf to gain notoriety. But Fenstermaker, he says, knows nothing about the Kassar case. He invites me to try to contact Bridges again directly in Terre Haute, where 2 years after the episode with the Syrian, he remains imprisoned. But if you continue trying to contact him about the Kassar matter, he warns me, your efforts will likely be futile and may even cause problems for you. The United States is currently a fascist society. The individuals and organizations connected with the Kassar matter are extremely powerful, and they will stop at nothing to stop you from learning more about his situation. I take advantage of his open confession and stern warning to try to find out more. He then insists that, believe it or not, he knows nothing about Bridges and Kassar beyond the fact that they met at the Terre Haute Special Unit. I don't really know why he's in Terre Haute. I don't know anything about him that would make me believe he should be there for national security reasons. But I think Sean could be severely punished or even killed if he contacts you, he tells me now. I ask him if Bridges is a double agent, a man serving his sentence by working for the government he himself defrauded during that Silk Road investigation. And if that's why he's in prison, I have no knowledge that Bridges is doing any kind of undercover work, and no one, neither he nor anyone else besides yourself, has ever suggested anything like that to me. My legal representation of him has nothing to do with that kind of work. The lawyer goes further and gives me his opinion on what could have happened. According to his theory, Bridges could have tried to cooperate against Kassar, but that attempt wouldn't have been predetermined. In other words, Bridges being confined in Terre Haute, according to him, would have nothing to do with the Syrian. But his client would have taken advantage of the opportunity, finding himself there and in that situation, to do so. Before saying goodbye to me, Fenstermaker tells me that he applauds me for doing what he's doing. This work. Please let it shine and shed as much light as possible on America's so-called war on terror, he says. Bridges' incarceration in that prison, in the Managed Communications Unit of Guantanamo North, as its residents call it, remains today for this lawyer, his own, moreover, a mystery. And not just for him. And not only that, everything that happened that spring and that long summer of 2016 son. Kassar is waiting for the trial of the lawsuit he filed against the Federal Bureau of Prisons and those responsible for the Terre Haute prison. He no longer prays, as he used to say, to forget the torture he described suffering, but to remember it and be able to recount it before the judge. But he still wonders why. Why they locked him in that cell for those 5 weeks. Who and why wanted to punish him to the point of extreme punishment. Why Bridges appeared there that spring. Why he offered him that deal. Who was behind it? What was their intention? Why didn't it work? Questions to which he has not found answers either. And that wasn't the first time something like this had happened. Disset. Cold War in Puerto Banús. Eid al-Adha is not a banquet or a celebration where food is truly the protagonist, even if it seems that way. It symbolizes the moment when Muhammad climbed Mount Arafat, 70 meters high, east of Mecca, at the end of the Hajj, the pilgrimage to his hometown. There, in 632 AD, he delivered what is known as his farewell sermon to the followers who had accompanied him on the journey. It was there, on a Friday, standing on that granite hill, that Muhammad received the message from Allah that the religion of Islam was complete, that his mission as a prophet ended there. O you who believe, worship God, perform the 5 daily prayers, fast during the month of Ramadan, and give zakat from your wealth. Perform the pilgrimage if you have the means, he said. Remember, one day you will be brought before God to answer for your actions. So be careful not to stray from the path of righteousness after my death, he added. Today, Eid al-Adha is popularly known as the Feast of Sacrifice, because to celebrate it, a lamb is customarily sacrificed, in memory of the same one the Prophet Abraham killed in place of his son Ishmael, an example of Allah's generosity. Every Muslim with sufficient financial means is required to do so, and according to tradition, they must then share the animal and the food with those who have nothing and with their friends. Kassar undoubtedly had the financial power to sacrifice a lamb, or 10,000 flocks, and he proved it by leaping proudly after the sacrifice in the spilled blood of the animal. He was in the Syrian city of Palmyra, in the desert, in the province of Homs, a World Heritage Site, an open-air museum of the history of the region built more than 2,000 years ago, a textbook of the history and architecture of the civilizations that inhabited this land. Today, the city has been turned into a dynamited ruin by the memory-destroying Islamic State militants who camped there and sought to refute the history books with explosives and propaganda videos of the incident. He was God. In Syria, he was God. One of the people who accompanied me tells me to Al-Kassar during that trip, and who still remembers how the director of the Syrian police traveled with him in the car through Damascus, or how the army stood up to him when he arrived in Palmyra. Al-Kassar says his is a small country, but only in size, because it is large because of its people and its importance due to its position in the Arab world, surrounded by friendly countries, but also by declared enemies. His best memories of Syria are those of his childhood, when he went to school, and those of the family relationships and friendships that, as he explains, I had and still have. That was a Syria in which he says no one could deny the existence of security. There was no organized crime, there was no rape, there were no drugs, there was freedom of religion, there was no hunger, no one slept on the streets or under bridges, and there was no homosexuality, he lists. But I did see many of those things in the foreign countries where I lived. The Syria he yearns for today, the one before the conspiracy, as he calls it, is the Syria where the calls to prayer from mosques mingled with church bells. A Syria where Muslims and Christians were one family. For him, as he explains, each country has its own agenda and its own interests. And his, which survived in the past, will continue to do so, he says, in the future. Syria is protected by God, he concludes. Al-Kassar is right, at least in part. Syria survived everything in the past, or almost everything. A land of passage, the Egyptian, Phoenician, Canaanite, and Greek civilizations battled and settled there for centuries. The Seleucid, heir to Alexander the Great, the Persian, the Roman, the Arab, the Mongol, which devastated it, and the Ottoman. It was part of the latter, in fact, until the First World War, until the Ottoman Empire fell and dissolved in the 1920s. Or rather, until, between November 1915 and March 1916, the British diplomat Mark Sykes met with his French colleague François-Georges Picot to, literally, decide what the map of that area of the world would look like once the final fall of the Turks had occurred, which had yet to happen. The outcome of those meetings is what is now known as the Sykes-Picot Agreement, which was finally made public 2 years later, in November 1917, and which divided the map of the Middle East into zones of British and French influence with the approval, or the other way around, or the permission, or whatever you want to call it, of Russia. Welsh Colonel T. E. Lawrence, the legendary Lawrence of Arabia, had promised the Arabs a national homeland, a state in Greater Syria, if they rebelled against the Turks and took up arms. But that promise mattered little to Sykes and Picot, who had other colored pencils and another idea for the region. Thus was drawn the map of the area that survives today, defining the borders of Iraq and Syria. That agreement is still considered today to be one of the causes of the entrenched problem between Israelis and Palestinians. And that agreement is the one that, almost a century later, sought to undo the uprising of the Daesh terrorists with the proclamation of a caliphate and the establishment of an Islamic State that would erase the borders that the French and British had drawn with the rulers of their own interests and the template of the old imperial geostrategy. Syria also outlived Syria itself. Independent since 1945 and free of French troops, as this part of the map had been awarded to Paris, it then went through decades of change and instability the following year. It allied with the Soviet Union in the 1950s, trading weapons for strategic positioning and communist influence in the Cold War puzzle. It joined Egypt under the leadership of Egyptian President Gamal Abdel Nasser, creating the United Arab Republic in 1958, which would end just 3 years later, following a military coup, with Syria separated and established as the Syrian Arab Republic. The country's history is not understood only, as Al-Kassar said, by the mingled sound of muezzins calling the faithful from the minarets and the bells ringing from the bell towers, but by the sound of weapons, of rifle magazines, with which military coups were carried out that changed the country's control and direction for decades. Until 1963, the Ba'ath Party was established, the nationalist, progressive, theoretically leftist, and pan-Arab party that has governed the country since that year and that also governed Iraq for decades with Saddam Hussein at its helm during its most famous period. In fact, in both countries the party, or the ideology, came to power simultaneously, which for a time opened the possibility of forming, as Syria and Egypt had already done, but more subtly, a federation between the three countries. Union proved impossible, and shortly afterward, the Ba'ath Party in Iraq would be overthrown. After that attempt, instability continued throughout the decade, with the fall of President Amin al-Hafiz, who was even imprisoned by the army, and the invasion of the Golan Heights in 1967 by Israel in the so-called Six-Day War, which has since then kept this plateau occupied and militarized, located at the epicenter of that convulsive triangle formed by Israel, Lebanon, and Syria. The defeat, the invasion, would weaken the new government created after the coup, which would never recover. The division within the Ba'ath Party made it possible for the Minister of Defense, following tradition, to stage a bloodless military coup on November 13, 1970, which he called a corrective movement, ousting the heads of government and appointing himself prime minister. A year later, he would become president. That Minister of Defense was named Hafez al-Assad. Al-Kassar lived in Syria, first as a child, then as a teenager, and later as a young man. Throughout that entire period, politics was also discussed in his home. During the 1950s, his father was governor of the cities of Idlib and Marat el-Nouman. He also had other relatives who were deeply involved politically and held high positions in the military, including a cousin, Sharif al-Badawi, who made a career in the Air Force alongside al-Assad. For al-Kassar, it was Assad's rise to power and the unification of the party, or rather, the weeding out of detractors, because many ended up in prison, where they died, that finally began to bring stability and security to the country. Al-Kassar also says that, having grown up in Syria but lived in several countries, he has realized that in this crazy world, all political parties are the same. They fight for power and their own interests as a priority, and that's why he believes in a single party, that of the people, from the people, and for the people, because only in this way can security, dignity, and stability be brought to a country. The Syrian asserts that left-wing and right-wing parties are outdated. This is how Assad ruled his country for 3 decades. An Alawite by religious confession, one of the Shiite currents in a complex country with a Sunni majority and an Alawite minority, with a significant number of Christians, the ringing of bells that Al-Kassar still remembers, and a somewhat smaller number of Druze and Kurds. Assad led with a single party, a weak heart, his own, which would give him several scares and ultimately end his life in 2000 at the age of 69, and 2 iron fists. With them, he signed agreements such as the alliance with Iran in the 1980s, which remains in place today. Following the Islamic Revolution in the neighboring country, the declaration of war with Egypt against Israel in 1973 to recover the Golan Heights, or the order to end without hesitation to literally crush the Sunni revolt led by the Muslim Brotherhood in 1982, and which ended that month of February with thousands of dead. The figures vary between 3,000 and 20,000 depending on the source. In the Hama, in the province of Homs, one of the most important in the country. After his death, Bashar, the third of the 4 children he had with Anissa Ahmed Makhlouf in 50 years of marriage, succeeded him as president. Since then, he has ruled the country, as his father did, but without heart problems. In 2014, in the midst of the war, and with almost 90% of the vote official state count, of course, Assad renewed his leadership for a 3rd term. These were the first direct presidential elections held with more than one candidate, and the second with more than one party since the Ba'ath Party emerged in 1963. Needless to say, from abroad, countries like the United States and organizations like the European Union and the United Nations questioned their legality, while others, like Russia and Iran, applauded the result and congratulated Assad as the fair and legitimate winner. Because if the 3 decades of Hafez al-Assad's rule were to be understood by looking within the country's borders, and by that almost chronic struggle from coup to coup for control and power, Bashar's 2 decades must be seen by looking beyond the country's borders. or rather, by placing it within a broader map and within the timeline of the War on Terror that began on September 11, 2001. Axis of Evil. This is how President George W. Bush called it in January 2002. Bush, a few months after the fall of the Twin Towers, in his State of the Union address, singled out the countries that, in the United States' view, supported or sponsored terrorism. 3 had exclusive rights to that treatment at the time: Iraq, Iran, and North Korea. But the category was flexible, so the list would grow over the following years to include, among others, states like Libya, Cuba, and yes, Syria. It was Bush, on April 14, 2003, who issued the first warning, just 5 days after the statues of Saddam Hussein fell in Baghdad, announcing the end of the regime. He hadn't even boarded the aircraft carrier USS Lincoln to proudly proclaim, dressed as commander-in-chief, before the cameras, a perfect scene from a movie, that the mission in Iraq had been accomplished. We believe there are chemical weapons in Syria. Every situation deserves a different response. First things first. We are now with Iraq. We expect Syria to cooperate, he announced. He added, "We are serious." Supposedly, the Pentagon had information that the weapons of mass destruction that were never found in Iraq could have been transferred to the neighboring country. Not even the president, nor did his secretaries of defense and state, Donald Rumsfeld and Colin Powell, who would back up his statements and reinforce their impact with similar ones in those days, speak of military intervention at the time or openly threaten it. But in the context in which they appeared, barely 3 weeks after the invasion of Iraq had begun, it wasn't necessary either. 2 years later, after the February assassination of Hariri in Beirut, the veiled threats began to become more resounding. Bush then said that Syria, already the target of accusations for the attack, should make rational decisions or risk being punished. The idea is to continue working with the world to remind Syria that it is against its own interest to be isolated, the U.S. president emphasized, in another threat to Damascus. However, he did not specify how this isolation would be achieved. His new Secretary of State, Condoleezza Rice, would complete the ellipses for him, saying that, although they preferred diplomatic means, they did not rule out the use of force. Months later, when Hezbollah, a Lebanese social movement, political party, and armed group supported by Syria and Iran, clashed with Israel in southern Lebanon, Bush was even clearer. Or not, but at least he said it as he thought it. Although if it hadn't been for an open microphone that caught him without his knowledge, we wouldn't have heard it. The president was talking privately with British Prime Minister Tony Blair about the situation in Lebanon during a G8 summit in St. Petersburg, when he said, "What you need to do is tell Syria to tell Hezbollah to stop this shit." Blair realized a few seconds later that the microphone was lit red. Weeks later, using slightly more complex and elaborate language, but equally clear, Bush compared Iran's leaders to Al-Qaeda and warned that both Iran and Syria posed serious threats because they could supply weapons of mass destruction to terrorist groups like Al-Qaeda and the Sunni extremists. The Iranian regime has clear objectives. They want to push the United States out of the region, destroy Israel, and dominate a broad spectrum of the Middle East. The Iranian regime and its allies have demonstrated their willingness to kill Americans and now seek to acquire nuclear weapons, he asserted. That allies evidently refers to Damascus. But in case it wasn't clear, he also said later, the most worrying thing is the potential weapons of mass destruction terrorism nexus emanating from Tehran. Syria is also a significant state sponsor of terrorism and therefore a priority in our concerns. During those months, while in Washington they were writing the speeches of the president, in Springfield, Virginia, were preparing Operation Legacy. On June 8, 2007, Kassar didn't know it, but he was entering Mifadil for the last time. He did so accompanied by a dozen people, including police officers and DEA officers. A dozen tense men who looked at each other out of the corner of their eyes and gritted their teeth. The Spanish were in charge of that search. They had the authority. The Americans wanted to do it, to break protocol, to destroy all of the Syrians' files. That day, in his office, from a pile of newspapers with about 30 identical copies, Kassar picked the top one and waved it in the air. If there is any justice left in the world, George Bush will end up before the Hague Tribunal, read the headline. Those were his own words. "This is why we are here," he announced loudly. From that day on, for almost 10 years, the Syrian justified that interview as the reason behind Operation Legacy, his arrest, his extradition, and his conviction. His reasoning was that his case was a political one. As an argument for accusing an agency like the DEA of targeting him and a country like the United States of wanting to destroy him, it seemed inconclusive. An interview in a local Andalusian newspaper criticizing the President of the United States, who had already been criticized in one way or another in every newspaper in the world, wasn't the strongest evidence to support such a claim. But Kassar maintained it. And for a long time, if the weakness of his argument was pointed out to him, he would reply, "I can't say anything more now." He still had appeals pending in the United States, until all legal avenues were exhausted, until a prisoner named Sean Bridges appeared in his life, and a long spring began that would eventually turn into an unexpected winter, until he was able to say it. Bridges had allegedly offered her this secret deal so she could be released from prison in exchange for her help, her cooperation in interfering with the Syrian government, in exchange for her alliance against Bashar al-Assad, in exchange for her loyalty to the regime. She wasn't the first to receive such an offer. The first time they tried it, according to Kassar, was in 2004. Saddam Hussein had fallen a year earlier, and the United States was expanding its axis of evil to include new countries and its objectives in the region. Kassar says they did so through Hussam al-Dairi, a dentist then based in the state of Illinois. Al-Dairi, a Syrian, was the son of a general who had defected and left the country after al-Assad came to power. Months later that year, al-Dairi would create the Syrian National Council in Washington, along with 4 other compatriots who were also dissidents, an organization opposed to al-Assad with the aim of fostering pressure on the regime at home and abroad in order to achieve, according to its stated intent, democracy in the country. His wife's family lived in Marbella, and Kassar and his family had a good relationship with her. "We want you to join us," he announced. "We want you to be part of the opposition, supported by the United States. We'll be in Syria before the end of the year," he added. According to Kassar, al-Dairi revealed to him that they already had the support of many generals within the country, but that they needed him to win over another of them, one, in fact, of the most important in Syria, Ali Duba. "I don't need to travel to Damascus to do that. If I did, I know what his response would be. He would take off one of his shoes and hit me over the head with it just for conveying that message. Go and tell your teachers they have the wrong person," Kassar replied. Al-Dairi laughed. "We will enter Syria," he repeated. Kassar grew angry. "If you do that, rest assured that stones will rain down on you." Ali Duba frequently visited Spain. He enjoyed traveling to Marbella from time to time and enjoying the Spanish sun and the Marbella casino. He was there once with Kassar, spending some of the money the latter gave him on roulette when he introduced him to a good friend. At the time, Kassar still spoke broken Spanish. "You anger, you fight, and you kill one. He angers, he orders, and he kills 2,000, he told his friend, referring to Ali Duba. The Syrian's friend still remembers that Ali Duba was a smiling and friendly guy, at least outside Damascus. Ali Duba is one of the essential figures in the country's modern history. Born in 1933, still alive today, now in his 80s, he served in the embassies in Great Britain and Bulgaria in the 1960s. There he met Kassar, who boasts that their relationship went far beyond friendship, that he called him uncle and that they were practically family, that this friendship remained intact for decades and was known throughout the world, but especially in Syria, where, thanks to her, he always had all kinds of access and he was able to do all the business he wanted. In 1970, Ali Duba was one of the senior army commanders who supported al-Assad's coup. He remained by his side ever since. He was also one of the names that appeared in the 1980s in CIA reports that identified army officials who ran drug trafficking in Syria. In a country where controlling the army could mean promoting a coup, overthrowing a government, and seizing power overnight, Ali Duba was so powerful within the army that he was known simply as the boss. For 30 years, the general was the head of the Mukhabarat, the intelligence service. He was stronger than Hafez. He must understand that he was second in command to the president. But because of the work he did, he controlled the country. In fact, Hafez feared the power he was accumulating, describes a friend of Ali Duba and the al-Assads, who is familiar with and has participated in the country's recent history. That's why he removed it before his death, in case it might threaten his son's succession. That was the biggest mistake Hafez ever made. Before his death, President Assad dismissed Ali Duba. He had been loyal to him for 30 years, his right-hand man, the most knowledgeable and powerful man in the country. But he feared he might want to aspire to more, that he might repeat the history that was almost being forgotten in the country, and that simple equation that had proven so many times that political ideas could be imposed with battalions and loaded rifles, just as Assad himself had done in 1970. It was him that al-Dairi, as Kassar recounts, wanted to reach. Taking advantage of that dismissal, that unexpected retirement, they hoped to force him to change sides. In the summer of 2007, when Kassar was already detained in Spain in prison while the National Court discussed and decided on his extradition and the U.S. Embassy in Madrid pressured the government to take him to New York, he tried again. Al-Dairi, as the Syrian trafficker recounts, traveled to Marbella and met with Kassar's family. He again wanted him to cooperate with the opposition in exile. He told them he would wait for their response until the end of August. But he says, rejected the offer and demanded that he not contact anyone in his family again. Kassar tells me that he called Al-Dairi on his cell phone from prison. It was late August and they spoke for 15 minutes, the permitted call time. He says she was cordial with him, that she told him that she had passed on her. Message. Al-Dairi reportedly told him then that the message had come from the American administration. Kassar lost all his diplomacy and became enraged. He began, he recalls, to insult him and the people who had sent it. Ali Duba was not for sale. He was not for sale. Ali Duba was always loyal. There was no doubt about his loyalty. He was loyal to his father and remains loyal to his son. In 2011, with the war in Syria underway, President Bashar al-Assad brought Ali Duba, the old sheriff of Damascus, the man who for 30 years defended and protected his father's presidency, the military man who knew everything that was happening in Syria, back into his circle, appointing him as his advisor. Why do you want to help criminals? Why do you want to help someone who is murdering the Syrian people? Hussam al-Dairi gets angry with me when I contact him. His version differs from the one Kassar tells me. The two were friends, he tells me. He thought Monzer was only involved in the real estate business, which he later learned was actually an arms dealer. But his version of how the events unfolded changes above all. Al-Dairi says it was Kassar who contacted him in 2004 when he told him that everyone has a price, and that Ali Duba did. 2. He confessed that Kassar was angry, that he didn't trust the Bashar, and that he believed he should be president. Kassar, according to Al-Dairi, didn't ask for money for himself, but wanted to know how much they could pay Ali Duba to buy his decades-long loyalty. Al-Dairi also denies having spoken to the Syrian while he was in prison. Regarding the account of the phone call, he says that Monzer wrote him a letter, which he claims to have but won't show me, from prison asking for advice on which lawyer he should hire in the United States. After getting angry with me, Al-Dairi asserts categorically that he has never spoken for the American government and that it never even funded the Syrian National Council they founded in Washington. Before we say goodbye, he adds that he doesn't work for the CIA. I hadn't asked him that. It's impossible to buy Ali Duba, the same source, who knows him and the Assads, and who regretted the mistake Hafez made in removing him from power, told me, if you take blood from his veins, you get Assad. Ali Duba was never a threat to the regime that Hafez al-Assad began to create in 1970. The real threat came from another military man, from another of those names the CIA pointed to as the country's biggest traffickers, from a colonel with almost as much information as Ali Duba, from a guy with almost as much power as him, but with a different surname, al-Assad. He was Rifat al-Assad, Hafez's younger brother, supposedly responsible for the Hama massacre and nicknamed the Butcher of Hama for it, although he has always denied having ordered the repression that ended with the extermination of thousands of people. Rifat controlled what was then called the defense companies, an elite corps within the army, attached to it but independent, created after the Six-Day War with the aim of having a more advanced and faster deployable division, and with the best tactics and the best weapons. The defense companies were supposed to be President al-Assad's shield, the trump card that would guarantee that no one would try to stage a coup to remove him from power, that no one would even think of plotting what he himself had done to seize power. But it was his own brother who tried. In November 1983, Hafez's heart began to fail. He suffered a heart attack, and while he was hospitalized, Rifat prepared his maneuver to seize the presidency. It was stopped in time, and the potential rebellion was suppressed. The following spring, having recovered from both scares, President Assad removed his brother from command of those special troops and appointed him one of his 3 vice presidents. The calm lasted barely 2 months. In May, the president suffered a relapse, and Rifat tried again unsuccessfully to replace him. The defense companies were dissolved and became part of other army divisions. Rifat went into exile. Still as vice president of the country, a position he would hold, despite his actions, despite his past, despite his opposition, despite his exile, for more than a decade later. And where did Rifat end up after being expelled from his country? In Marbella. Kassar met Rifat in the late 1950s. He recalls that he was a simple student at a private school in Damascus, a classmate of one of his brothers. Over the years, he enlisted in the army, and in the mid-1960s, he went to Russia to continue his military training. Kassar left Syria at that time, in the late 1960s, and would return to Beirut a decade later. He says that at that time, he began to hear about Rifat in Lebanon, and also in Syria, as the leader due to the great power he wielded as commander of that special army division. He also comments that even back then, horrific stories were being heard about what he and his men were doing, but that no one dared, for fear, to report them to the president. They both had similar interests in Marbella. Rifat settled and bought properties in Grès d'Albion, where Kassar owned the 16 apartments he had purchased when the building was built. Kassar knew Rifat was there but didn't want to see him. The Syrian recalls that, 8 months after his arrival, he found Rifat waiting for him by his car. When he saw him, he hugged him. "Everyone comes to see me except you," he says he told him. "I have no reason to," he replied. Kassar says Rifat then told him that he and his people were having trouble getting into the casino because they were kept waiting at the door and asked for ID. "You're the Prince of Marbella, the only one for whom they roll out a red carpet and open the doors without asking questions," Al-Assad flattered him. Kassar went with him and his staff to the casino, and from that moment on, they entered as regular customers. Marbella is a small place, and the two crossed paths frequently. They greeted each other politely or exchanged a few words. But everything began to change on June 6, 2000. Early that morning, Kassar received a call from Damascus. The president had died, and he was due to travel there. Kassar says today that Assad and Egyptian President Gamal Abdel Nasser are the two people he has met throughout his life who have impressed him the most. "They still impress me," he adds. After receiving the news, he immediately went to Grès d'Albion to see Rifat to offer his condolences. He met him at the entrance. Kassar claims he thought he already knew the news, but without showing any emotion, he took out his cell phone, made a call to Syria, and started laughing. "That's true," he said. Kassar asked him where and when they should go to pay their respects, but Al-Assad told him it wasn't necessary, that he wasn't mourning. Before saying goodbye, Kassar told him that they would pray for the president at his house. Bashar al-Assad shouldn't have been president of Syria. Politics wasn't his life. He had studied ophthalmology in Damascus, and in 1992 he went to London to continue his training, where he met his current wife, Asma. The man destined by his father's designation to be the future president was his older brother, Basil, the firstborn. He would inherit his chair and his power after Hafez's death. In fact, his father had already been delegating part of the power to him, aware of his delicate health and his brother Rifat's ambitions. But on January 21, 1994, their fate changed. Suddenly, Bashar died in a traffic accident when his car crashed at a roundabout in Damascus on the way to the airport. With profound pain and sadness, the president announces to the people the death of the commander, engineer, and paratrooper Basil al-Assad. Due to a tragic accident, the official statement read. Bashar, the ophthalmologist, became the first in line to succeed him. He immediately left his studies in London and returned to Syria to prepare swiftly for his new future. 6 years later, on June 6, 2000, that future dawned. But on that June 6, 2000, the long shadow of Rifat loomed again. From abroad, he presented himself as his brother's legitimate heir and the best alternative to Bashar, a man who was unprepared for the position. Since then, Rifat has maintained his chronic aspirations to become president of Syria. Since then, he has sought to exert pressure from abroad for radical change in the country. This is how the second part of the story Monzer al-Kassar tells comes across. The Syrian explains that Hafez al-Assad used to say that his brother was easy to manipulate. He adds that he has always been a puppet of Saudi Arabia, that the Saudi princes have played with him for years, and that they continue to do so until they throw him under the wheels of a bus. I curse that traitor for all the blood he shed in Syria before and after being expelled, al-Kassar says. And I'm sure millions of Syrians and Arabs agree with me. With the power he had and the shameful support of American and Israeli agencies, he was propelled. His ego worshipped until he sold out even his conscience and the Arab cause. Someone capable of betraying his own brother, his benefactor, is capable of anything. And they continue to protect him today, but for how long? They continue to turn a blind eye to his crimes and blame Syria for them. He and the Zionists are behind my case and its fabrication. He was the one who asked them to come after me and get rid of me, and who said he would help bring me to America. The enmity between the two men continued to grow for years. After Rifat's arrival in Marbella, despite chance encounters and exchanged words, they were already sworn enemies. Kassar claims that it was due to his pressure, in fact, that he was banned from entering Spain in the late 1980s. At that time, despite already being a shadowy and controversial figure, banned in other European Union countries, Rifat managed to be received even by the Prime Minister Felipe González at La Moncloa Palace, as happened in March 1989. Rifat, like Kassar, was reportedly an ally of the Spanish intelligence services and the government. Kassar says that when the order was issued, he was told it was to please al-Assad as a condition imposed by him for investing in Spain, but that he could enter and leave the country as he had done until then whenever he wanted. And so he did. And every time he did so, and al-Assad found out, Kassar says, he immediately informed the police. They spent almost 20 years like this, keeping an eye on each other. They greeted each other while hating each other. Kassar feared that al-Assad wanted to kill him, and Assad in turn, as someone very close to him at the time tells me, thought he was the one who would try to kill him. After Hafez's death, the enmity intensified, and they even took their private war to court. In 2006, Kassar filed a complaint against al-Assad in Marbella for non-payment of community fees for the property he owned in Great Albion. The case was eventually dismissed and closed, but Kassar still sees evidence of bribery and preferential treatment in it today. He says he's proud to have been the only one to bring him to trial, and that he'll never forget watching him sit in the dock for hours because it was the best moment of my life. In turn, al-Assad and one of his 17 children, Suad, filed a complaint against Kassar that same year at the Marbella Airport police station for the alleged persecution he was subjecting them to. The complaint was ultimately dismissed. A year earlier, however, another, much more significant chapter in their dispute had unfolded. On February 14, 2005, in Beirut, the car of Hariri, the former prime minister who had left office the previous fall but who had led Lebanon since the end of the civil war for almost 15 years, was blown up, with him inside. That summer, Suhair Mohammed al-Sadiq, a supposed Syrian official and agent of the country's intelligence service, arrived in Marbella under a false name and stayed at the Plaza Hotel, where al-Assad is a shareholder. Al-Sadiq was to be one of the key witnesses to testify in Hariri's assassination, as Assad and the Spanish National Intelligence Service, as revealed by journalist Antonio Rubio in El Mundo, protected al-Sadiq during his long stay of more than a month in Spain. Kassar says that at that time Spain, the CNI, was playing both sides, that it had no special interest with al-Sadiq, but that it also had nothing to lose by that protection, nor did it pose any risk. But al-Sadiq was a key player for other interests, those of the United States and Israel, who wanted the guilt of the man proven. The Syrian government's assassination was intended to generate the international pressure necessary to act against Damascus, and above all, to secure the withdrawal of Syrian troops and the resumption of control and influence in Lebanon. Al-Sadiq was one of the men who would testify before the special tribunal ordered by the Security Council to be established in The Hague to investigate the attack, the witness who would directly implicate Syria in the planning and orchestration of the attack. According to his testimony, 4 senior Syrian army officers in Lebanon were the ones who prepared the attack. Those 4 men were detained for nearly 5 years until they were released without charge. The trial took almost a decade to complete, and in 2014, 4 members of the Hezbollah guerrilla group were convicted in absentia for the events. That same year, al-Sadiq was also convicted in absentia for perjury, and his whereabouts are currently unknown. Al-Sadiq had targeted not only those 4 Syrian officers, but also Kassar. According to his account, the Syrian government had tried to pressure him through him. Al-Sadiq thus brought Monzer al-Kassar's name into the mystery of the assassination. Monzer al-Kassar was in Beirut on February 14, 2005. He vehemently denies this. He never saw or spoke to al-Sadiq in his life, he maintains today. But that is how Rifat al-Assad, with the support of the CIA and also the CNI, according to al-Kassar, took advantage of the assassination to include him on the list of suspects and therefore on that long list of enemies of the United States and Israel. For al-Kassar, these are the keys, the truth, behind that Operation Legacy that the DEA was preparing while all these events were unfolding. The United States would have turned to him, would have wanted to sign him up as a CIA asset, as they call all those collaborators who are not members of the agency, who are not agents, but who provide services, information, sources, access, and contacts so that it can achieve its objectives. He, loyal to the al-Assads, except to Rifat, of course, and to his country, would have refused to participate in that plan that Washington had begun to prepare as the statues of Saddam Hussein fell in Baghdad. Or perhaps before, to also end the al-Assad's reign in Damascus, to change, as diplomat Sykes and Picot did a century earlier, the map of the troubled region, if not by drawing new borders, then by altering the balance within it, ending that axis formed by Iran and its Syrian allies supported by Russia and a declared enemy of Israel. There would also have been in the middle a key figure for al-Kassar, his compatriot Rifat al-Assad, a pretender to the throne of Damascus for more than 30 years, the first opponent in exile, the man who left Syria threatened with death if he returned, but with business cards. Claiming to be the country's vice president and a supposed treasure chest of hundreds of millions of dollars from state coffers that for decades he has dedicated himself to investing, among other places, in that Marbella and that emerging, murky, shady, and yes, very lucrative Costa del Sol. Rifat, at odds with al-Kassar, also facing him in the courts and with a mutual paranoid suspicion that his opponent would try to liquidate him, would have taken advantage of his influence and his role as an asset to convince the United States and its allies that the time had come to finish off that old arms dealer, that he was an obstacle to their cause. To complete this explanation, it is al-Kassar himself who suggests I review the leaked diplomatic cables regarding Syria that WikiLeaks has made public. Specifically, one dated December 13, 2006, sent from the U.S. Embassy in Damascus. Both countries would close their respective legations 5 years later to Washington. The heading is already revealing, influencing the SARG Syrian government in late 2006. In the document, one can read how the American representatives there view the country and the situation. We believe Bashar's weakness lies in how he reacts to upcoming issues, both real and perceived, such as the conflict over economic reforms, corrupt forces, the Kurdish issue, or the potential threat to the country from the increasing presence of extremist Islamists. This cable summarizes our analysis of these vulnerabilities and suggests actions, statements, and signals the U.S. government can send to take advantage of these emerging opportunities. The introduction reads, for U.S. intelligence, one of the president's greatest points of vulnerability lies within his own circle. The regime, it explains, is controlled by the al-Assad family, and, to a lesser extent, by the Makhloufs, his maternal family, with many of its members becoming increasingly corrupt. All of these relatives and associates, as well as the broader Alawite community, would not be immune to news of conspiracies against the regime. In fact, the document reveals some of these individuals, pillars of the regime, as it calls them, including the Makhloufs, approached the United States as early as 2005 to gauge what would happen to them in an era of corruption. Post-Assad, corruption is said to be one of the greatest causes of division within the president's core, as shown, according to the report, by the case of Maher, the youngest of the Assad brothers, a man known for being particularly corrupt and incorrigible and unscrupulous in creating fiefdoms with family members and others. This analysis, carried out by the embassy, also points to what it calls divisions within the military and security services. Bashar constantly protects himself from those who may have ties within the military and security services. He is also nervous about the loyalty of his senior officers, or those already retired, and about what they may feel toward former regime elements such as Rifat al-Assad or Qaddam. Abdul Halim Qaddam was vice president under Hafez from 1984 until his death, and continued with Bashar until his clash with him, his resignation, and his exile in 2005. The inner circle continually focuses on who gets the piece of the corrupt action. Some moves by Bashar to narrow that circle of beneficiaries have increased the list of those with access who have been left out. The embassy itself suggests measures that can be taken to take advantage of this, fuel rumors and signals of an external plot. The regime, as it says, is intensely sensitive to news of possible coups and is concerned about its own security forces. Regional allies, such as Egypt or Saudi Arabia, he recommends, should be encouraged to meet with figures like Qaddam or Rifat as a way to send these signals with the meetings appropriately leaked once they have taken place. This would tap into the regime's insular paranoia and increase the possibility of an overreaction and self-destructive reaction. Rifat al-Assad doesn't want to talk. Reaching him today is even more complicated than before. The colonel, as he is known by those around him, is not a man who makes a big statement unless he wants to send a message. Nor today, already in his 80s, is he living his best moment. That era when he was received at La Moncloa Palace and became one of the major investors in Marbella's opulent jet set is a thing of the past. Since 2016, investigations have been open in France and Spain against him for alleged tax fraud and money laundering. According to the investigation, initiated in France and continued in Spain by the National Court, al-Assad allegedly left Damascus in 1984 with $300 million from the country, which he began investing in France, his first destination before landing in Marbella. Those investments would soon be diverted to the Costa del Sol, where investigators have shown that Assad possesses an exorbitant fortune, with at least 500 properties held through companies managed by relatives or wives. Rifat al-Assad lives in London today, but his son Ali remains in Marbella, managing the family business there. One of my sources, a personal friend, acts as my liaison with him. That's the way to reach Rifat. Talk to one of his sons and he immediately, as always with everything, because they don't do anything without his permission, as he tells me, calls his father. In front of me, he calls him and leaves a message on his answering machine in Arabic. I told him a man from Madrid wants to talk to him. If I tell him that, he'll call us because he'll think you're from the police or the CNI. If I tell him you're a journalist, he'll say no. So then it's up to you, he explains. Hours later, my source tells me that Ali has returned the call and that he has explained everything. Try to talk to him. He already knows what you're doing, and I'm sure his father knows too, he tells me. But Ali al-Assad doesn't answer. I tried to contact him for days without success. Rifat al-Assad, as I interpreted him, didn't want to talk. He remained silent. In a way, for him, Monzer al-Kassar was already part of that past. Like that Marbella where they paraded their rivalry through the streets of Puerto Banús, a feud that today only survives in newspaper archives. That's not the only thing that's been left behind in time. Rifat's aspirations to rule his country have also been left behind. And above all, that Syria under the iron fists of the Assads, first under Hafez for 3 decades, and then under Bashar for almost 20 years. Say what you will about the Syrian regime, but I have seen much more corruption in the Arab world, in Eastern and Western countries, or now in America, than there. There is a saying in my country, don't throw stones if your house is built of glass, says al-Kassar. For him, we live in a jungle where the strong devour the weak, a corrupt world without justice. Al-Kassar also says that he is certain of one thing, convinced of one thing, that he has absolute faith that Syria and the Syrians will be united again, and that international conspiracies and attempts to destroy it and pit brothers against each other will be left behind, which is how he sees the war that began in 2011. Keep your false civilization and your false democracy away from us. Let us live together, Muslims, Kurds, and Christians, as we lived. Syria, as I always say, and as the President al-Assad when he began to suppress with an iron fist, as his father did, the Arab Spring revolt in the country, is protected by God. The Syria where the Assads established themselves, and where al-Kassar leaped joyfully over the spilled blood of the sacrificed lamb, is now part of the history books. In just a decade, it ceased to exist. It was the same Syria that before 2011 was praised by the international community, and the same Bashar al-Assad, the president whom Jacques Chirac received in Paris in 2001 upon his appointment and awarded the Grand Cross of the Legion of Honor, the one who immediately afterward made the first of his 3 official trips to Spain and was received by the King and Queen and by the Prime Minister, José María Aznar, the one who would return to Madrid in 2004 and one last time in 2010, and whom the Spanish King and Queen, Juan Carlos and Sofia, returned a visit to in October 2003, with whom they rode in a chariot through the ruins of the Roman city of Palmyra, where years before soldiers had also stood at attention during the passage of Monzer al-Kassar, a trip on which King Juan Carlos, the head of the Spanish state, praised the Assads and promised to help them in front of Syrian and Spanish business leaders. A Syria with nearly 22 million inhabitants that at the time hoped to welcome 8 million travelers and tourists. The same Syria where barely 10 years later, more than 500,000 people have died and almost 6 have fled the country. Epilogue. Why did Monzer fall into Kassar? For years, this question has hovered over all the others that have accumulated and continue to accumulate around al-Kassar's biography. I've passed it on to some people who knew him well in the 1980s, when he was awarded the title he never asked, for Prince of Marbella, and to others who did so when he was saddled with that even less liked nickname, Godfather of Terror. After 1992, Monzer was useless. He should have retired and lived peacefully, one of my sources tells me. You can't sell weapons to people who are going to use them against Saudi Arabia. And that's what he did. That's why they went after him. I always thought one day he'd fall, no matter who it was. Look at what happened to Khashoggi. And Monzer was a mere ant compared to Khashoggi, another asserts. If Monzer wasn't on the street, his sources and his courage would be cut off, a third asserts. Why did Monzer fall into Kassar? This story, his and the one surrounding it, the one I've tried to tell here, is an incomplete story. There are two things a journalist should not do when writing. One is to use the conditional tense. A journalistic account should be written in the past, present, or future, but not in the conditional. Using the conditional is a resource to try to explain facts that have not been proven or confirmed, or to tell a version of those events, like the Syrians, like the DEAs, like so many others throughout this story, that is impossible to refute or validate. There is a part of Monzer al-Kassar's biography that is written in the conditional past, in that gray, shadowy area where truth and lies intersect, where rumors are repeated until they become facts even if they aren't, and the facts, the reality, are never clarified. It is, above all, the part of that man's biography that was always there. It was there in Syria during the Assad regime and on its drug routes, in the business opportunity, which meant the collapse of the Cold War and the lack of morale of governments that sold their weapons without caring where the ammunition fired by those weapons would end up. Housed in some of the darkest episodes in recent history, or in that Marbella of the jet set, of rich Arabs and shady characters, or of shady Arabs and rich characters, as you prefer. But it is also the most recent biography, that of the man captured by the DEA in a trap that the Spanish government was not informed about and was justified by the declaration of war on terror that the United States made after September 11, 2001. Why did Monzer fall into Kassar? The second thing a journalist should never do is ask questions that offer no answers. And this book is full of them. I know. As full of questions as sometimes of answers that aren't answers and other times of silences that say more than many answers. What weapons did he sell for nearly 30 years until Operation Legacy finally brought him down? To which countries? To which armed groups? Where did the weapons he sent, always legally as he says, to Yemen, to that very poor country, end up? What were they used for? Or where did the ones he sent elsewhere go? Who killed people with them? What weapons did he sell to Spain or to Spanish companies? To which countries? Where did they end up? How many people died because of them? In which of all those episodes with which he was linked for decades was he actually involved? In which ones was he implicated because it was self-interested? Who did it? Why? What did he gain from that humanitarian aid, as he calls it, which he provided for years selflessly, as he also says, to the Spanish police, and through them, to the government? What did the state give him or allow him to do for years in return for that aid? At what point did he cease to be useful to Spain? Why did the DEA insist on going after him? Was it a public relations exercise? If so, why spend so many resources? If not, why justify the entire operation with the old Achille Lauro case? More than 20 years later, when the world had turned so many times, when the USSR and the Twin Towers had fallen, when reality was different, was Monzer al-Kassar the same great criminal the U.S. agency described, glorifying his capture? Was he really that peacock? Why did the CIA want to recruit him in the 1980s, when they insisted that Spain should extradite him? Was the agency behind? Those messages he received years later after the invasion of Iraq, when the White House was already placing pins about Syria on the world map in the Situation Room, as that room, that bunker in the basement of the West Wing is called, where the president meets with his security advisors to direct his military actions and covert operations such as the hunt for bin Laden? How could al-Kassar interfere in the Syrian government? Why didn't he save his life and freedom by doing so? To what extent was his enmity with Rifat al-Assad a catalyst for his downfall? Why do Spanish politicians who had the file containing his case on their ministry's desks for months and received calls from the brusque ambassador Aguirre not remember anything 10 years later? Who is Sean Bridges? What was his intention? Was he working for the state or some agency? Was it all a plot and orchestration he orchestrated to offer it to himself in exchange for favorable treatment? What was this white man, this former government agent, this hacker doing in that post-9/11 prison for Muslim terrorists? These are just some of the questions I know are raised in the preceding pages, and for which I still don't have precise answers. Conjectures are worthless, and I keep them to myself. These are the doubts generated by a life that encompasses many lives and a story that tells many stories. That of a man, Monzer al-Kassar, imprisoned in a semi-secret U.S. prison as a terrorist, who punctually sends me a greeting card from that prison every Christmas, filled with good and warm handwritten wishes. This book has finished printing. In June 2019, Table of Contents. Acknowledgements. Introduction. 1. The turkey is in the oven. 2. The man who was always there. 3. The Curse of the Achille Lauro. 4. The Prince of Marbella. 5. Barking Dog 6, The Paradox of the Good Samaritan 7, Hand Over the Bad Man 8, From Mifadil to the Gulag 9, Operation Guantanamo North 10, Cold War in Puerto Banus Epilogue. Samaritan 7, Hand Over the Bad Man 8, From Mifadil to the Gulag 9, Operation Guantanamo North 10, Cold War in Puerto Banus Epilogue.